the game of the true apocalypse. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 301, The Gorgeous Panel of the Swamp God. Sebastina, eager for grandeur, boasted about Batum's death during the War of Gods as her own achievement, adding the title of Scorpion God Hunter to her own. In reality, her only connection to the Scorpion God Batum was the great scorpion needle he left behind after his death. Swamp God Sebastina possessed a wealth of valuable equipment, some obvious and others less so. Lin Mingyuan was unaware of its specific capabilities, having been ineligible to participate in the previous war against the Swamp God. He knew about the Great Scorpion Needle because it was revealed by the Swamp God. It was the first artifact dropped by China, and held immense significance. In a meeting of kings, Lin Mingyuan showed Sebastina the greatest respect by immediately activating the Eye of Horus, a special skill, hunting gaze. Detection equipment doesn't have unlimited power. For a powerful individual, even a commoner with keen combat instincts, using insight equipment to observe another's information would immediately arouse alarm and generate significant hostility. No one wants their entire information exposed. Privacy is inviolable. Insight into friends and family could lead to ruined relationships. Insight into subordinates could easily provoke rebellion, and insight into strangers would inevitably lead to conflict. Lin Mingyuan never used the Eye of Horus, an insight item, unless he was certain of a kill. Furthermore, insight items are counterable. Equipment that conceals all personal information does exist, but it's extremely rare. Coincidentally, Sebastina possessed the Light Veil, a counter to insight items. The veil not only obscured Sebastina's radiant beauty but also concealed all her information and data, protecting her from psychic attacks. Despite having only 2 special effects, it was a truly exceptional legendary item. The moment Lin Mingyuan activated his hunting gaze, the light veil emanated a cosmic, mystical, dark, and dim light, enveloping Sebastina. At that moment, the Eye of Horus, the ancient eagle god Horus's eye embedded in the ring's gemstone, seemed enraged. A golden light emanated from its center, instantly piercing the protective light created by the veil of light shadows and forcefully obtaining all of Sebastina's information. Divine power must not be offended, not even by the eye of a long-dead ancient deity. All of us are carbon-based creatures, and we live in a strict food chain where the strong prey on the weak. Even at the top of the food chain, humans are divided into different levels. As legendary equipment, the Eye of Horus is superior to the Veil of Light Shadows, giving it higher priority. The Eye of Horus must be activated simultaneously. Swamp Goddess Sebastina, LV 181 LV 199, Race, Human, Ancient, Occupation, Magic Swordsman, Strength, 219 Agility, 242 Constitution, 155 Intelligence, 306, Divine Power, 93, Laws, Swamp, 9.77%, Beasts, 1.98%, Water, 0.51%, Realm, Black and White World, a world of only black and white cannot accommodate the existence of all colors. Creatures that enter the black and white world cannot wear equipment. Core talents, Divine Majesty, reduces all damage taken by 50%, Law of Exile, reduces all attributes of all enemies within range by 30 points, Water Vein Channel, can appear in water at will, Swamp Fortitude, while within the swamp, restore 10% of your maximum health per second, Magic Sword Conversion, the more sword techniques you master, the higher your spell power. The more spells you master, the higher your sword damage. Secondary talents, Plague Constitution, Advanced Magic Resistance, Iron Bones, Violent Slashing, Compelling Sword Aura, Silent Casting, Simple Casting, Rapid Casting, Legendary Skills, Blessing of the Two Spirits. Sebastina used a precious soul container to contain the 2 strongest enemies she encountered in the first half of her life, the swamp monster and the July-eating serpent Abek. The 2 became guardian spirits to protect Sebastina forever. Inherited Swordsmanship, Waterbird Dance, a legendary swordsmanship developed by the legendary swordsman Alia by watching waterbirds dance lightly on the water. Emerald Dream, a legendary swordsmanship created by the ancient green dragon. Core skills, legendary 1,000 needles, lock on to the enemy's weakness and instantly launch 1,000 strikes with thunderous force. Legendary Z/, instantly launch 3 sword strikes, crushing everything in its path. Legendary V/, launch a swift stab to cut off the enemy's head. Legendary Rotten Torrent, stir up the rotten mire at the bottom of the swamp, setting off a torrent of waves. Launching a devastating blow to enemies within range. Legend, Evil Soul Annihilation Array, summons the souls of the wronged buried within the swamp to attack and bind enemies. Legend, Soul Reincarnation, any enemy that dies within the swamp will not die, but will be transformed into undead creatures to fight for you. Secondary skills, block, whirlwind /, cross /, leap /, dirt arrow, mud covering curse. Equipment, pink, scorpion needle, pink, Cardenas swamp necklace, gold, green yuan ring, gold, boiling blood ring, gold, light shadow veil, gold, Elizabeth stance dress, gold, soul master's crown. Surprise and shock crossed Lin Mingyuan's face, but he quickly suppressed it with excellent expression control. Returning to calm demeanor, Lin Mingyuan was truly astonished. The stats of Sebastiana, the swamp goddess, were truly outrageous. Super basic stats would be a point of pride for other classes or otherworldly bosses, but they were nothing compared to the swamp goddesses. All that mattered was a dazzling expanse of rich gold, or a dazzling, alluring pink. She wore either legendary gear or artifacts, and all her core talents and skills were S rank or legendary. With 93 divine power points, she was only 7 points away from becoming a weak divine, a deity with a threshold of 100 divine power points. Her progress in comprehending the laws of the swamp, her primary goal, was 9.77%, and she was just a fraction away from the 10% required for deification. With just a little less level, a little less divine power, and a little less law, Sebastiana was only one step away from deification. Excluding the divine power and laws, which Lin Mingyuan didn't possess, the other items were equally impressive. The most eye-catching was the first core talent of the swamp god, Divine Majesty, which reduced all damage by 50%. Previously, Lin Mingyuan would have never understood why Divine Majesty was so impressive. Thanks to a conversation with the explosive witch Izalith, Lin Mingyuan's horizons were broadened, allowing him to see many previously elusive aspects of the swamp god's dashboard. Divine Majesty is a gift shared by all true gods, and even peak demigods worthy of deification possess it. A peak demigod's Divine Majesty reduces damage by 50%. A weaker Divine Power's Divine Majesty reduces damage by 60%. A weaker Divine Power's Divine Majesty reduces damage by 70%. A medium Divine Power's Divine Majesty reduces damage by 80%. A powerful Principal Divine's Divine Majesty reduces damage by 90%. And a God King's Divine Majesty of great power reduces damage by 99%. Divine Majesty exists to maintain the divine hierarchy and its superiority, serving as the most visible and distinct class barrier. Gods are inviolable, and the more powerful a deity becomes, the more immune it becomes. At the Divine King level, a deity is virtually indestructible, with damage even from the collapse of the universe barely threatening its life. Let alone the handful of principal divines and god kings, even a mid-level divine power, unprotected by Divine Majesty combined with its basic defenses, would be invulnerable to Lin Mingyuan's full power. The swamp god, possessing Divine Majesty, also possesses the S-rank talent, Swamp Fortitude, which restores 10% of his maximum health per second while in the swamp. While not as powerful as Lin Mingyuan's Immortal, it's still a very powerful healing talent. Don't forget, the swamp god Sebastiana possesses 10% of Swamp Law, which enhances all swamp-related talents and skills. In a real fight, this wouldn't be just 10% of his maximum health per second, perhaps 15% or 20%. Thanks to her 155 points of constitution, Sebastiana has become a truly unbeatable monster, and there's still hope of defeating her. Also worth mentioning is the Magic Swordsman's extremely rare S-rank talent, Magic Sword Conversion. The more magic you master, the stronger your swordsmanship becomes, and the more swordsmanship you master, the stronger your magic becomes. Swordsmanship and magic advance in tandem, and the seemingly time-consuming and resource-intensive dual cultivation of physical and magical skills becomes a complementary one, each increasing in strength. It's difficult to determine whether the swamp god's swordsmanship or magic is stronger, or whether he's more physical or magical. Sebastiana, seemingly possessing the law of the swamp, whose power of swamp magic was enhanced, also possessed 2 legendary inherited sword techniques, a move that even the swordmaster Lin Mingyuan found envious. Lin Mingyuan didn't have time to delve into Sebastiana's innate skills and specific combat methods. Suddenly, feeling completely exposed, as if her every thought and intention were pierced, Sebastiana launched the offensive, opening with her legendary skill, Dual Spirit Blessing, unleashing a phantasmal swamp monster and a July-eating snake, both ethereal and ethereal, somewhere between spirit and matter. Normally, Sebastiana rarely used legendary skills to outnumber her opponents. It was too cumbersome, her own abilities alone more than enough to handle any foe. But today, despite her injuries and level remaining, the swamp goddess Sebastiana, fully prepared and ready to face Lin Mingyuan, showed her full strength and fighting spirit. As a sign of respect, she immediately activated the Dual Spirit Blessing, Justice, for a 3-on-1 fight. Chapter 302, God-Killing War, 1, Azalith. The swamp monster stands 190 meters tall, its main body formed from 4 twisted strands of moyan vines, forming a giant humanoid form. Its head, torso, and limbs are complete, but its face lacks facial features and is recessed into the trunk. Strictly speaking, the swamp monster isn't the moyan vine itself, the vines are merely armor. It's the specialized plants that hide within them, drawing nourishment from them. The swamp monster is truly the result of the combined consciousness of these specialized plants, controlling the resilient moyan vines. The creation of a swamp monster is extremely rare, arising from 4 juvenile moyan vines entwined in a struggle for nutrients, attempting to strangle each other. All 4 siblings were ultimately consumed. Standing at the top of the plant food chain, the most powerful plant, capable of defeating the power of the sanctuary upon reaching maturity, the moyan vine's corpse attracted numerous self-aware plants, including the invisibility-enabling shadow grass, the all-consuming dragon-eating flower, the sleep-inducing miasma peach blossom, the highly toxic ghost-faced mushroom, the razor-sharp swordleaf bamboo, and the whispering rose, possessing a charm even more alluring than a siren. None of these plants are easy prey. Upon the moyan vine's death, they eagerly slurped its nutrients to replenish themselves. However, the special plants were impatient. At this point, the moyan vine, already dead but not quite dead, the 4 remaining vines began to plunder the special plant's vitality in an attempt to revive it. They slurped each other, but ultimately, neither succeeded. This prolonged confrontation and entanglement united the moyan vine and the special plants, their losses shared and their success shared. Of course, the strongest moyan vines dominate, their natural growth and the majority of nutrients gained from hunting go to the moyan vines. The special plant's inherent abilities still come into play, including the moyan vine's ability to hunt invisibly and their ability to seduce explorers who enter the swamp with seductive whispers. These coincidences have created a swamp monster possessing numerous unique plant abilities, unrivaled in the world. While the swamp monsters are already massive, the July-eating serpent is even larger, measuring 6,300 meters long. Its coiled body occupies 1/6 of the swamp. Its gray-white scales exude a deathly aura, and its massive maw can swallow a building in one gulp. It's a monster not meant for the mortal world. Possessing the bloodline of the world-encircling Midgard serpent, the July-eating serpent was once the overlord of the swamp before the arrival of the swamp goddess, Sebastiana. Even before reaching legendary rank, it reached over a kilometer in size. Its peak performance saw it annihilate 4 sanctuary professionals who teamed up to hunt it. Lin Mingyuan's legendary feat against the sanctuary had already astonished the world, so one can imagine the significance of the 7th Moon Snake's exploits. Why is Abek called the 7th Moon Snake? His title stems from a terrifying legend. Legend has it that the Midgard serpent slumbers for 1,000 years, awakening in July to devour a planet. Many worlds where legends of the Midgard serpent exist hold massive sacrificial ceremonies in July to appease the serpent and prevent their planet from being devoured. To emulate his ancestors, Abek celebrates every 7th month as his feasting month, devouring every living creature in the swamp. The sheer number of creatures consumed by Abek is incalculable. A single suck from his massive maw dries up the swamp, devouring monsters unable to escape. Being slain by Abek takes place throughout the entire 7th month, earning him the nickname the 7th Moon Snake. These 2 were monsters that dominated the swamp, werewolves even more brutal than the ruthless. Unfortunately, they encountered the even more ruthless Sebastiana, dying at her hands and then having their souls taken in to become her guardian spirits. The 2 guardian spirits suddenly appeared, blocking the path of the professionals like two mountains. Their terrifying size almost suffocated those on the front battlefield. Now, it was the protagonist's turn to appear. "You have helpers, and I have them too, just as good," Lin Mingyuan said coldly. An ancient bell tower appeared behind him, and a scorching wind howled, scattering the sky and earth in a crimson glow. Lin Mingyuan, unleashing his sanctuary, communicated with the explosion which Izalith, receiving an immediate response. A special tunnel opened, and the explosion which, Izalith, descended, her red hair flowing upward like a blazing flame, a dazzling ruby embedded between her brows. Lin Mingyuan's sanctuary power was limited. He was a sanctuary-level summon, and Izalith was also a sanctuary-level summon, thus weakening her somewhat. The same was true of the guardian spirits summoned by Sebastiana. They were all elite monsters without legendary skills, domains, or divine powers. They were no longer considered bosses, possessing only high levels and high stats. "Hello again, sweetheart. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you're already so eager to see me? Do you want some of my lipstick?" The immortal explosion which, who could be resurrected even after death, was incredibly unguarded. She didn't even notice this was a battlefield. Upon appearing, she hooked her arms around Lin Mingyuan's neck and flirted. At any other time, Lin Mingyuan would have responded with a classic Hong Shixin line, "You're so flirty," but this was a battlefield. Seeing Lin Mingyuan's serious face brimming with battle intent, devoid of even a hint of laughter, even the most obtuse Izalith noticed something was amiss. He removed his arm and scratched his neck awkwardly, looking to the two massive gate gods guarding Sebastiana, the swamp god, in the center. Izalith took the guardian spirits for granted. "Wow, dear, you're in big trouble. A peak demigod who's awakened divine majesty. He's going to be very difficult to deal with." Izalith felt the situation was particularly challenging. Even at her peak, she hadn't reached Sebastiana's level. Unexpectedly, Lin Mingyuan had provoked such a formidable foe. Izalith felt her future was bleak. She had finally found a young man to take her out for a walk, and before she'd even had a chance to explore the material plane, he was already in trouble. "Even if it's difficult, we have to deal with it. Stop the nonsense. Can you hold off the swamp monster and the July-eating snake?" Lin Mingyuan said fiercely, his attitude warming the heart of Yan Qianxue, who was quietly buffing him below. "I'll do my best." With that, Izalith entered combat mode. Facing the swamp monster, formed from the tangled vines of Moyan, she extended her delicate white palms, unleashing a series of pyroblists from her palms. Izalith's role is as a spell turret. Spell turrets are most vulnerable to tanks with high magic resistance, high elemental resistance, and high vitality. Lin Mingyuan possesses all three of these qualities, plus high regeneration. Beyond the tank's range, he's an indestructible monster, leaving Izalith completely defenseless. Unfortunately, the swamp monster possesses only high vitality. Each pyroblast, each as powerful as an intercontinental missile, explodes simultaneously under Izalith's control. Those with good eyesight can pierce the glaring white light and see the swamp monster's Moyan vine shatter into charred black fragments, its fragile special plants instantly decimated. Lin Mingyuan's gaze flickered as he rapidly approached the swamp goddess, Sebastiana. The Eye of Horus not only grants Lin Mingyuan enhanced insight with hunting gaze, but also pierces through invisibility and illusions with no escape. Lin Mingyuan clearly saw the swamp monster create a clone before the pyroblast detonated, then cloaked itself and moved a short distance into the void ahead. The swamp monster had many tricks up its sleeve, unlike the straightforward Moyan vine. The swamp monster had dodged the previous wave of deadly attacks and, stealthily, moved towards Izalith, intent on killing him. In a battle where every second counted, everything happened so quickly that Lin Mingyuan had no time to maneuver, so he could only hope Izalith wouldn't fall for it. Of course, Izalith wouldn't fall for it. After all, he was a high-level demigod with thousands of years of experience. From the extent of the swamp monster's shattering, he knew it was his clone that had died. His legs, like rocket launchers, unleashed a powerful explosion, propelling Izalith high into the air to avoid the attack. Izalith's high intelligence immunity protected him from the alluring whispers he'd heard, and the peach blossom miasma was incinerated by the erupting flames. At the same time, Pyroblast never stopped, bombarding the vast area below. The stealthy, charging swamp monster was severely wounded, and several fireballs were released to attack Abek, the seventh moon snake, drawing its aggression. The fireblasts smashed into Abek's massive frame, shattering several of its scales. However, lacking scale and divine power, the fireblasts were insufficient to effectively kill Abek. Abek, sensing a provocation, gazed towards Izalith with a desolate, murky eyes atop the serpent's head, a pair of worldly insights, as if the world held no secrets. At that moment, Lin Mingyuan, who had been charging towards Sebastiana, suddenly vanished. In a flash of silver-white space, he teleported above Abek, the seventh moon snake. Lin Mingyuan now unsheathed his sword, revealing his greatest asset, the high-level divine weapon, the holy sword Grankle. Burning with the blazing true fire of the sun, the holy sword, empowered by Supreme Blade, shattered everything. Lin Mingyuan, grasping the holy sword, slashed down upon Abek's crown. Like Moses parting the sea, like Pangu creating the heavens, the seventh moon snake's massive body suddenly became covered with a massive orange-red scar. Its head severed, its body slit open. Scalding blood flowed from the wound, igniting as it fell to the ground, completely consumed in an instant. You killed Abek, the seventh moon snake, the guardian spirit of the swamp goddess Sebastiana. Gain 0 experience points. Chapter 303, God-Killing War, 2, The Scorpion's Evil Needle. The massive July-eating serpent, Abek, vanished into thin air upon its death, and the view suddenly widened, as if a mountain had been lifted. Lin Mingyuan's plan prioritized slaying the July-eating serpent. When Lin Mingyuan asked Izalith if she could fight two alone, Izalith reluctantly agreed, but her embarrassment betrayed her inability to defeat the two guardian spirits. If the guardian spirits couldn't be defeated, and the two guardian spirits defeated Izalith while Lin Mingyuan and the swamp god were engaged in a fierce battle, it would be a 3-on-1 situation. Two fists couldn't defeat four hands, and Lin Mingyuan's greatest fear wasn't 3 against 1, but the possibility that the guardian spirits would turn their attention to his subordinates. The cruel and cunning Sebastiana was no match for martial ethics. If she had the chance, she would surely strike at Lin Mingyuan's weak spots and distract him. If the two massive and powerful guardian spirits lost control, even if Lin Mingyuan slew Izalith's entire fortune, it would be a grave loss. Unable to slay the swamp god immediately, Lin Mingyuan decided to sever its wings first. Before striking, he kept a peripheral vision fixed on Abek, the seventh moon snake, as it lowered its head to devour the swamp. Izalith understood his intention and gave a subtle nod. Lin Mingyuan then feigned a fierce charge, ready to launch a general attack. The moment the seventh moon snake caught Izalith's attention, Lin Mingyuan erupted in murderous intent, unleashing his high-level artifact, Holy Sword, Grankle, and his legendary skill, Spellfire Slaying Sword. The terrifying attack, capable of splitting mountains and severing peaks, proved irrefutable. The seventh moon snake's sturdy scales and skull held off Lin Mingyuan's blade for only 0.1 seconds before being pierced through. It was then split in two, severing its life force and instantly dying. Abek's soul, earned 0 experience points, proved to have been recovered by Sebastiana, and could be summoned again once Abek regained his energy. The same was true for the swamp monster. No one can stand in my way now, Sebastiana, you're next. The flaming holy sword pointed directly at the graceful Sebastiana. A chilling murderous aura reached Lin Mingyuan simultaneously, and, Void Walk, instantly closed in. Leveraging special abilities to seize the initiative was Lin Mingyuan's standard tactic, a success he had unwaveringly demonstrated since the early days of the Cataclysm. But this time, he was thwarted. Before he could launch his attack, Sebastiana's great scorpion needle reached her chest. Lin Mingyuan knew all the properties of the Great Scorpion Needle without even needing to look. After all, it was the first artifact to fall to Earth, and its attributes had long been known. The first two abilities complemented each other, Scorpion Venom Infusion, and Toxin Therapy. Just as those struck by the Holy Sword were constantly burning with the sun's true fire, those stung by the Great Scorpion Needle were inflicted with a deadly scorpion venom. The Great Scorpion Needle is crafted from the only toughest scorpion tail needle left on the scorpion god's body. This incredibly venomous needle is the scorpion god Batum's most powerful weapon, and a sting from it is guaranteed to kill. A sting from a great scorpion needle with less than 200 points of constitution is fatal. Those with more than 200 points of constitution might survive. But the toxin would rip through their bones, internal organs, and immune system, rendering them practically dead. A sting of 300 points of constitution provides temporary protection against the scorpion venom. If the venom doesn't build up and doesn't continue to build, the immune system will neutralize it. Repeated stings from the Great Scorpion Needle will negate the toxins, even after 300 points of constitution. Complete immunity to the venom requires 500 points of constitution, reaching divine strength. This is even after the scorpion god's death, when the venom in the needle is inactivated and the damage is significantly reduced. Even in life, even a few stings from a less powerful deity would be fatal. Imagine how dangerous the Great Scorpion Needle is. In terms of pure lethality, even the Holy Sword is no match for the Great Scorpion Needle. It's too brutal and deadly. In previous lives, the Great Scorpion Needle changed hands repeatedly, even causing one owner to die tragically after being accidentally stabbed, earning it the reputation of a vicious and evil weapon. Because there were few skilled sword users in China, the Great Scorpion Needle was sold to Europe, where it reportedly caused a bloody storm. Lin Mingyuan was unaware of the subsequent events. Toxin therapy and scorpion venom infusion are linked. While scorpion venom infusion damages the enemy, it also heals the owner of the Great Scorpion Needle. The damage dealt is matched by the amount healed, a 1-to-1 effectiveness ratio with no middleman profiting from the difference. If scorpion venom infusion fails, toxin therapy is useless too. Lin Mingyuan felt somewhat regretful. His maximum constitution, with all the buffs, reached 474 points. Without the 500-point divine domain, scorpion venom infusion remained lethal to him as long as the toxin accumulated sufficiently, while toxin therapy could continuously draw upon the damage dealt by scorpion venom infusion to heal Sabathia. Possessing healing abilities, further enhanced by toxin therapy, Sebastiana's recovery is incredibly formidable, giving her exceptional sustained combat potential. The Great Scorpion Needle possesses 4 abilities: Scorpion Venom Infusion, and Toxin Therapy, along with Indestructible, and Devil's Scorpion Descent. Indestructible is straightforward, as it's precisely what it sounds like. The Great Scorpion Needle is crafted from the scorpion tail needle left behind by the scorpion god Batum, a weapon that failed to be destroyed during the War of Gods, effectively rendering it indestructible. Devil's Scorpion Descent is the Great Scorpion Needle's most powerful ability, summoning the Little Pin, a demonic scorpion kept captive in the outer realm by the scorpion god Batum, to unleash indiscriminate attacks on all. Despite its endearing name, the scorpion is an ancient demonic beast, a rebellious beast that even the scorpion god Batum could not tame. Once unleashed, it recognizes no one, friend or foe, and will not escape until the summoning world ends. Anyone who dares to unleash the Little Pin must possess either immense strength to defeat it or exceptional escape skills to avoid being caught by the Little Pin. If these 2 requirements were met, Scorpion Descent could still be used. If not, forget it. While harming the enemy would only cost you 800, and if things went wrong, you could easily suffer a backlash. Lin Mingyuan had never seen or heard of anyone using Scorpion Descent. He knew full well how ferocious the scorpion's needles were. Seeing them thrust forward, he didn't bother to counterattack. He pulled his sword back, controlling the holy sword, Grankle, to block the scorpion's blade. Sebastiana's wrist flicked slightly, sending the scorpion's needles scattering in a flurry of sword flowers, their real and fake indistinguishable. If she couldn't tell, she simply ignored it. The holy sword, possessing the size as you want ability, swelled in the wind, instantly expanding into a massive sword, forming a broad shield to protect Lin Mingyuan. The clash of divine weapons produced a deep, dull clang of hammering. Lin Mingyuan's counterattack arrived. His sword control expanded to over 10 meters in length, slashing horizontally. The immense force collided with the Great Scorpion Needle, but the slender needle bent slightly, withstanding the blow. Indestructible wasn't just a casual claim, even the energy from a stellar explosion might not be enough to destroy the Great Scorpion Needle. The 2 men in the air were still in the testing phase. The back and forth seemed intense, the emanating energy waves dizzying and unsteady the battlefield professionals below, but in reality, neither had yet to engage in serious combat. Sebastiana struck first, clashing with the incredibly agile holy swords that swirled around her, attacking relentlessly. The distance between Sebastiana and Lin Mingyuan closed to 150 meters. Sebastiana, with her 242 points of agility, was well within attack range. Dressed in a black dress, she leaned forward slightly, like a female Black Panther in predatory mode. Her slender thighs radiated explosive power, and every footstep sent ripples through the air. With one stride, she leaped 50 meters, sending 2 waves of water. Sebastiana reached Lin Mingyuan, the holy sword hot on her heels. Her arms trembled rapidly, and the great scorpion needles pierced countless after images, striking 1,000 times in a single second as she activated the legendary sword skill, Thousand Needles. Having never fought such a formidable opponent before, Lin Mingyuan was completely at a disadvantage in a split second. After being stabbed more than a dozen times, the toxins in his system rapidly accumulated, reaching a dangerous threshold. Despite its unremarkable name, the skill's effects were truly astonishing. It also had the effect of curbing spatial movement, stirring up turbulence. Activating Void Walk at this point left Lin Mingyuan unsure where he would be transported. There was a slight pain at first, but it soon faded completely. As the raging toxins coursed through Lin Mingyuan's body, he instantly unleashed Time Lock, the lower-level skill of Time Barrier, to freeze Sebastiana for a moment, preventing the subsequent 1,000 needles from piercing him like a sieve. Then, he unleashed Invincible Slash. Sword energy crisscrossed, light and shadow intertwined, and the battle unfolded in the sky, a movement that ordinary professionals couldn't even discern. Against an opponent far superior to Lin Mingyuan, Invincible Slash wasn't quite so invincible. No form appeared, only solidity. One terrifying blow after another rained down on Sebastiana. She tried to block, but was completely unable to withstand the terrifying, swift blows from all directions. Those with poor dynamic vision could see the sword energy swarming around her, forming into balls. Hundreds of slashes fell every second. While the burst wasn't as powerful as 1,000 needles, it lasted for 5 seconds. Lin Mingyuan remained invincible throughout, unfazed by the threat of a breakout. If she couldn't block it, then she wouldn't. Sebastiana remained motionless, neither defending nor attempting to flee, letting the blades pierce her. Her green yuan ring shone with vibrant light, drawing plant life from the mangroves below to repair Sebastiana's injuries. Her S-rank talent, Swamp Fortitude, restored 10% of her health per second, while Toxin Therapy continuously plundered life from the severely poisoned Lin Mingyuan to replenish her own. Furthermore, Divine Majesty provided 50% all-attribute damage reduction. With the utmost resilience and tenacity, Sebastiana withstood Lin Mingyuan's Invincible Slash, withstanding thousands of sword slashes for a full 5 seconds. Even an Iron Man could be chopped to pieces. Remarkably, Sebastiana remained undefeated, blessed by the triple blessing of her talents, skills, and equipment. Lin Mingyuan's gaze grew increasingly serious. It seems I've hit a wall this time. Either I break it, or I'll be crushed to pieces. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, God-Killing Battle, 3, Sword Fight. There's a third way. Kneel. Worship me, bend your knees and offer your loyalty. Sebastiana raised her head proudly, her elegant black dress dancing in the wind, revealing her slender, snow-white neck connecting the dress to her veil, a glaring white against a backdrop of her black attire. Lin Mingyuan's face flickered between blue and white, not to describe the suppressed anger within but a literal alternation of blue and white. The blue was the scorpion venom attacking the immune system, appearing on the densely packed capillaries of his face, while the white was the result of Lin Mingyuan's immortal's exceptional recovery ability, neutralizing the damage caused by the toxin. After a brief bluish-white shift, Lin Mingyuan recovered and chuckled dismissively. Has anyone ever told me your neck is beautiful, like a white swan? I'll try to slit your throat gently, to avoid the splash of blood ruining that beauty. Your mouth is tough. After I decapitate you, I'll have my most skilled ogre prepare your mouth. I'll taste it myself and see just how tough it is. The swamp goddess's voice didn't match her pretty face. Her raspy, bubbly voice carried a commanding air of superiority. Regardless of his perspective, Lin Mingyuan admitted that this cruel woman was indeed quite charming. Unfortunately, their positions differed. At this point, it was a matter of life and death between Sebastiana and Lin Mingyuan. There was no third way. Take it, Lin Mingyuan took the initiative, abandoning his sword-wielding technique to combat Sebastiana. Her flexible sword-wielding skills lacked the physical power of wielding a sword. Even though close combat with the owner of the artifact, the Great Scorpion Needle, was extremely dangerous, Lin Mingyuan had to do so. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The sky rumbled as an invisible crater erupted, sending countless flaming meteorite fragments raining down. Smoke billowed, flames filled the sky. Lin Mingyuan launched his first move, the ultimate skill of the furnace sword technique, Meteor Volcano. To the ground-based professionals, the battlefield in the sky looked like the end of the world. Xiong Hongda, a descendant of Lin Mingyuan's fire demon bloodline, felt his limbs weakened by the terrifying might. Fortunately, the opposing wetland knight trembled even more terribly, his velociraptor sprawled on the ground in terror. Seizing the opportunity, he dispatched his opponent with a single punch, then thrust forward with both palms, sending forth bat-like cones of flame. Wetland knights within 30 meters of him howled and perished. The reinforcements, including the wetland knights, suffered heavy casualties, as did the Demon Legion, which had a strength of only 500. Over 1/10 of the demons were killed, with over 20 dead. The remainder, severely wounded and unable to fight, were carried to the rear for treatment. Lin Mingyuan was right before the war began. This war was Black Rock City's greatest test to date. Surviving it would usher in 2 precious years of development, free from major natural or man-made disasters. Failure to survive would be the end of everything. Those who survived the trials of blood and fire were either warriors or cowards. Cowards were rare among demons. The 1/10th casualty was treated as if it hadn't occurred. The remaining demons continued to charge the enemy positions. The demon army was like a lion leading the sheep. With the demon army as their role model, the professionals of Black Rock City fought bravely and bravely. This land was never short of warriors. Black Rock City's cotters were professionals with exceptional abilities in one or more areas. Currently, there were 7 of them on the front lines. The 2 demon leaders, Xiong Hongda and Fang Daoshan, were leading the demon army on the front lines. There was also Lin Mingyuan's personal assistant, Yu Qingqing. Yu Qingqing's appointment as Lin Mingyuan's dedicated assistant wasn't due to her beauty or her early acquaintance with Lin Mingyuan, but rather to her exceptional professional skills. 10,000 support professionals could buff one person, but at most they could only buff a dozen or so, because only the strongest of the same type would remain. Over half of Lin Mingyuan's stat bar is Yu Qingqing's buffs. If Lin Mingyuan and Yu Qingqing were from the same tier, Yu Qingqing's buffs could transform Lin Mingyuan and make a decisive difference in battle. Unfortunately, Lin Mingyuan is too strong, almost detached from the masses. He possesses most of the buffs Yu Qingqing can provide, and even without them, he can leverage his strengths to mitigate his weaknesses. Therefore, Yu Qingqing's buffs don't have a significant presence. Besides Yu Qingqing's buffs, the most eye-catching buff in Lin Mingyuan's stat bar is King's Aura, which increases all stats by 15. With a hidden, Legion Commander, S-rank core talent, I Am Supreme, he gains 30 all stats. The Holy Sword, Grankle, only provides 50 all stats. The one providing this buff was none other than the 4th officer, hidden in the crowd, posing as an ordinary shield warrior. Originally nicknamed Plate Mage and ranked 6th on the Central China Top 100 list, Zuo Zimi now serves as Plate Commander. While superficially a mediocre plate armored guard with occasional brilliance, he is in reality a formidable supporting Legion Commander, providing a variety of buff bonuses to the entire army. A skilled warrior is not known for his illustrious achievements. Since deciding to transition to Legion Commander, Zuo Zimi has been determined to remain hidden, protecting himself behind the scenes, quietly providing powerful buff bonuses to the Legion. He believes Lin Mingyuan will never forget his contributions. Zuo Zimi is a brilliant man. His previous life as a plate mage wasn't entirely due to his fortuitous encounter in the temple. His clear understanding of his profession and his clear mind have benefited him greatly. After transitioning to Legion Commander, Zuo Zimi specialized in the attribute-enhancing Aura of Domination. Despite lacking any evolutionary skill points, he mastered the Aura of King thanks to a few words of guidance from his senior, Lin Mingyuan. The entire army relied on this aura to largely offset the negative effects of the Swamp God's S-rank talent, Edict of Exile and Punishment, which reduced all stats by 30 points. Lin Mingyuan's superior stats weren't noticeable, as many mediocre professionals had primary stats below 100. A 30-point reduction in all stats from the Edict of Exile and Punishment practically halved them, and even reduced weaker stats to 0. While the Aura of Kings supplemented all stats by 15 points, the Edict of Exile and Punishment only reduced them by 15 points, still impacting their combat effectiveness, but at least they still had some fighting power. 2 of the remaining 3 officers were the twin stars of the Donglan Professional Alliance, Mage Yan Qianxue and Templar Assassin Li Qianxue. A mage is essential on the main battlefield. Without a spellcaster to counter the enemy's ancient wizards, relying on the warrior's flesh and blood to fight would be a heavy price. Lin Qianxue serves as Yang Qi's bodyguard, duty-bound to protect his friend. Finally, there's a third individual who isn't a Black Rock City cadre. He's the second strongest warrior in the army after Lin Mingyuan, and his mentor, the nation-guarding sword saint Fang Taichu. Fang Taichu is Lin Mingyuan's insurance policy. If Lin Mingyuan successfully suppresses the swamp goddess Sebastina, Fang Taichu can join forces with her and destroy her with their combined strength. If Lin Mingyuan is pinned down by Sebastina and unable to escape, Fang Taichu can also lend a hand. With Fang Taichu by his side, Lin Mingyuan is safe. Before the decisive battle, Fang Taichu must remain concealed. Beyond these 7, the remaining cadres each have their own missions: sabotage, assassination, or rescue. They aim to maximize their attack on the Swamp Gods faction, preparing for the later stages of the war. Lin Mingyuan had little confidence in his ability to defeat the Swamp Goddess Sebastina in a single battle. He intended to familiarize himself with her abilities and weaken her as much as possible in the initial encounter, waiting for the right moment to strike with all his might. Lin Mingyuan's caution was a good strategy, foreseeing defeat before victory. In a head-on confrontation, he lost to Sebastina. His swordsmanship had always been a source of pride for Lin Mingyuan. Fang Taichu had praised him countless times as a natural swordsman, and he even achieved the Sword Immortal class, the strongest hidden class for swordsmen. Lin Mingyuan had always been confident in his swordsmanship. However, the Swamp Goddess's swordsmanship shattered Lin Mingyuan's pride. Their attributes were similar, and Lin Mingyuan even slightly outmatched Sebastina in terms of strength. His swordsmanship and inherited skills were comparable, but in close combat, Lin Mingyuan was completely outmatched by Sebastina, unable to fully utilize his strength advantage. In a dazzling display of swordplay, Lin Mingyuan was stabbed 31 times, dealing more damage than 1,000 needles. However, the 31 attacks weren't instantaneous, and the toxins were largely neutralized by Lin Mingyuan's uncanny healing abilities. Meanwhile, Lin Mingyuan's sweeping crucible swordsmanship was repeatedly exploited, each one costing him a blow. Realizing his power wasn't enough to crush Sebastina, his crucible swordsmanship's advantages were limited. Lin Mingyuan immediately switched to the Golden Crow swordsmanship. His movements were as swift as a dragon, his strikes as precise as a scalpel. His self-created Golden Crow swordsmanship gave Lin Mingyuan a moment's respite, but soon, once Sebastina mastered every detail of the Golden Crow swordsmanship, he was once again vulnerable. Her long skirt fluttered, and Sebastina resembled a waterfowl dancing lightly in a lake, its feathers twitching. Her sword strikes seemed slow, yet swift, the water shimmering. Seemingly harmless, they concealed murderous intent. Her deceptive tactics, despite their camouflage, dealt damage to Lin Mingyuan with every strike. Lin Mingyuan couldn't penetrate Sebastina's graceful and agile swordplay, the waterfowl dance, nor could he force out Sebastina's long-pending green dragon swordplay, the Emerald Dream. The more they fought, the more angry and anxious they became, and the more angry and anxious they became, the more vulnerable they were to flaws. Fang Taichu, standing on the ground, shook his head. Lin Mingyuan was still too young. He had only practiced swordsmanship for 3 years, or 13 years if you include the 10 years in his previous life. Furthermore, in those 10 years, he had barely touched the sword, only laying the foundations. Without a master teacher, his foundations were barely solid. It was only with Fang Taichu's urging that Lin Mingyuan solidified his foundation. By calculation, Lin Mingyuan had only been training for about 5 or 6 years. Yet, with just 5 or 6 years, he had already mastered the legendary inherited sword technique, the Golden Crow swordsmanship. Even standing on the shoulders of giants, it's clear that Lin Mingyuan's kendo talent is truly exceptional. However, despite his exceptional talent, without the accumulation of experience and the experience of competing against top swordsmen, Lin Mingyuan's swordsmanship remained immature in combat. Previously, relying on his superior attributes and his powerful spatial and temporal skills, he easily dispatched most opponents, his bombs remaining undetected until he encountered Sebastina, the bomb disposal expert. In Fang Taichu's opinion, in a straightforward duel, Lin Mingyuan and Sebastina were evenly matched, with neither claiming a guaranteed victory, or a situation where one was being outmatched. Why did this situation arise? The only explanation was that Sebastina's combat experience far surpassed Lin Mingyuan's. Her deceptive tactics had left Lin Mingyuan stunned, like a seasoned con man encountering a novice who had just learned how to gamble. Feng Taichu firmly believed that as Lin Mingyuan gained more combat experience and deepened his swordsmanship, Sebastian would undoubtedly be no match for him. But now, his beloved disciple was in danger. Chapter 305, God-Killing War, 4, Flaw. Lin Mingyuan hadn't felt this aggrieved in ages, not even during his fierce battle with Edith, the mother of red dragons. Being beaten but unable to fight back was a feeling that shattered his will and sapped his spirit. His face flushed red, sweat pouring down his face, his mental state deteriorating. He longed to unleash all his cards and unleash a combo of Time Ward and Furnace of Annihilation on Sebastian. But he held back. If he couldn't handle even a momentary injustice, he wouldn't have made it this far. Suppressing his raging rage, Lin Mingyuan sensed danger. The toxins from his repeated stabbings were building up to a dangerous point. And just then, Sebastian slowed her attacks, like a frog in boiling water, luring Lin Mingyuan down to a lowered guard, unprepared for her devastating blow. A change of heart, Lin Mingyuan abandoned his struggle with Sebastian. Using his sword control technique, he spun the holy sword around him, its speed skyrocketing with centrifugal force. A gust of wind, emanating from the sword energy, instantly ignited the heavens and earth. This was Lin Mingyuan's legendary sword technique, Catastrophe Hurricane, unique to the sword immortal. The swamp god's black dress, unable to escape the hurricane's range, was ripped apart, exposing vast expanses of snow-white skin torn apart by the sword energy. In an instant, the flesh was peeled away like a mutton roll, revealing bones as hard as corundum. Sebastian and Lin Mingyuan shared many similarities. Both possessed exceptional swordsmanship and astonishing recovery abilities, qualities once considered Lin Mingyuan's hallmarks, qualities Sebastian are worthy of sharing. The seemingly gruesome, seemingly fatal injury was nothing to Sebastian. The instant her flesh was shredded, the triple recovery effects of toxin healing, swamp fortitude, and green yuan ring repaired her injuries. Flesh and blood danced wildly within the hurricane, and Sebastian began the tragic cycle of being torn apart and then repaired, then torn apart and repaired again. Lin Mingyuan hadn't counted on Catastrophe Hurricane to defeat the cunning and treacherous swamp god. He simply wanted to use it to suppress her and create an opportunity. Sure enough, trapped in the sword energy hurricane, Sebastian was helpless like a girl stranded on an island. Lin Mingyuan's opportunity arrived. Positioned at the center of the hurricane's eye, Lin Mingyuan charged forward. The holy sword that had created the sword energy hurricane stopped in Lin Mingyuan's path. He grasped it and, channeling the overflowing power with demon flame slaying sword, plunged deeply into Sebastian's chest. A fierce, blazing solar fire erupted, a miniature star on the hilt radiating brilliantly, piercing through the layers of hurricane winds and illuminating the entire swamp. Endless flames surged into Sebastian's body, and her shrill screams echoed through the swamp. While Sebastian appeared unharmed, she was in fact severely injured and hadn't recovered. Lin Mingyuan had discovered two flaws in Sebastian when he activated Hunting Gaze. The solid sternum in the center of her chest was cracked, and 2/3 of her left shoulder blade was missing. These were injuries sustained from forcibly crossing space. Normally, the black dress obscured them, but the hurricane of divine punishment had just sliced through Sebastian's body, revealing the bruises from both injuries. Discovering these flaws but not being able to exploit them was frustrating. Fortunately, Lin Mingyuan, with a quick change of mind, dealt a heavy blow to Sebastian. The holy sword penetrated Sebastian's body, and divine majesty couldn't protect her shattered sternum. The incoming solar fire incinerated her internal organs, and cutting open her belly revealed a cavity filled with charred charcoal. By this time, the scorpion venom in Lin Mingyuan's body had been nearly completely metabolized. Without toxin therapy, his three main recovery abilities, Swamp Fortitude, and Green Yuan Ring, were significantly ineffective. Success. Is this all the swamp god has done? Lin Mingyuan continued to channel the power of his holy sword, watching Sebastian's body wither and succumb to lifelessness, his heart overflowing with intense joy. Lin Mingyuan was absolutely certain that the Sebastian before him was no clone or illusion. Possessing the Eye of Horus, he could see through any illusion. The Sebastian before him was real, and she was about to die. It couldn't be that simple. If Sebastian were merely a sanctuary, she would be doomed. Her withered, charred bones would no longer be able to muster any strength, leaving her with no chance of recovery. But she was a demigod, possessing immense divine power, a peak demigod on the brink of apotheosis. divine power quietly mobilized, and Lin Mingyuan suddenly heard the sound of rushing water. The next moment, foul-smelling black water gushed from the wound on Sebastiana's chest. The divine power, transformed into swamp water, swept away the raging flames within Sebastiana, extinguishing the burning holy sword and spraying Lin Mingyuan with it. The black water blinded Lin Mingyuan, and Sebastiana's scorched body surged with life. Silently, she unleashed a legendary sword skill, V-shaped decapitation, unstoppable at close range. The great scorpion's murderous needle formed half a V, the lower half framing Lin Mingyuan's head as it fell. Sebastiana hid her murderous intent so well that Lin Mingyuan lost all warning, completely unaware of the impending murder. But Lin Mingyuan knew one thing: with a holy sword lodged in Sebastiana's chest, she couldn't escape. Why not seize this opportunity to defeat her once and for all? With this in mind, Lin Mingyuan quietly unleashed his strongest control ability, Time Barrier, preventing the remaining half of the V-shaped decapitation from being cut. But when Lin Mingyuan wiped away the black slurry that had obscured his eyes, he suddenly realized that Sebastiana wasn't trapped by the Time Barrier. She had teleported thousands of meters away into the mangroves and looked up at Lin Mingyuan within the Time Barrier. Her eyes were blank, her lips parted, and her husky voice, like an inescapable, vicious curse, pierced Lin Mingyuan's ears. "Fool, you've finally been fooled." Lin Mingyuan had assumed he had the information advantage in this battle, a calculated move. He had seen through Sebastiana's underwear, while she knew nothing about him. But in reality, Sebastiana knew Lin Mingyuan intimately, if not everything. At least she knew all of Lin Mingyuan's widely publicized ultimate moves. For example, countless people have witnessed Lin Mingyuan unleash his signature invincible slash. He also used the Furnace of Annihilation against Duke Dugan of Behemoth. The Time Ward nearly killed Sebastiana's general, the scaleless dragon Saren. How could Sebastiana not know this? Sebastiana held Lin Mingyuan in high esteem, never looking down on him, and always considered him the most formidable foe in the unification of Luoxia province and even central China. Just now, Sebastiana had used a flaw as bait to lure Lin Mingyuan into taking the bait. She could have easily escaped the damage range of the Scourge Hurricane, but she chose not to. By deliberately revealing her flaw, Lin Mingyuan had taken the bait, hoping to give him the chance to kill her and lure him into revealing his trump card. However, Sebastiana hadn't anticipated the sheer volume of Lin Mingyuan's burst damage, nearly killing her. Using the Swamp Law to channel divine power, she exorcised the flames within her body, accelerating her recovery, and then executed a V-shaped decapitation strike. Sebastiana's combat experience was immense. If she were a battle-hardened veteran, Lin Mingyuan was a villager with experience in a village brawl. The difference was stark. Seconds earlier, when she executed a V-shaped decapitation strike, Lin Mingyuan didn't immediately retreat or adopt a defensive stance. In that brief moment of judgment, Sebastiana sensed danger. Her natural talent, Water Vein Channel, activated, and she appeared 1,000 meters away, using a water-based escape form. Sure enough, the moment she vanished, the time barrier descended. A moment later, she would have been trapped. Chapter 306, God-Killing War, 5, Desperate Situation. The skill Sebastiana feared most was the Time Ward. Once trapped within it, she was confident she could withstand Lin Mingyuan's onslaught for the duration of the barrier. However, that would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of divine power. Before ascending to true godhood, divine power regeneration was very slow, requiring only limited use, unable to be replenished during battle. Once divine power was completely depleted, there was no difference between a demigod and a sanctuary. Facing a formidable force like Lin Mingyuan, Sebastiana had to use every ounce of her divine power to the fullest. Now that she had forced Lin Mingyuan to use his Time Ward, Sebastiana felt it was time to escalate the battle, officially entering the second round. All this had been testing. Sebastiana wasn't a swordsman, but a magic swordsman. 40% of her skills were swordsmanship, and the remaining 60 were various types of magic. After all, her strongest attribute was intelligence, not strength or agility. The opening move, Rotten Torrent, saw the blood-soaked, murky swamp surge into a 100-foot-high torrent, fueled by magical power. Standing at the forefront, Sebastiana seemed to unleash a devastating flood, judging all living beings and the gods. Not only the surface swamp, but also the subsurface swamp burst forth like a volcanic eruption, driving the waves even wider. A vast, sky-blackening wave of decay cast a shadow over the battlefield, casting a shadow over all the First Men troops and the vanguard, including the demonic legions, within the torrent's reach. Fight for the goddess, the dead shall not die, the kingdom of God shall be reborn. The highly respected and influential level 143 First Men wizards shouted with fervor, galvanizing the Wetlands Knights' fighting spirit. At the resounding cry, the Wetlands Knights' eyes, bloodshot, launched a suicidal attack on the Black Rock City troops. For the first time, the fearless Wetlands Knights repelled the Black Rock City's arrogant warriors. As the waves continued to rise, Sebastiana, now level with Lin Mingyuan, sneered, "I stand before you now, defenseless. Kill me or save me? It's your choice." As her words fell, a 1,000-foot-high wave rose from beneath Sebastiana's feet, finally unleashing its might. It crashed down like a tsunami, the roar of the water deafening, like a tsunami approaching, or the yellow river bursting its banks, a mighty and majestic force. The waves, capable of breaking mountains and crumbling cities, hadn't even begun to crash before the roaring torrent toppled and drowned both armies. The desperate battles fought on the ground were meaningless before Sebastiana's rotten torrent. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, the outcome would be utter annihilation. Professional warfare is brutal. Most often, it's the top forces that decide the outcome. Whichever side's top experts prevailed, the battle was won, regardless of the number of troops. Sebastiana stood with her hands behind her back, the air of a master. When she said she would not defend herself, she meant it, without a single falsehood. If Lin Mingyuan had the heart to abandon his men, she would be willing to take on his demon flame-killing sword once more. It would only cost a few points of divine power to plant a demon in Lin Mingyuan's heart, a truly lucrative opportunity. Lin Mingyuan looked down, seeing his ancestors kneeling on the ground, arms outstretched, awaiting death. And demons and humans struggling for survival in the torrent. The might of heaven and earth was unstoppable except by the strongest. "How can you lie to them with a clear conscience?" Lin Mingyuan whispered. Sebastiana had never established a kingdom of God. Those ancestors who believed in her and took her every word as gospel truth could never be resurrected in the kingdom of God. They didn't know that what awaited them was not the angels of the kingdom of God, but an endless sleep after death. Sebastiana smiled but said nothing, looking at Lin Mingyuan as if you were a fool. Having come this far, what was the difference between humans and ants? Would humans feel guilty about destroying an anthill? Sebastiana, descended from the ancestors, no longer considered herself an ancestor. She was a god, the supreme god. Under Sebastiana's amused gaze, Lin Mingyuan made his choice. She could treat human life as worthless, but Lin Mingyuan couldn't. He stepped into the void and landed in the marshland. "My mission is accomplished. Now it's up to you. Survive." Azalith, the flame gem between his brows dimming, had already slain the swamp monster. Depleted of mana in the ensuing battle, he had to return to the elemental plane of fire. Lin Mingyuan nodded slightly, not having time to respond to Azalith. Underfoot, an undercurrent surged, a torrent of decay sweeping everything away. Anyone caught in it would be swept away by the flood's power, unable to escape. True form, liberated. The effects of the demonic transformation spell dissipated, and the fire elemental lord, master of the 66th floor of the abyss, the flame demon king, emerged from the mortal realm. His limbs seemed like pillars supporting the heavens, his majestic body covered in a dark red keratin layer that offered remarkable resistance to physical and magical forces. A pair of thick, unyielding demonic horns, endowed by the will of the abyss and never broken, lifted their heads to the heavens. Lin Mingyuan's handsome features could still be seen on the dark red demonic face below. Let the flames purify everything. Lin Mingyuan stomped his foot, and a fiery dragon enveloped him. The turbid waves that had been scorched by the 10-year drought instantly evaporated. Scorched earth was unleashed, a direct clash of water and fire. Lin Mingyuan blocked the torrent, but the massive, 1,000-meter-high waves were too much for him to withstand on his own. Lin Mingyuan gritted his teeth, and the holy sword swelled in the wind, quickly adapting to his size. The Demon King's body stood 2 kilometers tall, and the holy sword was 1,100 meters long. He held the holy sword aloft, the miniature star on its hilt the only light. The demonic flame-killing sword slashed down, its sword energy unleashing in an incredibly concentrated, flaming sword energy that vaporized everything in its path. It shattered the condensed waves, and then Lin Mingyuan slashed with another horizontal strike of sword energy, severing the entire torrent of decay at its very roots. The wave, deprived of its foundation, suddenly collapsed, as if lifting 1,000,000 tons of lake water and letting it fall freely. Wherever the wave crashed, it could crush even steel, not to mention professionals. Ho ha, I was right about you. You made the wrong choice. Sebastiana's attack was intercepted, but she laughed heartily, a look of triumph on her face. This was another trap set for Lin Mingyuan. And he fell into it the moment he landed. Divine Power, Evil Soul Annihilation Formation, Divine Power, Torrent of Decay, Divine Power, Swamp Funeral. Her dark eyes were filled with malice, and she instantly unleashed 3 divine power-inducing skills, the first of which was the Evil Soul Annihilation Formation, a formation Lin Mingyuan had never seen before. A dark aura permeated the air. Countless pitch-black ghostly hands emerged from the cracked mud, grabbing Lin Mingyuan's legs and feet. Thousands of tall, lanky ghostly figures pierced through the flames and burrowed into Lin Mingyuan's body. Each time a ghost entered, Lin Mingyuan's body grew heavier, as if dozens of giants were pinning him down by the shoulders, immobilizing him. Combined with the ghostly hands clinging to him from below, Lin Mingyuan couldn't even move his legs, frozen in place. Neither the ghostly figures nor the ghostly hands were ghosts. Ghosts were immune to physical attacks, but were extremely vulnerable to energy attacks like fire and lightning. Their ability to evade Lin Mingyuan's incineration proved that the ghosts within the Evil Soul Annihilation Formation were not spirits. He could find no trace of ghostly intrusion, only a sense of rust. Evil, inert energy clogged his bones and coated every muscle fiber, reducing Lin Mingyuan's attack speed, movement speed, and energy sensitivity to 99%. Everything he did seemed like agonizing slow motion to ordinary eyes. Even summoning energy to activate Void Walk, to eject himself from the Evil Soul Annihilation Formation, was impossible. The Evil Soul Annihilation Formation trapped Lin Mingyuan on the spot, and the control skills were followed by damage-dealing abilities. A torrent of decay, fueled by divine power, instantly rose 10,000 feet into the clouds. The swamp water mobilized was no longer millions or tens of millions, but hundreds of millions, even billions. It mobilized a third of the East China Sea's waters to fall. If unchecked, the Earth's crust would collapse, and earthquakes exceeding magnitude 10 would sweep across the Waksha province. If a peak demigod were allowed to wreak its might unchecked, the surface ecosystem would be utterly devastated, capable of annihilating all life on the planet, a single step away from planetary destruction. No matter how much Lin Mingyuan overestimated the swamp god, he still underestimated her. A single burst of power sent Lin Mingyuan plummeting into the 18th level of hell. Now Lin Mingyuan stood at the gates of hell. A single step back would mean eternal damnation. Gods descend to earth, hold on. Golden light enveloped his entire body, and Lin Mingyuan attempted to use the active immunity to all control effects of Gods descend to earth, to ward off the inert energy accumulation caused by Evil Soul Annihilation Formation. The situation didn't improve. Both were legendary skills, with similar priorities, which could somewhat offset some of the effects of the Evil Soul Annihilation Array. Unfortunately, the Evil Soul Annihilation Array, with its added divine power, had a much higher priority than the incarnation of the gods. The professionals, who had just seen a glimmer of hope by eliminating the torrent of decay, were suddenly enveloped in even greater despair. This time, even Lin Mingyuan seemed to have been affected. Was the laughing swamp god in the sky truly about to succeed? Chapter 307, God-Killing War, 6, the third round of battle. Back when I was a legend, I fought against a holy land without losing, even slaying a saint. I assumed I'd be able to defeat a demigod in the Holy Land. It seems I was overthinking it, Lin Mingyuan sighed. He wasn't upset by the desperate situation, it wasn't really that desperate. In this position of absolute disadvantage, Lin Mingyuan began to speculate on Sebastiana's inner thoughts. He couldn't just let her figure him out. Undoubtedly, Sebastiana feared Lin Mingyuan's time barrier. She painstakingly set up a series of traps designed to trick him into unleashing the time barrier. Once the time barrier was activated, Sebastiana's fears vanished. She unleashed a flurry of divine power, unleashing multiple abilities in a flurry, intent on annihilating Lin Mingyuan in one fell swoop and pacifying Black Rock City in one fell swoop. Once he understood the core strategy, Sebastiana's tactics became easy to understand. However, Lin Mingyuan remained concerned that Sebastiana was still setting up a trap, making him think Sebastiana was on the first floor and he was on the third, when in reality, Sebastiana was on the fifth. Playing with logic wasn't Lin Mingyuan's forte, and even if Sebastiana had a trick up her sleeve, he couldn't prevent it. A raging wave was approaching, and the divinely infused swamp was carrying him to his grave. Before the wave could fall, the black water in the swamp began to climb up Lin Mingyuan's body. Wherever it passed, Lin Mingyuan, whose body, weakened by the influence of the evil soul annihilation formation, completely lost control. In a blink of an eye, the black water climbed up to his neck, rendering him unable to move. Only the eternal flame pulsed in his heart. If the black water covered his entire body, Lin Mingyuan would become a living dead, unable to see or speak. Legendary skills, already powerful in themselves, became incomparably more powerful when enhanced by divine power, and ordinary skills, imbued with divine power, became even more devastating. Darkness descended upon the swamp. The raging tide raging across the borders of Luoxia province could be seen by the people of Blackstone City as far away as Blackstone City. An unimaginably vast shadow overwhelmed everything, bringing darkness to the world. The uninformed citizens of Blackstone City witnessed a terrifying divine might. The cowardly even knelt, begging for mercy from the gods. Some, unable to distinguish between good and evil, interpreted Blackstone City's attack on the swamp god as the work of Lin Mingyuan, a man who had no sense of purpose. They believed this disaster was caused by the ungrateful Lin Mingyuan. If Lin Mingyuan didn't cause trouble, there would be no such thing. The cattle and sheep on the ranch also assumed the same, naively believing the rancher wouldn't kill them. Cursing at home was fine. Behind closed doors, they could say whatever they wanted, and no one could stop them. But if someone spoke out in public, the Silver Night Guards, each 3 meters tall and muscular, seemingly raised on feed, would not let anyone who slandered the city lord go unpunished, imprisoning or expelling them. In the city lord's mansion, Yan Qianxue gazed at the raging waves with a shudder of fear. Just 2 hours ago, she'd been furious that Lin Mingyuan had forbidden her from entering the battlefield. Now, it seemed that Lin Mingyuan was truly protecting her, unwilling to put her in danger. Even Yan Qianxue felt fear upon witnessing Sebastian's divine power. It was understandable that fools would be afraid. Fear was one thing, but spreading rumors was wrong. Unchecked, rumors could only lead to a greater crisis. The situation was becoming increasingly critical, and Yan Qianxue needed to ask Zen AI to step in. Yan Qianxue admired 2 people most, her brother, by far the most accomplished mage in the land, and Zen AI, the first female mage to become a Huayu mage. Lin Mingyuan, despite his formidable abilities, didn't attract Yan Qianxue's attention because he wasn't a mage. Mages have a certain inexplicable arrogance, cultivated since the days of the Ao mathematical empire. Even on Earth, where there was no mage civilization, mages quickly developed a sense of superiority that looked down upon all living things. Communication magic is a spell used by mages to communicate. Yan Qianxue used the crystal ball to request communication from Zen AI. Zen AI, receiving the communication command, waved her hand, creating a large sheet of smooth ice crystals, allowing communication. "Are you getting used to living in Black Rock City?" Zen AI asked casually, treating it as a casual conversation. "I'm fine, but my brother-in-law might not be doing so well." Yan Qianxue's charming face was filled with worry. With that, she carried the crystal ball outside the city lord's mansion. From far away in the floating city, Zen AI could clearly see the raging waves raging across the border. Zen AI's expression grew serious, her brow furrowed. The rapid snowflakes falling around her, like a blizzard, confirmed her uneasy mood. Has the war already begun? The swamp god's momentum is terrifying. Zen AI, for the first time, had a clear understanding of the demigod's combat power. Yan Qianxue asked, "Sister, when will you be back?" Zen AI shook her head. "So you're comfortable with your brother-in-law fighting alone against the terrifying swamp god?" Yan Qianxue was puzzled. "I'm asking you, before we set out, did your brother-in-law tell you to ask for help from the floating city if the situation got tough?" "No, that's right. Your brother-in-law always plans things before he acts. He wouldn't act rashly without a clear path forward. Even if he lost to the swamp god, his life wouldn't be in danger," Zen AI said. After terminating her communication, Zen AI's heart churned for a long time. She was at a critical juncture in her ascension to the Saint Realm. In just a few days, she would complete her mission, forging a powerful domain with a strong chance of ascending to demigodhood. Zen AI knew that without achieving the Saint Realm, she couldn't help Lin Mingyuan. She said she wasn't worried, but she was worried. It took her over 10 minutes before she finally entered a meditative state. Zen AI had indeed considered asking other Huayu mages for help. As the third-ranked Huayu mage, and the only female, Xin Ai held considerable influence. As long as she asked, Shen Wanlong and Bai Chongming, who ranked above her, would not refuse her. Xin Ai was confident of this. She also realized that Lin Mingyuan's decision not to invite the floating city mages to participate might be a desire to monopolize the spoils and avoid outside interference, so she abandoned her plan to call for reinforcements. Xin Ai completely understood Lin Mingyuan's intentions. Killing the swamp god would yield the Great Scorpion Needle. And as many artifacts as possible were valuable, Lin Mingyuan had already reserved the Great Scorpion Needle and was determined to obtain it. At that moment, amidst the raging storm and torrential waves, Lin Mingyuan set out to resolve the crisis. Before the waves subsided, the Blood Soul clone, hidden in the shadows, emerged. In addition to 4 basic abilities that increase stats, the Holy Sword, Grankle, possessed 5 abilities. Lin Mingyuan's most frequently used skill, capable of taking lives with the wind and turning the tide against the wind, was the Blood Soul clone, which inherited 100% of Lin Mingyuan's stats in all his abilities. The Blood Soul clone, appearing at top speed, transformed all its energy into time energy and unleashed, returned to the past, on Lin Mingyuan's original form. The black water, covering Lin Mingyuan's neck, retreated back into the swamp. The ghost figure that had burrowed into Lin Mingyuan's body was rewound and flown out. The Blood Soul clone instantly restored Lin Mingyuan to his peak state. Sebastiana's reaction was incredibly quick. The Blood Soul clone, who was constantly watching from below, immediately noticed its appearance. Water vein channel, was as agile as Void Walk, in the presence of water. It moved to the Blood Soul clone's side. The giant scorpion's vicious needle pierced its heart. The Blood Soul clone, possessing attributes but no talent, was covered in purple. The poison spread throughout its body, killing it instantly. Knowing that hesitation would lead to defeat, the Blood Soul clone quickly unleashed, returned to the past, to help the original body escape and complete its mission. The clone was decisive, but Lin Mingyuan was even more decisive. Meteoric volcanoes erupted, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. The eternal fire, the 3 fires of heaven, earth, and man, reunited, and the temperature soared rapidly, reaching the surface temperature of a star in an instant. Endless waves of heat were unleashed forward, steaming thousands of meters of swampland, and the cracked soil was reduced to ash by the intense heat. Nothing could stop the furnace of annihilation. Wherever the flames, capable of terrifying all living things, passed, even space was distorted. The turbid and surging waves were swept away. The transition from extreme darkness to extreme light took only a moment. Sebastiana, caught within the furnace of annihilation's range, had no time to think. Her divine power vanished at 2 points, and she, relying on the laws of the swamp, created a corrupted black water teeming with bacteria and viruses that surrounded her. The furnace of annihilation evaporated the decaying torrents of divine power. Sebastiana created the black water simply to create a stream in the extremely dry environment, allowing her to escape safely using the water vein channel. As he launched his attack to crush the torrent of decay, Lin Mingyuan constantly observed Sebastiana. He had grasped the weakness of the water channel, understanding that it must be activated in a watery environment. Before launching his ultimate attack on Sebastiana, he had to create a dry environment, denying her the opportunity to use the water channel. The second round of combat became extremely intense, with both sides bringing out all their strength, revealing their trump cards one by one in an attempt to crush the other, each falling short by a single move. Lin Mingyuan still had one chance to use Sebastiana's most feared, Time Ward, and Rapid Cooldown, which refreshes the cooldown of a skill, but he had already decided not to use them. By this point, Lin Mingyuan was absolutely certain he had no chance of defeating Sebastiana. Sebastiana's most powerful attack had failed, but she had only expended 1/5 of her divine power. Lin Mingyuan had run out of tricks, and with no chance of victory, there was no point in revealing his trump cards. Sebastiana actually hadn't yet unleashed her black and white domain, but Lin Mingyuan had already foreseen its effect. It stripped all enemies within it of their equipment, allowing for a surprise attack that would catch them unawares. However, Lin Mingyuan, having foreseen this, activated his domain wherever he went, sparing no energy and giving Sebastiana no chance to launch a sneak attack. Even if she unleashed it, it would be no match for Lin Mingyuan's extremely high-quality real domain. Legendary, Sanctuary, Demigod, and Peak Demigod levels each receive a significant boost, dealing a dimensionality-reducing blow to lower-level beings. Only a select few exceptional professionals can overcome their equal level advantages and secure a chance to leapfrog. The Furnace of Annihilation was activated and then retracted, conserving stamina and energy. The battle then entered its third round. The first round was a test, followed by an attempt at a kill in the second. If this failed, the third round would turn into a fierce battle to see who could wear down the other first. Chapter 308, God-Killing War, 7, The Key to Victory. From the moment the fierce battle began, Lin Mingyuan had a premonition of being severely beaten, and the situation unfolded exactly as he anticipated. Sebastiana, relying solely on her swordsmanship, dealt Lin Mingyuan a severe lesson. Combining her swordsmanship and magic, Sebastiana, in her full form, was completely unstoppable, leaving Lin Mingyuan completely unable to withstand it. Lin Mingyuan also had to guard against enhanced divine abilities. Half a minute earlier, Sebastiana's divinely enhanced, Z-shaped slash, severed both of his arms. He quickly used Void Walk to escape, continuing to harass with his swordsmanship, waiting until his injuries had healed before daring to approach. Lin Mingyuan's survival depended on three factors: the powerful escape ability granted by Void Walk, the recovery ability granted by his Immortal talent, and the large, dry area created by his Furnace of Annihilation. The third factor was crucial. The Furnace of Annihilation, which lasted for several seconds, evaporated the swamp, leaving the remaining core battlefield at a temperature of 50,000 degrees. Lin Mingyuan breathed freely in the scorching air, and if Sebastiana wanted to survive in that area, she would have to expend divine power to summon black water for protection. Furthermore, with the original swamp gone, Sebastiana would have to expend divine power to create the swamp herself if she wanted to unleash large-scale AoE attacks like Rotten Torrent, a cost she clearly couldn't afford. Sebastiana's swamp identity was within it, where she could call the wind and rain and take whatever she desired. Outside the swamp, especially in dry, waterless areas, Sebastiana's abilities were severely limited. Sebastiana had considered a new swamp. For months, she had been modifying the laws of Luoxia province to create vast swamps, making most of Luoxia her primary battlefield. However, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't let her leave easily. If Sebastiana even considered escaping, he would unleash space-time abilities like Slow Time, Space-Time Prison, Time Lock, and Mirror Space upon her. Lin Mingyuan finally understood why demigods were said to be immune to space-time abilities. Divine power could weaken the effects of space-time skills, or even render them immune. If Sebastiana was willing to invest 40 or 50 points of divine power, she could even move freely within the time barrier. She could force her way out, but Lin Mingyuan wouldn't follow her. He remained motionless in the dry swamp. Sebastiana had no choice but to confront him head-on. This time, Lin Mingyuan was using himself as bait. If she could stall long enough, Sebastiana would eventually wear him down. Both sides knew this. Lin Mingyuan was confident he wouldn't die, while Sebastiana was confident she could kill him. The two sides remained in a stalemate, with Sebastiana maintaining a steady advantage. Suffering hard in the main battlefield, Lin Mingyuan handed the key to victory to the Dragon Slayers in the secondary battlefield. He had to buy them time. At the outset of the battle, a three-pronged strategy was established. Lin Mingyuan was the only one in Black Rock City capable of holding back Sebastiana, so he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility. The two flanks were to deal with the Swamp God's two generals, the Scaleless Dragon Saren and the Dusk Priest Shiva. The two teams were the Assassination Squad and the Dragon Hunter Squad. The Assassination Squad was once again the classic duo of Yan Qianxue and Li Tong. Li Tong would lead the Amazons to entangle Shiva, while Yan Qianxue would remain invisible, waiting for Shiva to show a flaw and deliver the fatal blow. Shiva wasn't known for his physical strength, and without life-saving equipment, Yan Qianxue's star-picking arrow could easily kill him with a single shot. Failure to kill Shiva was no big deal. The Assassination Squad's primary mission was to contain him. The Dragon Hunter Squad held the key to victory. In her previous life, the primary contributor to Sebastiana's death was Pamela, the mother of the Green Dragons. When Sebastiana completely occupied Songshan City and divided Earth's territory, unchallenged, she relaxed her control of Pamela at the height of her triumph. The Green Dragons, unwaveringly loyal to Pamela, seized this opportunity to steal the key and free Pamela, ultimately leading to Sebastiana's downfall. As everyone knows, green dragons are venomous, their very being laced with poison. Among the five colored dragons, The green dragons are the most vindictive. Pamela, having escaped death, refused to flee, seeking revenge against Sebastiana. It was Pamela, disguised as a human, who spearheaded the mobilization of professionals from across central China to bring an end to Sebastiana. On the day of the decisive battle, Pamela led the charge. Though severely wounded and forced to retreat by the swamp god, she reassured the professionals of central China that the swamp god was not invincible. Members of the Central China Top 100, including the Necromancer Night King and Storm Lord Yuan Ji, two top mages who had received invitations from the necropolis, joined forces with the Bohemia mage court to suppress the helpless swamp god and ultimately slay him. Lu Wangchuan, a mediocre summoner who had not rushed to claim the kill, but instead came to the aid of Pamela, the greatest hero of the battle, earned Pamela's recognition and the ability to summon Pamela's Green Dragon clan, earning him third place on the top 100 list. Assembling all the elite warriors of Black Rock City, an unprecedentedly powerful dragon hunting team was assembled with the sole purpose of slaying the scaleless dragon Saren and rescuing the imprisoned Pamela. The leader was the great sage Dongfang Bai, who had cared for the children of the orphanage since joining Black Rock City and had never participated in any military operations. He sincerely disliked killing and war, and his level up was an ancient druid practice of understanding the ways of nature and gaining gifts. Everyone assumed that the first person to ascend to the sanctuary in Black Rock City was the city lord, Lin Mingyuan. In fact, Dongfang Bai ascended before him, but he kept a low profile. Had it not been for the crucial battle at hand, and Lin Mingyuan personally visited the orphanage to summon Dongfang Bai, no one would have known he had already ascended. In his previous life, Dongfang Bai was prevented from reaching the sanctuary due to irreparable injuries sustained in the decisive battle against the Brotherhood of Steel. In this life, Dongfang Bai, intact, has the potential to become a demigod. He and Lin Mingyuan's master, Feng Taichu, fully demonstrate the truth that an elder in the family is like a treasure. Dongfang Bai, a newcomer to the sanctuary, was far from capable of defeating the alien green dragon, Saren, who far surpassed him in strength. Another key force against Saren was the god devourer Liu Qi. Having only just turned 17 after his birthday, Liu Qi had already become one of Black Rock City's most powerful figures. His pre-existing divine power alone allowed him to crush over 90% of the sanctuary. However, Liu Qi's divine power was limited by its meager 5 points, all gained from devouring primordial spirits. The two demon commanders who remained outside the demon army were Luo Bing, the six-armed snake demon and the snow sword master, and Wu Chunlei, the fear demon and the fallen cherry sword master. Sword masters possessing the ability to ignore defense were naturally antagonistic to the powerful and tough dragons. These two formed the primary force against the traitorous green dragons. Luo Bing's sky-splitting seat was crucial in preventing Saren from escaping through flight. Besides these four, there was also the gunslinger Lu Xiaoyan, the speedster Zuki Wei, Hasegawa Shuchero, who was successfully pulled by Lin Mingyuan and became the first nail in Blackstone City's abyss, and Deng Hongtao, a stealth stalker who had been loyal to Lin Mingyuan since his days at Taiping Mountain, despite having been gifted the high-level demon judge's bloodline but not joining the demon legion because his stealth fighting style didn't suit him. Honestly, Deng Hongtao, a veteran of Blackstone City, wasn't a particularly outstanding stealth stalker, carrying out his missions in a disciplined manner, seeking no merit but only avoiding mistakes. His gift of high-level demon bloodline went unnoticed or disapproved, and everyone knew Deng Hongtao was a die-hard Lin Mingyuan loyalist. Through Blackstone City's many ups and downs, Deng Hongtao had remained loyal to Lin Mingyuan, a loyalty even more valuable than his ability. Chapter 309, God-Killing War, 8, Ambush. A heavy downpour fell from a gray sky, sluicing Saren's massive body. The water soaked his dark cyan scales, giving them a steely hue. His cold gaze fixed squarely on the horizon, and like a flying fortress, he slowly and leisurely advanced towards the main battlefield. Behind Saren was a small herd of 39 green dragons. 7 of these were ordinary sanctuary dragons, far less powerful than Saren. 2 recent events had left Saren in a bad mood. The first, of course, was Lin Mingyuan's shattering of his beautiful scales, collected from slaughtering hundreds of green dragons. The dark cyan scales now embedded in his body were from a mutant steel dragon. They offered excellent defense, but they were unsightly, at least from a green dragon's perspective. The other was Pamela, the mother of the green dragons, refusing to submit. No matter how Saren threatened or cajoled her, Pamela refused to yield. Saren didn't dare resort to force, as if Pamela were to commit suicide if he angered her, Saren would be completely wiped out. Frustrated, Salon linked the two events as cause and effect, blaming Lin Mingyuan for everything. If Lin Mingyuan hadn't shattered his scales, how could he have failed to attract Pamela? His hatred for Lin Mingyuan reached its peak, but Salon knew better. Last time, without Shiva's help, he'd been killed by Lin Mingyuan. Even the strongest hatred couldn't overcome the fear of death. So, upon receiving Shiva's report of the Black Rock City invasion, he deliberately slacked off, rushing as slowly as possible to the main battlefield. He didn't want to face that demonic man. The simple-minded Salon didn't realize a massive trap had been set for him right along the route the reinforcements were supposed to take. He couldn't avoid it. Here it comes, Lu Xiaoyan observed with keen eyes, catching sight of the scaleless dragon, still a tiny black dot beneath the distant leaden clouds. Calm down, conceal your murderous intent, and proceed according to plan. The great sage Dongfang Bai, clad in the linen Oathkeeper robe, crowned with a crown of thorns, and clutching the world tree branch in his hand, spoke in a low voice. The group hid in a deep pool excavated from the swamp. As a druid who practiced the way of nature, Dongfang Bai found natural protection, a thin layer of water concealing everyone's aura. As Sarlin neared the ambush, everyone held their breath. As Sarlin soared overhead, Luo Bing attacked. Ray Kong, no fly, wielding 6 scimitars, Luo Bing activated the ability of the Ray Kong. The flying green dragons were rapidly descending, no matter how they flapped their wings. The flight rules had been revised, declaring this a no-fly zone. Unable to vent his rage against Lin Mingyuan, Sarlin spotted a familiar face among the human professionals ambushing him, Lu Xiaoyan. According to reliable sources, she was Lin Mingyuan's woman. Killing her would surely devastate Lin Mingyuan. I'll make you feel my pain. Die, 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 a cruel expression crossed his face. The scaleless dragon's ugly face twisted further, and he opened his foul-smelling mouth, unleashing poisonous breath to lock onto Lu Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyan didn't even glance at Sarlin. Her mission was to sever Sarlin's wings and slay the legendary green dragon, Monocle, leaving the defense to her teammates. She fired her dual pistols at a rate 10 times that of a Gatling gun, firing 300 rounds per second. Reloading and creating a phantom, she unleashed a hail of bullets rivaling a 1,000-man army. Her S-rank core talent, furious dual-wielding, granted Lu Xiaoyan an incredibly fast attack speed. Her perfectly suited talent, last shot, triggered frequently, doubling the power of the last bullet in each clip. While ordinary bullets could only dent Monocle's scales, the last bullet could penetrate his scales and penetrate his tough muscle. Taking advantage of Monocle's descent, Lu Xiaoyan unleashed tens of thousands of rounds, utterly slaying him in a hail of bullets. A section of the dragon's wing was shattered, and the remaining section was tattered, like a pair of unrepaired underwear worn for 10 years, riddled with holes. If all the bullets were removed from Monocle's body, they would weigh dozens of kilograms. Lu Xiaoyan, preoccupied with attacking without defense or dodging, was no longer able to dodge the poisonous breath. Her hands moved like a phantom as she continued to reload, ignoring the venom that threatened to kill her. Lu Xiaoyan trusted her teammates as much as she trusted Lin Mingyuan. They were all Lin Mingyuan's friends, and naturally, her teammates wouldn't let her down. Dongfang Bai threw a purple yew seed, which instantly grew into a lush tree. A gentle lash from the branches of the world tree transformed it into yew treeman. The treeman, possessing both a potent toxin and the ability to absorb it, bathed in the venom, refreshed itself. A look of amusement crossed the tree's ancient face, protruding from its trunk, as if daring Saren to release more dragon breath. Be prepared, Saren shuddered. Watching the 6-armed snake demon Luo Bing, twisting its body and snaking towards his target, a strong sense of alarm suddenly seized him. If Luo Bing got close, he could be dead. Ignoring Lu Xiaoyan, who was still attacking the other dragons, activated Call of the Wild, summoning 12 spiky porcupines of the same rank as Saren, who charged Luo Bing. The porcupines charged forward, sending a shower of mud and water flying. Facing the swarm like a runaway train, Luo Bing slashed with all 6 of his arms simultaneously. The blades whirled, disintegrating the thick-skinned porcupines into chunks of astringent flesh before they could even get close. This tiny earth is full of hidden talents. Besides the pure-blooded fire demon king, there's actually a 6-armed serpent demon swordmaster. How can I be so unlucky to encounter all these bizarre things? Saren cursed internally. He used a sinister, teleport, to target the most timid and cowardly green dragon, Borkin, flying at the rear. Space and time shifted before his eyes, and Borkin was placed before Luo Bing. Before Borkin could lash out at Surin's shamelessness, Luo Bing's blades flashed, shattering scales and splattering flesh. Borkin was instantly killed. A fierce battle ensued. Wielding two sonic blades, the speedster Zuki Uayu darted through the dragon swarm, suddenly inflicting a massive wound on a dragon's body with a single blow. Zuki Uayu was particularly motivated to slay the dragons. The treacherous green dragon, even the traitorous Saren, counted as a demonic dragon. Killing Saren granted the dragon heartstrings, the main ingredient for upgrading the sonic blades. The restricted airspace also restricted the dread demon Wu Chunlei, forcing him to fight on the ground. However, beyond his role as a dread demon, Wu Chunlei was also a falling cherry blossom swordmaster. The massive demon slashed the green dragons with his sword, sending cherry blossoms scattering, transforming brutal slaughter into an elegant art. Hasegawa Juchiro and the Soul Judge Deng Hongtao also played their part, but their attack power wasn't strong enough to break through the dragon's defenses, leaving them with only minimal damage, effectively serving as a distraction. In reality, Hasegawa Juchiro and Deng Hongtao were the norm for human professionals battling dragons. It took the coordinated efforts of 3 to 4 10-man teams to annihilate a single dragon. The two swordmasters and the speedster Zuki Uai were outliers. While the others were engaged in a fierce battle, Duang Bai and Liu Qi, bracing themselves for battle, seemed like two idiots. They were fixated on the scaleless dragon Saren, ready to unleash a thundering blow if Saren moved. If Saren didn't, they wouldn't move either. After all, it was the green dragon being slaughtered, so how long could Saren hold back? Saren faced two options, fight or flee. Watching the Utreman rise from the ground, his chances of success were diminishing. Escape was impossible, and not fighting would mean waiting for death. The ferocious scaleless dragon had no need for bloodshed, and he charged. Using his limbs and wings, he sent two green dragons blocking his path flying. The star-shattering claws glittered coldly, shredding the surrounding ironwood treemen. Unable to capture Zuki Uayu, Saren decided to preemptively eliminate Luo Bing, the greatest threat. Saren rapidly approached, and Luo Bing, overjoyed at the sight of prey, was just beginning to worry about how to pierce the dragons and kill Saren, only to have Saren himself arrive. Luo Bing, too, was a reckless man, unaware that unusual circumstances were always a culprit. Saren, who had previously been afraid to approach, suddenly showed courage. A conspiracy was inevitable. Luo Bing, unflinching in his counterattack, played right into Saren's hands. The filthy swamp transformed into the netherworld poison swamp, a swirling mass of dark green venom. Saren unleashed his domain. With all his attributes reduced, paralyzing toxins infused, and the viscous swamp drawn toward its center, the triple negative effects reduced the overconfident Luo Bing to a clown. Dragons feared sword masters, but so did legends, especially those in the sanctuary, whose domain was particularly effective against melee fighters. Without rescue, Luo Bing would likely be dead, with no other means of recovery. Lacking divine power, Liu Qi, a new generation of God Devourer, finally struck, expending 2 divine power points to enhance his Fallen Strike into the divine Fallen Strike. Leaping high and slamming down, a golden shockwave pierced the realm, slamming fiercely into the scaleless dragon's back. This divinely empowered blow was simply too much for Saren to withstand. The blow shattered Saren's mountainous spine, sending its iron blue scales flying. Liu Qi's fist glowed with golden light, and then another ordinary punch twisted Saren's face, sending the 1,000-ton heavy Saren flying. The realm was also shattered by the continuous divine power. Without the divine power, Liu Qi's punch to Saren would have undoubtedly shattered his arm. Divine power could transform decay into something extraordinary. The sanctuary bullies the legend. The demigod bullies the sanctuary. The law of nature is cyclical and retribution is inevitable. Salon severely injured Luo Bing with one claw and lost his own hope of escape. Salon, who took 2 divine attacks, was covered in wounds and was on the verge of defeat. Chapter 310, God-Killing War, 9, Rescue Pamela. In the midst of a fierce battle, the dread demon Wu Chunlei was suppressed by the power of his domain. Seeing Saren's defeat, the slender and elegant half-white dragon, Agnes, a half-sanctuary green dragon, retracted his domain and released his dragon breath. His breath of frost froze the swamp, creating a frost path to the outside world and gliding away.
Traitors are always despised. A metallic dragon, with its higher moral standards, would never commit such a shameful act as to break their oath and attack their leader. Even among the treacherous green dragon race, betrayal is still shameful. Therefore, it's easy to imagine what kind of dragon would align with Saren, either those driven by profit and convinced by his promises, or those too timid to resist his might, or those who share his common interests. Neither of them would stand with Saren if he showed signs of defeat. Agnes's flight marked the beginning of the Green Dragon's retreat, closely followed by the annoying Woodson, who had a penchant for stealing other Green Dragon's treasures. The Sanctuary Dragons fled, and even the legendary Green Dragons tried to escape, but not all were able to escape. The two murderous sword masters each took a position, strangling the Green Dragons and denying them a chance to escape. Of course, not all Sanctuary Green Dragons were traitors. Yulia, a female dragon who fell in love with the alien Green Dragon Saren at first sight and declared her the love of her life, remained steadfast, expending her life force to continuously spit out a venomous stream of dragon breath to block Liu Qi and Dongfang Bai. Undeterred by the poison, the Yu Treeman strode into the venomous zone. Yulia tore and bit the Treeman, but her fists were no match for 100 hands. She was pinned down by a swarm of Yu Treeman. Tough branches peeled through the cracks in the dragon's scales and pierced her body. The Yu Treeman's own toxins infused her body, steadily weakening her defenses. The dying dragon, Yulia, cried out in agony, "Saren, hurry! I'll hold them off for you." Hold them off. Her blood was flooded with toxins, her bones were broken, her internal organs ruptured, and her brain was completely deprived of blood. She could see nothing but darkness, unable to see the impassive expression of Saren, whom she had protected. Saren's heart was made of iron, unmoved by any dragon. He had asked the swamp god for Pamela simply to produce high-quality offspring to serve him. This group was coming for Saren. Anyone could escape, but Saren couldn't. Did they see the other Sanctuary Green Dragons flee, yet Liu Qi and Dongfang Bai remained unmoved? They were determined to defend Saren to the death. The more Sanctuary Green Dragons that escaped, the easier their mission would be. The last Green Dragon loyal to Saren was slain. Cramped on the ground, gasping for breath, Saren pondered how to survive. Suddenly, he saw a raging wave rising in the distance, plunging the world into darkness. He burst into laughter and exclaimed, "You ignorant humans! My lord has achieved absolute dominance. The power of the swamp god is unstoppable. I urge you not to distress destiny and defy its will. Why waste your words? I'll chop you down." Luo Bing was furious, ready to attack Saren. No one could remain calm when facing an enemy who had nearly killed them. "You dare to touch me? The swamp god will not let you go," Saren roared guiltily, gathering strength. He had lost. But Luo Bing wasn't going to kill him so easily, he still had the strength to fight back. The decaying torrent, empowered by divine power, grew in momentum, its roaring waves shaking the crowds. Fear would well instill in anyone facing the overwhelming might of heaven. Liu Qi sighed with a different kind of emotion, thinking, the swamp god possesses truly immense power. This move must have used over 5 points of power, unlike me, who wishes I could split it in half. Dongfang Bai stopped Luo Bing, who was too overwhelmed by his passion to care about anything else. "Don't panic, everyone," he said. "I believe the city lord can turn the tide." Saren laughed heartily. "A clown who doesn't even know what a demigod is, you expect him to turn the tide? Dream on." Saren's boast was not without reason. A demigod held a significant advantage against a sanctuary. Even Liu Qi, a god devourer with only 5 points of power, could inflict heavy damage on a top sanctuary if he saw the opportunity. It was understandable that the swamp god could defeat Lin Mingyuan. Thinking of this, everyone worried for Lin Mingyuan, wondering how he would respond. Saren took this opportunity to accelerate his recovery, feigning weakness while preparing for a counterattack. His will to survive grew stronger as the swamp god gained the upper hand. Huge waves roared. They had no idea what was happening on the front lines, only that Lin Mingyuan was in imminent danger. "Alright, everyone, cheer up. If Lin Mingyuan can't handle it, rushing over will be useless. Comrades, strengthen your resolve and complete our mission." Morale had sunk, but Zuki Huayu's words revived them. The top priority was to capture Saren and rescue Pamela, the Dragon Queen. "Yes, I believe Lin Mingyuan can perform a miracle," Lu Xianwen added, clenching her fists. Her inner worry threatened to overflow, and she forced herself to cheer herself up. "Light will eventually dispel darkness. The towering pillar of fire wiped out all of Sebastiana's efforts, shattering Siren's hopes of a comeback. The breath she had finally gathered vanished. No, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want, including myself. You can sign a slave contract with me, and I'll use my strength to contribute to the adults' cause. When a person has hope, no matter how difficult the external conditions, they have the courage to persevere. Once hope fades, despair will drag them into the mire. Despite still having the strength to fight back, a chance to fight to the bitter end, Siren gave up, his head lowered, his demeanor humiliated. Siren's struggles and pleas for mercy were futile. A traitor didn't deserve to live. Furthermore, Siren would drop the dragon heartstrings that Zuki-Uar needed. He must die. The final blow fell to the hero, Liu Qi. A powerful punch pierced the trembling, defenseless Siren, shattering his heart. The once mighty scaleless dragon perished in the unknown swamp. Liu Qi, only level 115 and not yet at the peak of legend, gained 5 levels in a row to the maximum experience. The remaining experience was distributed among the other professionals besieging Siren. Except for Dongfang Bai, who needed more experience to level up, everyone else gained 1 or 2 levels. Despite the abundant experience, Siren didn't drop anything valuable. He did drop one piece of equipment, the epic accessory, Saber Fang Ring, which increases attack damage, 2 skill books, Claw Strike, and the dragon language spell, Lightning Chain, and the guaranteed drop, Dragon Heartstring. The pseudo-artifact, the Black Dragon Lord Starcrusher Claws, didn't drop, nor did the strategically important skill, Teleport. Those in need paid to purchase the loot and shared it among the others, those without could wait to sell it at the auction house before dividing the proceeds. After a joyful division of the spoils, everyone rushed to rescue Pamela, the Dragon Mother. Before they arrived, she had already been released. Her release was by Woodson, the second escapee, a kleptomaniac and a loathing among the dragons. No one is perfect, and Woodson may have a penchant for thievery, but his loyalty is unquestionable. Having endured hardships and feigned submission to Siren's rule, he didn't hesitate to defect and rescue Pamela. He had done the same in his past life, exploiting a slack in the defenses to free her and risking his life to distract the guards, buying her time to escape. Pamela, newly released from prison, was in dire condition. Her dragon wings were broken, exposing the bone. Maggots had infested the wound, her scales were dull, and her emerald eyes were lusterless. Her limbs had been bound by chains for a long time, leaving her severely malnourished and emaciated, barely able to even support herself. Thank you, humans. The Green Dragon clan will never forget your rescue. Now tell me who's fighting that stinking bitch. Her frail appearance was belied by Pamela's resounding tone and domineering aura. She ignored Dongfang Bai and the others, her gaze fixed on the ripples of energy clashing beneath a crimson sky in the distance, where someone was dueling with Sebastiana. That's our city lord. We've come here on his orders to rescue you. Dongfang Bai attributed all the credit to Lin Mingyuan, further solidifying his importance in Pamela's heart. Unable to face anyone in her tortured form, let alone fight, Pamela simply transformed into her human form. Many races possess the ability to transform into humans, since humans are the protagonists of the era. Pamela's human form is quite impressive, with long, curvy legs, emerald green hair, and emerald eyes. Her haughty, queenly features are incredibly appealing. Seeing the young demon's increasingly impudent gaze, Woodson's breathing intensified, a foul-smelling fumes emanating from his nose. He then lowered his head and invited Pamela to ride on his back, flapping his wings and soaring towards the battlefield. Pamela silently departed, leaving everyone staring in dismay. How rude, Hasegawa Juchiro couldn't help but grumble. In contrast to the successful dragon hunters, the assassination team failed to achieve any success. Shiva had long since detected Yan Qianxue's hidden minions and lurked in the shadows. He didn't hesitate to engage, unleashing terrifying curses and dark magic to kill dozens of Amazon warriors before withdrawing his forces to support the front lines, preventing Yan Qianxue from delivering a fatal blow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, God-Killing War, 10, Self-Sacrifice. Mission accomplished, the forces converged on the main battlefield. Halfway through, The dragon hunters encountered a heavily damaged frontier force. To eliminate the numerous ancient wizards and swamp knights, the majority of Black Rock City's professionals were deployed on the front lines, numbering over 7,000. This destitute remnant now numbered fewer than 2,000, with over 70% lost. Of the 500 demonic legionaries, only 50 or so survived, representing over 90% casualties. A few perished in actual combat, but the majority were slain by the swamp god's decaying torrent. Had it not been for Lin Mingyuan's timely intervention, the main force would have been completely annihilated, not even the officers. Yu Qingqing witnessed countless casualties, watching helplessly as her comrades perished before her. Pain and grievance, overwhelmed by negative emotions, Yu Qingqing couldn't help but cry into Zuki Huayu's arms. Recalling the massive wave that had obliterated the sky and brought darkness to the world, Duang Fangbai understood the cause of such heavy casualties and sighed deeply. Did your plan succeed, Yankee, whose magic power was overdrawn and pale, requiring Li Qianxue's support to keep him steady, asked. Lu Obing nodded. It worked. The green dragon that just flew overhead is one of Salon's spies, and Pamela is sitting on his back. After answering the question, Lu Obing immediately asked, what's the situation on the front lines? Not very optimistic. The city lord is no match for Sebastiana. He's holding on to buy you time. Now that the mission is complete, I guess we need to call a truce. On the main battlefield, Lin Mingyuan's movements were no longer swift. His strength was waning, and his recovery from injuries was slow. His physical energy was completely depleted, and he was relying entirely on willpower to fight. Teacher Fang Teichu, Lin Mingyuan's hidden weapon, had long been exposed. When Lin Mingyuan's energy was exhausted, he immediately intervened to divert Sebastiana's aggression and took over Lin Mingyuan's position as the main attacker. The shadowy figures of the four sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, flickered in the sky, struggling to withstand Sebastiana's onslaught. This was despite facing Sebastiana, whose divine power had been completely depleted by Lin Mingyuan. If Fang Teichu hadn't lasted a minute at the start of the third round, Sebastiana's devotion to the battlefield was significant. Lin Mingyuan's reckless sacrifice in the front lines was meaningful. Even in dire circumstances, he maintained a vigilant eye and ears, spotting the dragon mother Pamela approaching on a green dragon. The dragon hunting team succeeded. They may be on their way to reunion. No need to fight any further. Master, retreat, Lin Mingyuan roared, squeezing out the last bit of strength he had just recovered. He slashed with a demon flame-slaying sword, with only 40% of its peak power. He then, void walked, to Fang Teichu's side, grabbed his arm, and with another, void walk, retreated from the battlefield. Having blocked the flaming sword energy, Sebastiana no longer had the energy to pursue Lin Mingyuan and the others. Furiously, she vented her anger by stirring up trouble in the swamp. Sebastiana soon understood why Lin Mingyuan had retreated so decisively. The scaleless dragon Saren had been ambushed and slain. His dragons scattered like monkeys, and the dragon mother Pamela had been rescued. Holding on would yield no reward for the mission. Useless piece of shit. It would have been fine if he'd died, but he let Pamela escape. I shouldn't have given her to him. Piece of shit. Piece of shit. 2 of the 3 generals had been killed, leaving only the Dusk Priest Shiva, trembling in the prison of Sebastiana's divine might. Although the enemy has retreated, they haven't suffered any serious damage. What if they come back last time? Shiva worried, the future looking bleak. How about we retreat, leaving Luoxia province for Wuju province? According to information gathered by my subordinates, Wuju province, aside from a reclusive necromancer who's quite powerful, is far inferior to Luoxia province in terms of overall professional strength. Retreat was the safest option. There was no need to hang on to a tree. I can't leave. Sebastiana's face was unusually gloomy as she gave her explanation. Lin Mingyuan has his eyes on me. He sees me as prey. I can feel that he is deliberately hiding something. He still has a trump card that he hasn't revealed. Lin Mingyuan and his swordsmanship teacher alone are difficult to deal with, and add the vengeful green dragon mother. If we hurried to repair the injuries sustained from traveling through time and space, we might still have a chance of winning. If we escape now and wait for Lin Mingyuan to catch up, we will not only have to face Lin Mingyuan and his group, but also the local professionals. By then, we will be attacked from all sides and there will be no hope. Time is running out. I must recover from my injuries as quickly as possible, replenish my divine power, and take the initiative to attack.
I can't just sit there and wait for death." As she spoke, Sebastian walked up to Shiva and lifted the yellow hood that covered his face, revealing Shiva's handsome and clean young face. She said with nostalgia, "In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed since I rescued you from the Hadilin auction house, Your Majesty. It's been 19 years, 7 months, and 8 days. Shiva will always remember your life-saving grace and upbringing." Shiva didn't have the courage to look directly at Sebastian's beautiful face, and he lowered his head in shame. "Very well. I know you're sentimental, and I know you've always loved me." Hearing this, Shiva's face flushed even more. "So, for my sister's cause of deification, please sacrifice yourself. Ordinary sacrifices can't heal all my injuries quickly. Only you have the ability. Are you willing?" Sebastian lifted Shiva's chin and looked into his fearful eyes. Death is the greatest enemy of all living things. Hearing Sebastian's request to die, intense fear gripped his heart. Shiva struggled to utter those 3 words, "I do." There are always ambitious people willing to sacrifice everything for their own glory and wealth, and there are always selfless fools willing to sacrifice everything for the ambitions of ambitious people. You saved Shiva's life. I've been yours since the day I walked out of the auction house. In his final moments, Shiva's emotions erupted, and he threw himself into Sebastian's arms, tears wetting his long lashes. A flicker of pity flashed through Sebastian's eyes. Killing someone so devotedly trusting and willing to sacrifice his life for her was difficult, but she had no choice. Time was against her. If she couldn't recover quickly, and Lin Mingyuan called again, everything would be over. Sebastian lowered her head and kissed the young man's lips. Shiva, experiencing the beauty of a kiss for the first time, frowned, a mixture of sweetness and pain. His life force was being drained away, his already frail body emaciated, like a skeleton. His hair turned gray, his flesh dried up, and Shiva, no longer able to taste kisses, could finally end his pure, endless suffering. To secure a chance of victory, Sebastian spared no expense. Chapter 312, God-Killing War, 11, Defeat the Enemy. Meanwhile, a wounded Lin Mingyuan met with Pamela, now in human form. Lin Mingyuan hadn't withdrawn to Black Rock City to recuperate, but instead stationed his troops near the swamp. Xiong Hongda and Fang Daoshan, both possessing fire demon bloodlines, served as laborers, constantly unleashing incineration and scorched earth around the swamp, shrinking its reach and creating the most hostile conditions for Sebastian's survival. Sebastian's suspicions were correct. She had become Lin Mingyuan's prey. He wouldn't give her any chance. She must die. As Lin Mingyuan said, even Jesus couldn't save her. I didn't expect to find the Fire Demon King's bloodline in such a remote branch universe. You've developed it to this extent. Many experienced bosses, upon encountering Lin Mingyuan, marveled at the prospect of seeing the Fire Demon King's bloodline, but then followed it with a taunt, mocking Lin Mingyuan for wasting the precious bloodline. I didn't rescue you to listen to your nonsense. Lin Mingyuan had little patience for this taunting, ill-tempered fellow, and retorted without hesitation. How dare you disrespect the mother of green dragons? Shut up, you have no right to speak here. Woodson, the lackey, roared, eyes wide open, only to be met with a murderous glare from Lin Mingyuan. I'm not trying to instruct you, do whatever you want. Pamela tried to show off her knowledge, but Lin Mingyuan, dismissive, simply demanded, how long will it take you to recover? 3 to 6 hours. What's wrong? Lin Mingyuan answered truthfully. He had an incredibly strong constitution and an incredible ability to recover. A few hours of rest would quickly restore him to full strength. That's enough. I'll give you 4 hours to recover, 6 hours to call for assistance, and 2 hours to discuss tactics. Pamela took the initiative and began to make arrangements for Lin Mingyuan, directly provoking his rebellious nature. Why should I listen to you? Because I know Sebastian better than you. Is that enough? This bitch's decisive interactions. After she realizes that you have murderous intentions towards her, she will recover as quickly as possible and launch a counterattack. According to my observation, Sebastian consumed 90% of her divine power in the battle. There is no other way to recover her divine power except to wait for time to pass naturally. Sebastian's divine power will be fully restored in 12 hours. Pamela's words made sense. Lin Mingyuan gave up the idea of having a verbal battle with Pamela. After thinking about it, he stated his plan. Don't even think about asking for reinforcements. Not to mention that I don't know any professionals who can match me. Even if I know them, I won't ask. I don't want anyone to share experience and spoils with me.
I want to eat Sebastian whole. Lin Mingyuan's arrogance made Pamela sneer, but Lin Mingyuan's attitude of killing Sebastian as soon as possible made her very satisfied. Both of them wanted Sebastian's death, so there was a basis for cooperation. Let me tell you my analysis. Sebastian's strength lies in her lack of weaknesses. She is good at both physical and demonic cultivation. Her greatest advantage is that she cultivates both physical and demonic cultivation, and her greatest disadvantage is also that, at this point, Lin Mingyuan stopped and looked at Pamela, waiting for her to ask questions. However, Pamela was not a good supporting actor, and had an indifferent attitude of you can say it if you want, and forget it if you don't. The atmosphere couldn't be dull, so Lin Mingyuan rolled his eyes helplessly and continued, the magic swordsman is a typical flashy profession. They want everything but can't do anything well. Even if Sebastian possesses the magic swordsman's top talent, the magic sword conversion, she still can't get rid of the defects that her physical output is not as good as the sword master, and her magic output is not as good as the magician. Whether it is magic or physical, she will be useless if you just cancel out one of Sebastian's abilities. Sebastian is smart and Lin Mingyuan is not a fool. In the battle with Sebastian, Lin Mingyuan figured out how the Necromancer Night King and Storm Lord Yuan Ji killed Sebastian in her previous life. They only needed to create a batch of bulky puppets with extremely high physical resistance, such as mithril golems and iron golems, to limit Sebastian's physical offensive, and then use a violent spell offensive to fight Sebastian. Even if Sebastian is a peak demigod, she can't withstand the magic offensive of many top mages in Central China. Central China also boasts a wealth of mages, and their quality is high. Besides the future demigods Night King and Yuan Ji, as well as renowned sanctuary mages like Liu Qi and plate mage Zhuo Ziming, China also boasts the Redbud Mage Corps, China's largest mage organization outside of the floating city. 4 of its members rank in the top 10 of the top 100. 9 of the top 100 mages are expected to achieve either demigod status or peak sanctuary status. 7 peak sanctuary mages, though slightly less talented, have the potential to ascend to demigod status. Replicating tactics from past lives is impossible in this life. Mages fear Sebastian's swordsmanship, relying on golems to neutralize her physical damage and then overwhelming her with a barrage of magical attacks. Lin Mingyuan, while unfazed by Sebastian's physical abilities, is wary of her unpredictable spells, including Evil Soul Annihilation Array and Swamp Funeral. Even a 3-year-old could give the answer to how to counter a spellcaster, find an enemy mage. As long as they can deplete Sebastian's mana, her spells will be no threat. Of course, Sebastian still has divine power, but forcing her to use it would also be to Lin Mingyuan's advantage, as divine power is limited and difficult to regenerate during combat. Lin Mingyuan's only concern is that enemy mages won't be able to directly suppress them in close combat like they can against ordinary mages. An enemy mage with exceptionally high magic resistance but limited combat skills to bully mages would likely be utterly annihilated in a direct confrontation with Sebastian. Finding an enemy mage willing to take on a peak-level demigod swordsman is indeed difficult. Since everything depends on human effort, Lin Mingyuan plans to fly home to inform Shen Qinghai of his request, who will then request several enemy mages with strong melee and survival skills from the floating city. Don't bother with that. If you want to limit Sebastian's magical abilities, this can help. Pamela pulled a legendary dagger, the Mystic Cutter, from her space ring and handed it to Lin Mingyuan. Lin Mingyuan had a newfound appreciation for the dragon race's wealth. They could easily pull out a legendary piece of equipment. When Pamela opened the space ring, he could sense the aura of over a dozen legendary items, even artifact materials. Lin Mingyuan was overjoyed after finding the Mystic Cutter's attributes. No more searching for an enemy mage. Whoever possessed the Mystic Cutter was the enemy mage. Arcane Cutter, quality, legend, gold, effect 1, mana destruction. Each attack hit will destroy 3% of the target's maximum magic value. Effect 2, mana limitation. The maximum magic output of the target hit by the Arcane Cutter will be limited, and legendary forbidden spells cannot be used. The Arcane Cutter only needs 33 attacks to drain Sebastian's magic reserve, but I doubt you can hit Sebastian 33 times. Lin Mingyuan had just developed a good impression of Pamela, and the subsequent ridicule directly reduced his favorability to 0. Don't worry, I can make her unable to release magic when we meet, Lin Mingyuan said confidently. That's right, but even if Sebastian loses the power to use magic, you can't beat her. I just saw that you were beaten badly by her. Pamela told the truth and told what she saw,
but the truth was a bit harsh. I won't fall twice in the same place. Lin Mingyuan didn't get angry. He knew his shaman was braver. He would fight better next time. I have some things to do and need to leave for a while. You should get well first and prepare to complete your revenge. Pamela's eyes flickered slightly. She waved away Woodson, who was guarding her, and said, "That bitch hurt me deeply. It will take a long time to heal. I'm no match for her in the short term. If you can help me complete my revenge, I'll give you a surprise. It's a deal." Lin Mingyuan roughly guessed what Pamela's surprise was. It must be the friendship of the Emerald Dragon clan of Florence. This was what Lu Wangchuan, who had touched Pamela's heart with kindness in his previous life, had received. Thanks to the friendship of the Emerald Dragon clan of Florence, the mediocre summoner who had accomplished nothing had become the third-ranked expert on the Central China Top 100 list. It was a meteoric rise to prominence. Chapter 313 The Law of Time. A flicker of space-time energy emanated from the swamps. Lin Mingyuan departed for the elemental plane of fire, landing near the old clock tower. "Hey. You really did survive. Let me see if you're missing any limbs." Sensing Lin Mingyuan's presence, Azalith flew over like a ball of fire, carrying a scorching wind. He pinched Lin Mingyuan's muscles and slapped his butt, clearly trying to take advantage of him. "Time is limited, so I'll cut to the chase. Is the sweeping arms talent you awakened from me fake? Why hasn't it ever triggered?" Lin Mingyuan eagerly journeyed to the elemental plane of fire to inquire about this. Upon ascending to the sanctuary, he awakened sweeping arms, the third of the universal talents. However, during the clash between Lin Mingyuan and Sebastiana, sweeping arms failed to activate. Initially, when the battlefield was teeming with enemies, it failed to activate. However, after Sebastiana's AoE attack, which swept the battlefield indiscriminately, she was the only one left. Triggering it failed, granting only a single bonus to all attributes. Even with Total Sweep's full stat bonus, Lin Mingyuan still couldn't defeat Sebastiana. At least with a stat advantage, he wouldn't be beaten so badly, and by the end, he was nearly exhausted. Well, Total Sweep is always in effect, but you might not feel the 1-point bonus to all stats. Seeing Lin Mingyuan's puzzled face, Azalith explained, Total Sweep is different from other talents. If you look closely at the skill description, you'll know. In combat, each target becomes your enemy, adding 1 point to all stats. It doesn't add 1 point to every enemy. In other words, only those who are currently engaged with you or intend to attack you can increase your all stats. Although there were many enemies on the battlefield just now, they didn't attack you, nor did they dare to, so they couldn't add any stats. Lin Mingyuan was dumbfounded. What should I do? Total Sweep, the third-ranked universal talent, is only this. It's too difficult to trigger it to the full limit. Don't worry, listen to me. Triggering total annihilation at full capacity is very simple. I know 2 ways. As long as you hold a cursed gold coin of the Void Empire Aztec, you'll gain the everlasting curse buff, Sinister Gaze. Countless Aztec ghosts hidden in the void will constantly stare at you with vicious eyes, terrifying you and keeping you awake at night. This will ensure that total annihilation can be fully triggered at any time and anywhere. However, due to the rarity of Aztec cursed gold coins and their alarming negative effects, I don't recommend holding them. In the wild days of the primordial universe, there lived a tribe of golden humans called the Blasphemers. Everyone in the Blasphemers was a troll, relying on the immortality of the Creator God's creations to madly commit suicide and insult the gods. It's said that modern curses evolved from the vicious blasphemies spread by the Blasphemers. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. If you commit suicide, you will definitely die. Finally, one day, a lunatic from the Blasphemers got drunk and insulted their creator, the Creator God. The enraged Creator God demoted them to a weak race of elves, granting them a trait, betrayal. These little elf gods are traitors and never know how to be grateful. The better you treat them, the more they will turn against you. They are also called traitor elves. Wherever they go, everyone will shout and beat them. Day after day, year after year, they will never be reborn. The Creator God banished the Blasphemer clan to punish them. The traitor elves are useless and annoying. They are the only unlucky race whose extinction will have no impact on the food chain. It can even be said that everyone is happy. Until later, a holder of the talent of sweeping the thousands discovered the use of the traitor elves, which is to raise them in captivity and use them to trigger sweeping the thousands. As long as they are given a little favor, the traitor elves will hate their master so much that they can eat their master's flesh and blood raw. With these annoying little guys around, sweeping the thousands is guaranteed to be in a triggered state at all times. It just so happens that the Acolyte of Pain has hundreds of traitor elves. Let him give you a breeding belt and 100 traitor elves, and the problem will be perfectly solved. After speaking, Azalith puffed out his chest and waited for Lin Mingyuan's praise. Sister, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Mingyuan muttered, stunned. She already had a solution, so why didn't she tell her? Azalith stuck out his tongue and said, I was so excited to go to the material plane with you that I forgot about it, and then I never thought about it. Yeah, thank goodness I know more. Take me to Zhuang Yi. No, I'll take care of everything. Just focus on recovering your strength. Consider it my atonement. Azalith took care of everything while Lin Mingyuan teleported directly to the attic atop the old clock tower to recharge his energy. After carving the old clock tower into a domain, Lin Mingyuan had never examined it closely. The old clock tower was a unique structure. Its walls were inlaid with all the timepieces from the original universe and the infinite multiverse. There were the most ancient sundials, hourglasses, clepsydras, exquisite pocket watches, rustic clocks, futuristic sci-fi floating wristwatches, subcutaneously injected binary virtual watches, and many more timepieces that Lin Mingyuan couldn't even recognize. Lin Mingyuan, recovering his strength, gazed at the various timepieces atop the clock tower. The secrets of time lay hidden within them, and Lin Mingyuan was momentarily mesmerized. You are comprehending the laws of time, 0.01%, 0.02%, 0.03%. Your Time Walker talent has undergone some changes. Please master the laws of space as soon as possible to upgrade your talent. In his state of enlightenment, Lin Mingyuan, deaf to the system's cacophony, journeyed through the vast river of time, observing how people past and future recur time, comprehending its secrets. Azalith, returning with a nurturing belt, watched Lin Mingyuan comprehend the laws in the old clock tower and was filled with envy. Having transformed into an elemental creature, she was no longer qualified to comprehend the laws. The laws would bar her from the realm. Lin Mingyuan, on the other hand, felt like a friend or relative bearing gifts, receiving hospitality from their host. A talent both enviable and enviable, Azalith exclaimed, then realized that Lin Mingyuan's comprehension wasn't the law of fire, but rather the law of time. For Lin Mingyuan, possessing the blood of the Fire Lord, comprehending the law of fire was as easy as drinking soup. He only needed to reach demigod status and master the divine power that served as the spoon to begin comprehending the law. Even before reaching demigod status, Azalith could understand the precocious understanding of the law thanks to the Fire Lord's innate talent. However, Azalith's understanding of time before a demigod truly baffled her. She stood motionless, silent, watching as Lin Mingyuan, sitting cross-legged on the ground, shifted into the past and the future. As the sole spectator, Azalith witnessed Lin Mingyuan as an infant, then as an old man, then as a young man, finally as a mature man. As she watched with fascination how many different Lin Mingyuans had transformed, she caught sight of Lin Mingyuan, dressed in a salesman's suit, before he became a professional. This Lin Mingyuan, before he became a professional, suddenly opened his eyes. Within his pure white irises, billions of grains of time sands moved in a predetermined trajectory, like countless stars in the universe. Those eyes were cold and solemn, as if they saw through the mysteries of the universe. A powerful deity, high on the throne of the God King, possessed such divine eyes. Azalith couldn't understand why Lin Mingyuan, not even a professional, possessed such divine eyes. Fortunately, the image only lasted a short time. A few more seconds would have left an indelible psychological scar on Azalith. A few minutes later, the epiphany ended, and Lin Mingyuan slowly opened his eyes. Initially confused, his gaze quickly gave way to ecstasy. He excitedly said to Azalith, "You'll never believe what just happened. I've comprehended the law, the supreme law of time. I feel all my time-related abilities have been enhanced. Yes, congratulations. Once you become a demigod, you'll be able to harness the law even better. Divine power and law are a pair of complementary brothers." Azalith was somewhat distracted, still pondering those eyes. The overjoyed Lin Mingyuan didn't notice. At this moment, there was a new law column in Lin Mingyuan's attribute panel, and his mastery of the law of time reached an astonishing 4.82%. Lin Mingyuan was not a fool who knew nothing about the law. He knew what 4.82% of the law of time meant. Lin Mingyuan calmed down and looked at the breeding belt in Azalith's hand and said,
Are all the 100 betrayer elves in it? When talking about business, Azalith came back to his senses and replied, to be precise, there are 225. I prepared some extra for you to prevent the betrayer elves from dying due to improper training. Remember, you only need to give them water and a small amount of vegetable leaves. Make sure they are alive but don't let them get too full. With enough energy, these little guys will start breeding, and they are more fertile than rabbits. Once, there was an owner who was too bothered to do it, and made an automatic feeder to feed the betrayer elves at a fixed time and place. As a result, the cunning betrayer elves endured hunger and collected food to eat a certain amount. The madly breeding elves even burst the breeding space. The rupture of the space generated huge energy and annihilated all the elves. The lazy owner never found out until he found that the sweeping effect failed to fully trigger the effect when he encountered a strong enemy and died tragically. Azalith has a lot of little stories in her belly, which may be related to the fact that she has lived long enough. Lin Mingyuan loves to chat with her. Chapter 314 Advance Reward. Okay, I know what I'm doing. It won't be a problem, Lin Mingyuan said, as he equipped the single-purpose epic-level space equipment, the Nurturing Belt. The Nurturing Belt is completely different from the Space Ring. One can only hold living creatures, while the other only holds dead ones. Rubbing his fingertips against the belt, he activated the nurturing space, and hundreds of treacherous elves appeared before Lin Mingyuan. Their large, round, watery eyes were bright, their long, pointed ears were floppy and adorable, their delicate features compact, and their small size made them look like tiny porcelain dolls. Did you get the wrong species? They don't look evil at all, but rather cute. The treacherous elves' appearance struck a chord with Lin Mingyuan, who doubted that these adorable creatures could be ungrateful and inherently bad. Haha, try feeding them a few leaves, Azalith sneered. Appearances can be deceiving, not all villains have to look like villains. He pulled a fresh, juicy cabbage from his special ring, tore off a leaf and tossed it into the breeding space. The hungry elves, still hungry, rushed forward, dividing the entire leaf equally, each tasting a little. But as they received Lin Mingyuan's favor, their situation changed. Their delicate faces twisted with hatred, and every optic nerve was filled with resentment, which was transmitted through their round eyes towards Lin Mingyuan, as if they wanted to devour his flesh and tear him to pieces. Under the gaze of hundreds of vicious eyes, Lin Mingyuan could no longer bear it and hurriedly exited the breeding space. However, the traitorous elves' hatred for him clung to him like a thorn in their flesh, triggering the full force of the sweeping arms ability. Look, I wasn't lying to you. This is how traitorous elves are. They are a cursed race. You can live in peace if you ignore them, but trouble will come if you help them. As long as they are not dead, they will always think about killing you, as if the meaning of the existence of this race is to kill all kind people. The world is full of wonders. Today has broadened my horizons, Lin Mingyuan sighed and continued, I have to go after I'm done. If nothing unexpected happens, I will have a decisive battle with the swamp god in a few hours. I will have to ask you for help then. Thank you in advance for your hard work. What's so hard about it? I'm happy to fight with a strong outside. I'm almost bored to death staying in the fire elemental plane and dealing with other fire elemental creatures all day, Azalith readily agreed. Not only Azalith, but any fire elemental creature within the influence of the old clock tower will be responded to by Lin Mingyuan's summons. It's a shame you're not yet a demigod. Even after you summoned me, I have no divine power to spare. Otherwise, I'd really like to have a real fight with Sebastiana. There's always a chance. Don't be a jerk when the time comes. Don't underestimate me. I'm one of the most powerful beings in the fire elemental plane, able to communicate directly with the world's will. Azalith rolled his eyes. He waved goodbye and returned to the main plane. It was already midnight. Bonfires were everywhere. Piles of sustainable energy bars were lit, surrounding the swamp where Sebastiana lived. The encirclement was merely a psychological tactic. Sebastiana could leave at any time, and no professional could stop her. But she stayed, remaining in the swamp to slowly recover her divine power. Yan Qianxue, who monitored the energy index changes in the chessboard system, could attest to this. It seems she really wants to fight me, Lin Mingyuan. Do you have what it takes? Gazing deep into the dark, humid swamp, Lin Mingyuan glanced up at the star-studded sky overhead. Daytime scenes of being crushed by Sebastiana in swordplay flashed before his eyes. There wasn't a stark chasm between his and Sebastiana's swordsmanship, preventing her from overwhelming him. The problem lay in his lack of experience against masters of his level. Later, After adapting to Sebastiana's rhythm and understanding the variations in the waterbird dance and emerald dream techniques, Lin Mingyuan was able to withstand Sebastiana's attacks. Actual combat was the best teacher, and Sebastiana was Lin Mingyuan's touchstone. As long as we drain Sebastiana's magic, she'll be no match for me. 93 points of divine power, right? Let's see how many times you can use them. Silently recovering, 4 hours passed in a flash. After a hearty meal, Lin Mingyuan returned to full health and leisurely made his way to the cave where the dragon mother, Pamela, rested. A mature green dragon, over 40 meters long, lay resting at the cave entrance. Sensing someone approaching, it opened its eyes and, seeing it was Lin Mingyuan, relaxed its guard again. The leader has instructed that if it's City Lord Lin visiting, you don't need to ask permission. Go in. Yes, he casually replied, and Lin Mingyuan stepped into the cave. How's your recovery going? You're the main force against that bitch. Pamela bathed in a pool of black water, her snow-white shoulders emerging from the surface, untainted by the mud. The black water was similar to the stream summoned by Sebastiana's divine power. Lin Mingyuan had seen its power before. To enemies, it was a filth to be avoided, but to those who mastered the laws of the swamp, it was a true tonic. I don't need to recover my divine power. I'm ready to fight at full strength. You're full of energy, huh? Why? Here to claim your reward in advance. Pamela tilted her head, her lips curled slightly. Lin Mingyuan blinked. You're claiming it in advance, of course. If you win, consider it your reward. If you lose, your death won't be in vain. At least the Fire Demon King's bloodline won't be cut off, Pamela said, suddenly rising from the black pool, revealing her flawless, snow-white form. She truly treated Lin Mingyuan like no stranger. Even in the dimly lit cave, that pure whiteness was so dazzling that if he stared at Lin Mingyuan any longer, he'd develop snow blindness. Lin Mingyuan suddenly realized, so this is the reward you're talking about? I thought it was the friendship of the Florence Green Dragon clan. If you follow me, you'll be the Florence clan's second in command, second only to the first. What friendship do you need? All of the Florence Green Dragons will be at your disposal. How is that? Pamela approached Lin Mingyuan, striking one alluring pose after another, whispering softly against his cheek. Lin Mingyuan could see Pamela's intentions. She had her eye on Lin Mingyuan's Fire Demon King bloodline, hoping to inherit this precious bloodline, perhaps unique in the universe. But Lin Mingyuan had a problem. How do you solve the problem of reproductive isolation? Reproductive isolation is a formidable barrier, making it difficult for different species to produce offspring. Since Lin Mingyuan inherited the Fire Demon King bloodline, he no longer needed any contraceptive measures, as no one else could conceive. If Lin Mingyuan truly desired to reproduce, he could only seek out higher-level demons at a similar level of life in the abyss. And even that wouldn't be achieved in a year or two. It could take hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation before a single harvest would be possible. The higher the level of life, the harder it was to reproduce. This was the supreme law of life that maintained the balance of the universe, and even the gods couldn't tamper with it. I've had a solution since I was a child. Just tell me if you want to, Pamela said, not wanting to change the subject. She said there was a way, and she knew it. Lin Mingyuan and Pamela's brief interactions revealed that she was a straightforward mother and daughter dragon, speaking whatever came to her mind without a second thought. Every word she spoke was the truth, but the truth was always the hardest to hear, and most people didn't want to hear it. I'm not interested in reproducing offspring, at least not for now. If I really wanted to reproduce, I would have done it before I changed my bloodline. I'm no longer myself at the bloodline level. My bloodline has changed. As for you, I'm not interested either. If I really want to find someone, there are thousands of beautiful women waiting for me to choose. There's no need to provoke you. Pamela threw a coquettish glance. I understood a truth a long time ago. Appearance and figure need to be set off by identity and status. It goes without saying which one to choose between two identical beauties. One is a peasant woman and the other is a princess. I'm the leader of the Green Dragon clan of Florence. At its peak, the Florence clan had 7 demigods. Don't you have any desire to conquer me? No, goodbye. Pamela's words aroused Lin Mingyuan's desire, but Lin Mingyuan was stubborn and hypocritical. He was going to leave after he finished speaking, and he would definitely regret it after he really left. Compared to regret, Lin Mingyuan was more afraid of trouble. He didn't know how much trouble he would get into if he provoked Pamela. Pamela bit her lower lip tightly. Now that she was here, it was not easy to leave. She grabbed Lin Mingyuan's arm, and a crystal lamp and a warm jade bed flew out of her space ring, decorating the dark cave like a palace in an instant. Pamela was determined. Even if she had to use force, she would get it done today. In a few seconds, she tore off Lin Mingyuan's clothes, raised her hand and pushed him onto the bed. Lin Mingyuan, who accepted it reluctantly, emptied his mind and thought about nothing. He just thought of it as an indulgence to relieve stress before the decisive battle. Hearing the sound coming from the cave, the green dragon Woodson opened his eyes in surprise, envious and jealous of Lin Mingyuan. What a lucky bastard to be favored by the leader. Chapter 315 The decisive battle begins. After a fierce battle that saw emotions fluctuate, escalate, and then plummet, Pamela's panting was audible in the cave, and it took a while for her to calm down. Want a second round? Lin Mingyuan stared at Pamela's flushed, sweaty face, his arm around her shoulders. Save your energy for the swamp god. Don't become a weakling on the battlefield. Pamela didn't want Lin Mingyuan to push her, so she narrowed her eyes slightly to gather her strength and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Honestly, what are your chances of winning? Pamela suddenly sat up, her eyes fixed on Lin Mingyuan. I don't know if Sebastiana has improved since our fight, but I've learned a lot from her. I have an 80% chance of killing her in another fight. Lin Mingyuan's eyes were firm, his murderous intent radiating. He was determined to take Sebastiana's head. I like your confidence. Please restrain yourself and don't force me to fall in love with you. If you want to fall in love, then do it. Are you afraid I'm not good enough for you? Lin Mingyuan laughed. We are good enough. Status, wealth, every aspect counts. But I can't tolerate my husband having an ongoing relationship with any other female creature. If I fall in love with you, I'll kill every female creature around you. Pamela spoke with extreme seriousness. Lin Mingyuan knew she wasn't lying, she meant what she said. Forget it, then. Just treat it as a fleeting romance. After we get rid of Sebastiana, you go your way and I'll go mine. Pamela's domineering declaration truly frightened Lin Mingyuan. No, this woman, it was this dragon he couldn't afford to offend. It doesn't have to be that estranged. Have you forgotten you're the father? Can you really give birth to a child? Lin Mingyuan was skeptical. Pamela had said that before, but this situation was beyond his comprehension. Pamela smiled and suddenly changed the subject. How old do you think I am? The strength of the dragon race is linked to the age of survival. The initial lifespan and upper limit of a demigod-level ancient dragon is 1,500 to 3,000 years. Judging from your appearance after your human transformation, you're still quite young. I'd guess you're 1,700 years old, Lin Mingyuan said. 1,100 years minus 10, I'm only 110 years old this year, idiot. Pamela rolled her eyes at Lin Mingyuan. How is that possible? Lin Mingyuan almost jumped out of bed in shock. 110 years old is a rare age for a human. Before the catastrophe, there were only a few people in the world who had lived to be over 110 years old. But for the dragon race, with its long lifespan, 110 is still in its infancy. Recalling the ridiculousness of his recent interactions with Pamela, Lin Mingyuan's face flushed. You're talking about a normal situation. Gifted dragons face no lifespan limit at all. I possess far greater potential than the old hag Sebastiana, who has dominated the Blackwater Swamp for 600 years. My grandmother was once the five-colored dragon queen, the poison consort Isabella. She led the five-colored dragon clan against the evil dragon god Tiamat, who had been exiled and then returned, safeguarding the origin universe. For this, the Emerald Dragon Mother bestowed upon her a law of life guaranteeing the poison consort dragon's bloodline will never be cut short. Whenever I wish, I will be able to have children, Pamela explained her background. In the otherworldly world, bloodline determines everything. With a poison consort dragon's bloodline, Pamela was born stronger than other green dragons. Banished by her mother at the age of 30, just after coming of age, she drifted to the Blackwater Swamp at 60 and became the dragon mother of the Emerald Green Dragon clan. Lin Mingyuan knew all that followed. A traitor emerged from the Emerald clan, and the scaleless dragon backstabbed Pamela, captured her, and offered her to the lord of the Blackwater Swamp, Sebastiana, who proclaimed herself the swamp goddess. I see. Then what will our child be like? A dragon, a human, a dragon human, a demon, or a dragon demon? Stop. It's still a poison consort dragon, a dragon with some of the fire demon king's bloodline. There's also a very small chance it's a poison king dragon, having allowed Lin Mingyuan to speculate, which could lead to countless possible combinations. Pamela stopped him and told him the truth. I understand. Lin Mingyuan's interest waned sharply. Whether it was a human or a demon, they were both upright creatures, and Lin Mingyuan could at least identify some of his own characteristics in his offspring. But Pamela gave birth to a quadrupedal, flying dragon. It was impossible for a human to find similarities with himself and a dragon. Don't be too optimistic. I haven't decided on fertilization yet. I'll consider the next generation when my strength can no longer be improved. I won't consider raising another generation before then. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. I support you. Lin Mingyuan didn't want to see his poison consort dragon daughter so soon. Lin Mingyuan and Pamela's progress was breathtaking. They'd already been considering having children the night they met, making their quick marriage seem like a piece of cake. The faint morning light filtered into the cave, and daybreak was drawing near. Pamela and I spent a long time toying around and chatting, and before we knew it, time had passed. Lin Mingyuan donned his clothes, checked his equipment, and glanced at the betrayer spirit in the breeding space. It was in excellent condition, its eyes still brimming with malevolence. Pamela walked naked out of the cave, and in the damp breeze, transformed back into her true form, a battered poison consort. The difference between the poison consort dragon and a common green dragon was immediately apparent when Pamela and Woodson compared themselves. The poison consort dragon's scales were darker, becoming darker as they grew stronger. At their peak, their scales approached black, and only under the bright midday sun did they take on a magnificent, dark green hue. Besides its scales, the poison consort dragon was also significantly larger than a common green dragon, its limbs muscular and powerful. Poor Pamela, imprisoned for so long, her wounds never fully healed, becoming chronic, significantly impacting her strength. At her peak, Pamela and Sebastiana could have fought, otherwise Sebastiana would have driven them from the Blackwater swamp long ago. Sit on my back. First time makes perfect, second time makes perfect. Pamela didn't mind Lin Mingyuan's ride. They'd already had enough of a more intimate relationship, so a ride was nothing. But Woodson's eyes gleamed with jealousy. Dark clouds obscured the sky, and the wind howled. The decisive battle would take place under these conditions. Lin Mingyuan returned to camp to make arrangements for the showdown. The tactics were simple and straightforward. Lin Mingyuan, Pamela, Liu Qi, and Zuki Huayu would fight head-on. The ordinary professionals and the demon army warriors would guard the camp and not participate. The officers would disperse and react accordingly. If Sebastiana attempted to escape, they would stop her within their capabilities, but they must not act recklessly. Feng Taichu was old, possessing high attributes, but his stamina wouldn't regenerate as quickly as a young adult. After nearly 20 hours, the old man was still exhausted. Master, don't go. I'm fully confident in this battle. With shame comes courage. I'll defeat Sebastiana and avenge my previous defeat, Lin Mingyuan urged. Good boy, let me go. It's not that I worry about you, but I want to witness this battle with my own eyes. Feng Taichu had already made up his mind, and Lin Mingyuan wouldn't dissuade him. While he claimed to be there to witness, inwardly, Feng Taichu was prepared to die in battle. If Lin Mingyuan was defeated, he would charge forward again to protect his disciple. China could do without Feng Taichu, but not Lin Mingyuan. His value was far greater. After discussing countermeasures, Lin Mingyuan and Pamela set off ahead. Halfway along the way, they encountered Sebastiana, clad in black. The Eye of Horus flashed with golden light, and Sebastiana's attributes reappeared. Her talents and skills remained much the same as yesterday, but her level had returned to peak form, at level 199. All the hidden injuries sustained from forcing her way through the space-time barrier had vanished. Pamela scorned. That ruthless thief must have sacrificed her loyal subordinates. It wouldn't be the first time she's done this. Pamela's suspicion was spot on. Lin Mingyuan didn't have much time left. Sebastiana would surely recover as quickly as possible and plot a comeback. Whether or not she had sacrificed herself wasn't clear to Lin Mingyuan, but he was certain Sebastiana had paid a heavy price. If her injuries had been easily recovered, she would have recovered long ago. Why would she wait until Lin Mingyuan arrived and suffered a setback? Lin Mingyuan, I'll give you one more chance to choose. This time, I won't kneel and submit. If you kill Pamela, I swear in the name of God that after I become the swamp god, I will do my utmost to help you become a true god. Even if I were given 10,000 chances to choose, I'd still have one thing to say, fuck you. The feud was already sworn, and Lin Mingyuan refused to believe her bullshit oath and wouldn't give her the chance to sow discord between him and Pamela. You're ungrateful, then die. You're the one who'll die, The time for verbal attacks was over, no more words served. Today, it was either you or me. He flipped his palm and revealed the arcane cutter. He, void walk, approached, then vanished into the void and unleashed, invincible slash. When Pamela first unleashed the arcane cutter, she was still skeptical about whether Lin Mingyuan could hit Sebastiana and activate it. Lin Mingyuan confidently promised, precisely because he possessed invincible slash, which allowed for forced attacks, tracking, and invincibility. The invincible slash was destined for death. This time, Lin Mingyuan unleashed his omnislash to deplete Sebastiana's mana, rendering her spellless. Countless sword energies brutally sliced through Sebastiana's delicate, rugged form. Each strike not only inflicted a terrifying mix of physical and true damage, but also inflicted a loss of 3% of her maximum mana. One strike of 3% meant 10 strikes equaled 30%. 17 strikes in 1 second, and Sebastiana's overflowing sea of mana was instantly drained by half. Chapter 316, Warden of the Underworld. But Sebastiana couldn't care less about the rapidly draining mana pool. She had to prioritize her own survival. The damage dealt by Omnislash was too much. Things were different now. The last time Sebastiana was able to block Omnislash, it was because Lin Mingyuan was already suffering from scorpion venom infusion, which had already accumulated a significant amount. She activated Omnislash to save her life. With toxin therapy, which converts all poison damage per second into an equivalent amount of healing, swamp fortitude, which regenerates 10% of maximum health per second, and green yuan ring, which draws on plant life force to heal, the combined healing power was just enough to offset the terrifying damage dealt by Lin Mingyuan's Omnislash. This time, the situation was completely different. While Lin Mingyuan wasn't using a holy sword, resulting in significantly less damage, the sword immortal class was inherently a powerhouse. Sebastiana, without toxin therapy, which provided the most healing, couldn't block Omnislash with a combined healing power of swamp fortitude and green yuan ring. Split, chopped, severed, throat slit, all sorts of horrific injuries left no time to recover. Had it not been for the peak demigod's awakened, divine majesty, talent, which reduced all damage by 50%, the fragile Sebastiana might have been instantly killed. In just 1.5 seconds, the accumulated injuries had become life-threatening. Sebastiana, still trying to conserve her divine power, no longer dared to be complacent. Her divine power ignited, creating a protective black water barrier that enveloped her. The sword's shadow ripped through the black water, consuming more than half its power. By the time it struck Sebastiana, the damage from divine majesty had reached a level she could withstand. After a long night of conversation with Pamela, Lin Mingyuan had already determined that this black water was the swamp essence extracted from the Blackwater swamp. It possessed a variety of effects, including killing, healing, damage reduction, and sealing, representing the embodiment of the law of the swamp. Pamela also possessed this skill. Barely resisting the Omnislash, he'd consumed 5 points of divine power. Even more terrifying, the sea of mana was completely empty, not a single drop of it left. Any further spell required divine power. Thanks to Sebastiana's demigod status, she could cast spells with divine power, a power that granted her omnipotence through mastery of the corresponding laws. For a regular mage, drained of mana would be practically dead. A single mob could easily dispatch the almighty mage. Suddenly, his most potent spells were rendered useless, and his 305 intelligence points became useless. Any further spells require divine power. While 93 points of divine power was sufficient for attacking, occasionally using 1 or 2 points to enhance a skill as a killer move, if he used it exclusively for spellcasting, even 930 wouldn't be enough. The Spellblade's balanced combat style, with swordsmanship in his left hand and magic in his right, became riddled with flaws after losing one hand. You think you can defeat me just by limiting my spells? Wishful thinking. Sebastiana, somewhat exasperated, unleashed a torrent of attacks, wielding the legendary sword, Blood Scratches. Why has her weapon changed? Isn't it the Scorpion Needle? Lin Mingyuan froze for a moment, his initial attack snatched away. He absent-mindedly blocked a few attacks, leaving him vulnerable. A cut was made on his wrist by the Blood Scratches, filling one of the 9 blood grooves on the Blood Scratches blade. Where's the Scorpion Needle? What the hell is the Blood Scratches? Lin Mingyuan was still confused. Something wasn't right. Sebastiana's specialty was the rapier, while the blood scratches was a longsword, not as smooth as the rapier. Even his signature sword technique, Waterbird Dance, felt sluggish due to the different sword types. Sebastiana knew this clearly, yet she resolutely forgot to use Great Scorpion Needle. Lin Mingyuan, whose sweeping the enemy had boosted his health to over 440 points and rendered him completely immune to the Scorpion Needle's poison, still wanted to give Sebastiana a scare, but it seemed his chance was over. Quickly regaining consciousness, Sebastiana's new weapon, blood scratching, had already accumulated 3 health bars. Losing focus during a peak duel would be suicidal. Sebastiana wouldn't miss an opportunity. The 3 health bars accumulated by blood scratching vanished, and she activated her first skill, Blood Enchantment, enchanting her longsword and increasing blood scratching's damage for the next few minutes. At the same time, the Boiling Blood Rings unique special effect, Boiling Blood Rage, activated, consuming 10% of her current maximum health per second, increasing her attack power and attack speed. The talent, Furious Slash, continued to increase her attack speed, and Forced Sword Key added a sword energy effect to each subsequent attack. With the buff fully activated, Sebastiana once again channeled 5 points of divine power to unleash the legendary sword skill, 1000 Needles, striking 1000 times in 1 second. The overwhelming blood-red sword energy completely enveloped Lin Mingyuan, his blood boiling. Within a second, blood scratches filled 9 blood bars, unleashing a massive blood sword. This was then slowed down and released again. Blood scratches is best suited for high attack speed professionals. Once the blood bar is full, a blood sword strike comparable to legendary swordplay can be unleashed. In that instant, the damage Lin Mingyuan endured was unimaginable. His entire body was pierced and leaked like a sieve. Lin Mingyuan grinned, his cheeks leaking air, bloodstains covered his teeth, and the blood on his face made his smile look incredibly terrifying. Base Constitution. 164 points, Giant Hunting Certificate adds 230 points, Sweeping Armies adds 100 points, Holy Sword, Grankle adds 50 points, Avatar plus 20 points, Dragon Slayer plus 10 points. With all talents, equipment, and skills activated, Lin Mingyuan's constitution reaches 574 points. Even with the 30 points reduced by Sebastiana's talent, Exile Order, it still stands at 544 points, firmly surpassing the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm implies that only gods can achieve such a high level of physical fitness, mortals cannot even dream of it. Lin Mingyuan now possesses a godlike physique. The terrifying blood-soaked shadows that could tear his past self to shreds could only severely injure Lin Mingyuan, far from killing him. The higher the constitution, the stronger the recovery effect. Immortal's 30% maximum health per second quickly lifted Lin Mingyuan's lifeline from vulnerable to safe. Is that all you can do? The taunting cry shattered Sebastiana's pride. After exerting all her might, even expending 5 points of divine power, Sebastiana felt a wave of despair. She realized that Lin Mingyuan's physical fitness had surpassed 500 points, reaching the Divine Realm. Killing him would be an impossibility. Sebastiana forced herself to calm herself. She had pushed Lin Mingyuan to the brink of despair before, one more time would be enough. However, Sebastiana didn't know that this time, Lin Mingyuan had undergone a comprehensive evolution. Not only had his physical fitness reached the Divine Realm, but his other 3 attributes had each increased by 100 points. Lin Mingyuan's intelligence, at its weakest, had reached 270 points, infinitely close to Sebastiana's 304. His strength and physical fitness were both approaching 350 points, crushing Sebastiana, who only had a little over 200 points. The Crucible Swordsmanship was a classic heavy swordsmanship. The heavy sword had no edge, and its artifice was uncomplicated. It emphasized the use of force to create momentum and to overwhelm the opponent with momentum. No matter how fancy your moves, if you are caught by my blade, you can only defend. If the difference in strength between her and her foe was similar, the slow heavy swordplay would be seen as flawed and like a target. However, if your strength surpassed the enemy, even crushing them, then the heavy, slow crucible swordplay would be flawless, crushing them like a flesh millstone, enough to reduce them to dust. Raising the mystic cutter diagonally, the simple robe slashed down, crushing the air with sheer force, its force increasing with each inch of impact, like a tiger descending from the mountains. Its terrifying power forced Sebastiana to defend. The simplest and most direct of moves yielded the simplest and most direct results. Even Lin Mingyuan's most common strikes would force Sebastiana to use water vein channel to escape, leaving her no chance of fighting Lin Mingyuan. Sebastiana held her sword to block, and the short dagger, just over 10 centimeters long, danced with the might of a great sword, clashing fiercely with a bloody scar. The moment the blades touched, time seemed to freeze for a second. Sebastiana plummeted to the ground like a meteor, blood gushing from her mouth. Her arms were clearly twisted and deformed, the wrist bones that bore the most force completely shattered, a mixture of flesh and bone. These hands were beyond repair. The best way to repair them was to chop them off and have them grow back. You lose. Lin Mingyuan moved closer with Void Walk, forcing Sebastiana to activate Water Channel. As Lin Mingyuan scored again, Void Walk moved closer again. Void Walk has no cooldown, but Water Channel does, even with its extremely short cooldown. Making sure Sebastiana couldn't use the Water Channel again to escape, he cast a deep purple time barrier. Last time, Lin Mingyuan's time barrier failed to reach Sebastiana, and this time, it failed again. Sebastiana's divine power activated a water channel without a cooldown. Lin Mingyuan's mastery of combat was unprecedented. She repeatedly guessed Lin Mingyuan's intentions, tricking him twice with her ultimate. Of course, even if the time barrier enveloped Sebastiana, as long as she still had divine power to survive, she could still create black water to protect her. Having experienced the void before, Lin Mingyuan was quickly relieved when faced with it again. He walked through the void and pursued her endlessly, testing her divine power. Sebastiana, who had beaten Lin Mingyuan to pulp yesterday, was forced to flee in panic. Lin Mingyuan's laughter echoed through the swamp. You thought you won, didn't you? I'll show you my final trump card. Warden Rostri, show yourself. Sebastiana, her hands broken and unable to be repaired, her hair disheveled, and her light shadow veil blown away, shouted in a hoarse voice. The already gloomy sky was as pitch black as an overturned ink bottle, not a single ray of light piercing through. Purple lightning descended from the heavens, splitting a passage through time and space. 4 enormous, pitch-black war horses, each 10 meters tall at the shoulder, descended in pairs, pulling an ancient chariot with its wheels and body covered in spikes. A dark fog filled the air, brimming with sinister energy. Rostri, the powerful demigod, warden of the underworld, barely smaller than a giant, descended upon the earth. Chapter 317 10,000 Dragons Arrive. Only then did Lin Mingyuan discover the whereabouts of Sebastiana's great scorpion needle. She had given it to Rostri, the warden of the underworld, as a bargaining chip, in exchange for his assistance. You're so willing to give it up? It's a divine artifact. Lin Mingyuan was incredulous and incomprehensible. Sebastiana sneered, divine artifacts are just weapons. If you can achieve the ascension of gods, you'll have many of them sooner or later. If you can't survive this calamity, even the best artifact will become someone else's wedding dress. Lin Mingyuan fell silent. Sebastiana was truly discerning. She knew the priorities perfectly. Compared to the ascension of gods, a mere artifact was nothing. Sebastiana's decisiveness disrupted Lin Mingyuan's plans. Killing Sebastiana had always guaranteed the great scorpion needle. This had been the case in his previous life. Now, in the hands of the warden of the underworld, it was uncertain whether the great scorpion needle would be released. Madam Swamp, is that him? He's still full of milk, just a newborn demon cub. Rostri was even more arrogant than Sebastiana. He gave Lin Mingyuan a disdainful glance and went off to chat with her, relaxed as if he were at home in the living room rather than on the battlefield. Judging a person by appearance is like losing a feather. Rostri judged a person by his rank. In Rostri's view, Lin Mingyuan was just a newcomer to the Holy Land. Sebastiana's need for help was due to her weakness, not Lin Mingyuan's strength. He has the bloodline of the Fire Demon King, 2 hidden classes, Sword Immortal and Skywalker, and a high-level artifact higher in rank than the Great Scorpion Needle, a holy sword with added stellar damage. Lin Mingyuan had figured out Sebastiana, but she also learned all about him, and he shared everything with Rostri. Rostri's not a fool. If he were really a fool, he would not be able to become the warden of the underworld. After hearing Sebastiana's introduction, he dared not look down on Lin Mingyuan anymore and said, top bloodline, 2 top professions complementing each other, and high-level artifacts. You have all the good things. The Son of the Plains is no better than this. But it's a pity that you met me. If you are willing to hand over the high-level artifact, I will tear up the agreement with Lady of the Swamp and help you kill her. How about it? Lin Mingyuan saw the calm expression on Sebastiana's face. Rostri wanted to intimidate Lin Mingyuan and force him to hand over the artifact and give up his martial arts. Lin Mingyuan would not fall for his trick. He silently activated the Eye of Horus and read all the information of the Warden of the Underworld. Warden of the Underworld, Rostri, LV 200, race, undead, occupation, soul collector, strength, 270 agility, 172 constitution, 430 intelligence, 97, divine power, 62, law, netherworld, 5.18%, soul, 3.30%, realm, absolute underworld, real underworld, undead creatures in the realm can be reborn once, core talent, God's majesty, reduces all damage taken by 50%, soul collection, the souls of all units that died near you will be collected by you. The more souls you collect, the stronger your attack power. The current attack power is multiplied by 5, soul run, when you suffer a fatal injury, you can transform yourself into soul form and be immune to all damage for a period of time, soul call, after entering combat mode. Each attack that hits the enemy will summon a ghost of the same level as you from the underworld. The upper limit of ghosts is 100, evil aura, releases evil aura to infect all units within the range. The death of a unit with evil aura will restore your health. Secondary talent, underworld biological elements resist cruel beheading and underworld extradition death intervention. Legendary skill, soul elegy, consume all souls at once, and release underworld waves around with yourself as the center. Core skills, legendary soul vortex, consume souls to create a vortex with strong attraction, with a small chance of causing the enemy's soul to leave the body. Legendary giant soul, consume souls to fuse giant souls, lasting 10 minutes. Legendary nether lasso, throw the nether lasso to trap the target it touches. The target bound by the nether lasso cannot use skills. Epic war assault, instantly close the distance between you and the enemy, reducing the enemy's armor and magic resistance. Epic demoralizing roar, lets out a loud roar, causing a deterrent effect on enemies in a small range, with a small chance of causing the enemy's soul to leave the body. Epic nether wave, release nether wave close to the ground, causing high magic damage to the enemy. Secondary skills, sleeping spell, death breath, wraith thrust, war mist, bone armor, summon beasts, nightmare warhorse Royce, cage, Gwensky, Yadamlin, equipment, pink, giant scorpion needle, pink, ancient Hades patrol chariot, gold, fallen warhammer, gold, wraith armor set, gold, fire resistance ring, gold, lightning resistance ring, gold, heart of rebellion, another strong enemy. Lin Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh after seeing Rostri's attributes. Rostri and Sebastiana are on par in comprehensive strength. No wonder Sebastiana could invite Rostri. Those who reach the pinnacle of demigodhood are highly versatile, with no single specialty being too specialized. Rostri possesses both offensive and defensive prowess. With divine presence, the wraith armor set, and his own high physical fitness, nearing the divine realm, Rostri's defense is far superior to Sebastiana's. He's a sturdy, impenetrable defense. However, Lin Mingyuan is a sword immortal, ignoring enemy defense. Besides divine presence, which reduces damage by half, his other defensive moves are essentially useless. Lin Mingyuan had no time to consider how to deal with Rostri. Having his attributes exposed, Rostri rushed forward, wielding his ancient Pluto's chariot, charging towards him with billowing black smoke. 4 nightmare war horses, 8 glowing red eyes, glared at Lin Mingyuan. All his talents triggered Lin Mingyuan's once weakened intelligence, now at 270 points. The nightmare war horses' attempts to drag Lin Mingyuan's mind into nightmare were impossible. The 4 nightmare war horses merged with a patrol chariot, withering everything in their path, their power greater than that of a giant scorpion's needles. Unwilling to test the attack power of the ancient Hades patrol chariot with his own flesh and blood, Lin Mingyuan used Void Walk to flash behind Rostri. His Mystic Cleaver dagger became a deadly assassin, piercing the heavy plate armor with the power of Supreme Blade, leaving a deep bloody groove on Rostri's back. Undead beings feel no pain, so Rostri spun and stabbed Lin Mingyuan. Asking Rostri to wield a rapier was like asking Zhang Fei to embroider. He was incapable of such a task. The ancient Hades patrol chariot greatly increased strength, and even Rostri's rapier attacks numbed Lin Mingyuan's wrist. Fortunately, Lin Mingyuan's strength was high enough to prevent him from being crushed. Lin Mingyuan was equally powerful, and his agility vastly surpassed Rostery's. Before Rostery could even retract his strike, Lin Mingyuan's second strike severed his sword-wielding right hand. He then spun and thrust the mystic cutter into Rostery's chest, but it didn't penetrate deeply enough to pierce his internal organs. With his high physique, excellent equipment, and the triple effects of divine majesty, Rostery's defense was truly incredible. Even the Supreme Blade couldn't completely ignore it. "I'll help you." Seeing that Rostery was struggling to hold his own against Lin Mingyuan in close combat, Sebastian decisively joined the fray. Even before the crowd arrived, the bloody sword energy arrived. Two peak demigods, 2 against 1, bullying a single sanctuary. If word got out, it would be a lifelong shame for Sebastian, even after she attained divine status. How shameless. "Bitch, your opponent is me." Pamela couldn't stand it anymore and resolutely joined the battle, clawing at Sebastian's back with her poisonous dragon claws. Sebastian turned to defend, accurately blocking Pamela's attack. "Get off the earth now if you know what's good for you. No one can stop me from becoming a god. Anyone who stands in my way will die," Sebastian roared frantically, brandishing the bloody marks to fight Pamela. In her prime, Pamela could only resist Sebastian, and she never won in more than a dozen battles. Now that Pamela was seriously injured and still recovering, forcing Sebastian to fight was even more of a challenge. The insidious Sebastian focused on Pamela's injured area, shattering the dragon scales with the bloody marks, and splattering poisonous dragon blood all over the sky. Pamela's dragon roar grew increasingly furious, her rage unresolved. She was constantly suppressed by Sebastian, and the battle between Lin Mingyuan and Rostery remained undecided. Forced into a corner, Pamela revealed her trump card. 40 points of divine power instantly evaporated, and Pamela activated the 5-color Dragon King's exclusive skill, 10,000 Dragons Arrive. This skill, mastered only by those who possessed the bloodline of the 5-color Dragon King and held the potential to become the next generation of 5-color Dragon Kings, summoned dragons to aid her based on the amount of power consumed. Pamela could summon at least 1 demigod-level green dragon and over 100 sanctuary-level 5-color dragons by consuming 40 points of divine power. Soaring through the sky, Pamela's roar shook the heavens, piercing the universe and reaching the 5-color dragons scattered across the universe. They knew that a talented dragon with the potential to become a 5-color Dragon King was in danger. Sanctuary 5-color dragons, with their numerous responses and their strength, were summoned first. Many demigod-level 5-color dragons responded to Pamela's call, but the proud black dragons looked down on the green dragons and ignored them. The hot-tempered red dragons and the venomous green dragons constantly clashed, never giving the green dragons any face and wishing them dead. The white dragons, though the weakest, possessed all the vices of the 5-color dragons: insatiable greed, cruelty, and cunning. Their cold hearts, roaming the glacial regions, were as hard as ice and difficult to melt. The blue dragons, considered the easiest of the 5-color dragons to deal with due to their integrity and fairness, might respond, but they would wait until the demigod-level green dragons failed to respond before intervening. As for their own kind, needless to say, they would certainly help unless there was a personal vendetta. The first to arrive on Earth after Pamela's call for help was the demigod-level green dragon Alexia, leader of the Snow Salt Pond Green Dragon clan. "So you're the descendants of the Poison Queen Dragon Lady. How did you end up on such a barren plain?" Alexia quipped. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Stalemate. So you're the descendant of Lord Poison Queen Dragon. How did you end up on such a barren plain? Alexia quipped. This was why Pamela hadn't summoned Dragon's Ride, even after more than a dozen defeats against Sebastian. It would be humiliating if seen by her own kind. Even the 5-color Dragon King seed wouldn't invoke Dragon's Ride, unless faced with immense danger. This would forever leave a black mark on their history, and would be ridiculed when they became Dragon Kings. Lady Alexia, if you're interested in hearing the story of how I ended up here, I'll share it later when I'm free. Fellow dragons, I beg you to avenge me by slaying the swamp god who humiliated and imprisoned me. Pamela's resounding roar of murderous intent ignited a shared will for revenge among all the dragons. The majesty of the dragon race cannot be insulted. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Fight for the glory of the green dragon, the dragons roared. Alexia's eyes were as cold as a glacier. 10,000 dragons gathered, circling in the sky. Even the weakest of them, even the sanctuary, were united in their shared hatred. Their terrifying power made it difficult for the swamp god to breathe. How could this foolish dragon have a trick up his sleeve? Sebastiana was furious and anxious. The unexpected situation had caught her off guard, and her right hand, gripping the sword, trembled slightly. Rostri, who was currently confronting Lin Mingyuan, saw clearly and said, "They won't last long. I'll lend you the Great Scorpion Needle. Don't you have the confidence to hold them off for 10 minutes? Rostri saw clearly because he couldn't sustain himself for long on the lower-ranking Earth plane. Sebastiana provided the exact coordinates, and with the help of the stick's teleportation array, which possessed stable spatial channels, he was able to maintain a stable stay on Earth for an hour. The temporarily summoned dragons could only stay for 10 minutes at best. They looked impressive, but the crisis would resolve itself after just 10 minutes. To ensure Sebastiana could hold out for 10 minutes, Rostri took off his old Great Scorpion Needle and lent it to her temporarily. A pact was struck between the two. Regardless of success or failure, the Great Scorpion Needle would belong to Rostri. When Rostri departed, the Great Scorpion Needle would follow, leaving Sebastiana no choice. Use whatever tactics you have, I have nothing to fear. With the return of her beloved divine weapon, Sebastiana felt a surge of heroic spirit. Flaming dragon breath, venomous dragon breath, icy breath, a riot of color descended upon Sebastiana, the saturating, intense breath powerful enough to blast her to pieces. Unwavering, Sebastiana used water to escape, silently activating her water channels to evade the dragon's attacks while teleporting before a sanctuary white dragon. The dragon's frost, also a carrier of water, was then spit out. The Great Scorpion Needle pierced the dragon's body with unstoppable force. The fierce scorpion venom overwhelmed the dragon's immune system, causing its snow-white scales to turn black. The mature white dragon howled in agony, dying before being swallowed by the swamp. Without 500 points of divine domain constitution, the Great Scorpion's vicious needle's venom is invulnerable. Therefore, the Great Scorpion's vicious needle is a top-tier weapon for crushing weaklings, instantly killing any mortal with its powerful, unstoppable force. With a single strike, Sebastiana established her authority, earning the sanctuary dragon's fear as a deity. Aside from a few renowned black dragons for their valor and combat prowess, the only remaining dragons daring to oppose Sebastiana were the demigod green dragon Alexia. The other dragons turned their attacks on Rostri, believing they had to contribute something since they were already here. Compared to the incredibly dangerous Sebastiana, Rostri was relatively easy to deal with. Lin Mingyuan led the attack, and the dragons coordinated their efforts, effectively suppressing Rostri. Mystic slashers repeatedly pierced Rostri's defenses, and the thick black mist surrounding him, washed away by dragon breath, gradually thinned. Equipped with his signature corrupted hammer, Rostri proved even more dangerous. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his dark hammer down, its ferocious force and power barely reaching Lin Mingyuan's shadow. Heavy weapons are inherently slow, and Rostri's agility was limited. Lin Mingyuan could see the hammer's trajectory clearly, avoiding it however he chose. If his position was completely blocked and evasion was impossible, he would simply use void walking to escape. Despite his steel-clad frame, Lin Mingyuan's fighting style remained nimble and agile. He had a feeling that avoiding Rostri's hammer would be extremely dangerous, and his 500-plus points of vitality might not be enough to withstand it. Rostri's relentless barrage of attacks, completely abandoning defense, wasted no time. Cracks began to form on his legendary suit, wraith armor, and black smoke billowed from the wounds on his undead form. The battle situation was very clear. Lin Mingyuan's attacks could tear through Rostri's defenses, but the damage they dealt was minimal. Rostri, the warden of the underworld, was indeed absurdly defensive. Defeating Rostri would require a gruesome 3 days and 3 nights of intense fighting to determine the winner, unless he made a major mistake. This was all due to the existence of divine majesty. Peak demigods were considered reserve deities, possessing immense suppressive power over ordinary demigods. A life or death battle below the peak demigod level could be decided by a single flaw, a single mistake. However, for peak demigods, or even true gods above them, the chance of a swift, instantaneous defeat against a being of the same level was rare. Divine majesty was a favor bestowed upon all deities by the will of the universe, greatly increasing their tolerance for error. Consequently, divine battles often took a long time, ranging from 10 days to half a month to several years. For gods with weak constitutions and frail defenses, divine majesty can protect their fragile physiques. If a god already possesses high constitutions and possesses defensive talents, combined with divine majesty, it becomes a formidable force. Nuclear showers and stellar walks are routine operations. White dwarf explosions and black hole collapses are no match for a master deity possessing the combined defensive talents of a high-level divine majesty. Of course, Rostri is certainly not capable of such feats. Nuclear showers and stellar walks are his limits. The fact that Lin Mingyuan was able to breach Rostri's defenses and inflict damage on him proved that a single attack had reached the level of a nuclear explosion, the pinnacle of human technological damage in the pre-cataclysm era. Faced with Lin Mingyuan's elusiveness, Rostri grew increasingly impatient. His stay on Earth was limited to 1 hour. Upon reaching that time, he would be banished to the underworld. The contract he signed with Sebastiana spelled out that Rostri must kill Lin Mingyuan within an hour to obtain the Great Scorpion Needle. If he failed to do so, he would not receive the Great Scorpion Needle. Sebastiana wasn't foolish. She'd paid the price for a divine artifact just to save Thorn Mingyuan's life. Rostri wasn't particularly interested in the Scorpion Needle. He primarily wanted to trade it for a divine weapon, replacing his current legendary equipment, the Fallen Hammer. To obtain his second divine artifact, Rostri decided to show his true strength. Chapter 319, Ancient Hades Patrol Chariot. Time was truly insufficient. Rostri, with only an hour to remain on Earth, didn't need to be as cautious as Sebastiana, counting on his divine power with his fingers. After a brief trial run, Rostri unleashed full force. Divine power, fog of war. The jailer's vocal cords vibrated, a metallic clang echoing through them. Layers of pitch-black fog erupted, instantly enveloping the battlefield where he and Lin Mingyuan stood. Unable to see or hear, the roar of countless troops, east, west, south, and north, was even more confusing to Lin Mingyuan than absolute silence. The Eye of Horus shone golden, but the fog of war, which was imbued with divine power, had a high priority. If the Eye of Horus were upgraded to a divine artifact, it might be possible to clear the fog, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible now. This moment put Lin Mingyuan's sense of danger to the test. He stood still, guarding the narrow, 1-meter-wide space, poised for battle. Sensing danger, he suddenly swung his sword behind him, but missed, its energy dissipating into the fog of war. After several consecutive attacks failed, Lin Mingyuan guessed Rostri's malicious intent. He was deliberately creating murderous intent to confuse Lin Mingyuan's senses, tricking his sense of danger by crying wolf to lower his guard, then suddenly striking and inflicting heavy damage. Lin Mingyuan was not in a hurry. Time was on his side. Every time he sensed danger, he responded with all his might, even if it meant attacking the air like a fool. If this were the underworld, Rostri would have had a good time with Lin Mingyuan on his home turf. Unfortunately, this was Lin Mingyuan's home turf, and Rostri was a mere visitor. He had to kill Lin Mingyuan during his brief time on Earth to claim his reward. After repeated deceptions failed, Rostri once again unleashed murderous intent to deceive Lin Mingyuan's senses. Then, riding the ancient Hades' chariot, he charged from the side. His fallen warhammer, shaped like a carved demonic claw hammer, gathered all its energy and silently brought down. I've waited for you, Lin Mingyuan, ever on guard, never let his guard down. He stepped into the void, teleported behind Rostri, and unleashed Wrath of the Hurricane. Sword shadows spiraled into a terrifying hurricane that stretched from heaven to earth. Every movement of the wind was a slicing blow of sword energy, dispersing the divinely infused fog of afterlife war. Caught in the midst of this, Rostri's Wrath of the Soul suit flew, sending shards flying and sparks flying. The Mystic Cutter's blade slowly dulled in the clash with the legendary suit. As a dagger, the Mystic Cutter's material was relatively brittle, making it ill-suited for direct combat. Lin Mingyuan's primary weapon, the Holy Sword Grenkle, hadn't been used so far in the battle. While it was effective against Sebastiana's Mystic Slasher, it proved somewhat underwhelming against Rostri, a man with thick skin and armor. Imbued with light and fire attributes and imbued with stellar energy, the Holy Sword proved particularly effective against the Warden of the Underworld, cloaked in dark energy. Yet, Lin Mingyuan remained silent, leaving those familiar with him baffled. Unaware of the Holy Sword's power, Rostri stood firm amidst the scourge hurricane, his armor steadily thinning, his body riven with scaly wounds. He couldn't wait for the scourge's powerful attack and defense to weaken. Rostri's response to the Sword Immortal's legendary skill,
Scourge Hurricane, was to engage in explosive attacks. Reinvigorated by divine power, Rostri unleashed his strongest legendary skill, Soul Elegy. Vast soul energy swirled as Rostri's fingertips moved, leaving dark afterimages. After a brief moment of compression and concentration, it erupted in all directions, spreading outward in tens of thousands of underworld waves, with power comparable to Razalith the Explosive Witch's Pyroblast. The sky collapsed, the earth gave way, and the mountains crumbled. Everything in its path was destroyed. Zhu Qiyu, grasping Fang Teichu's arm with one hand and Liu Qi with the other, burst forth at her fastest speed yet, escaping the damage range of Soul Requiem. Hundreds of underworld waves spread outward behind her, tearing the solid earth apart wherever they passed. The waves spread with such rapidity that it was only thanks to Zhu Qiyu that Fang Teichu and Liu Qi escaped danger. Otherwise, Liu Qi, one of the three spectators, would have been killed, and Fang Teichu would likely have been seriously injured. The saying that when gods fight, mortals suffer is true, even those on the edge of the battlefield narrowly avoided catastrophic destruction. Lin Mingyuan, who was directly within the damage zone of Soul Requiem, immediately fled into the void the moment he sensed the devastating energy erupting from within the hurricane of Scourge. Lin Mingyuan was a professional at running away. The explosive power of this attack was too high, far surpassing the torrent of corruption previously unleashed by Sebastian's divine power. Lin Mingyuan lacked the courage to face it. Even with over 500 points of vitality, attempting to resist Soul Requiem was a tactical move, a recipe for self-destruction. Fortunately, Rostri's legendary ability was a cumulative ultimate, capable of only one use. A second Soul Requiem of similar power would require a significant amount of soul gathering, so Lin Mingyuan didn't need to worry about Rostri repeating the same move. However, the fact that Rostri had so easily unleashed his ultimate on Lin Mingyuan suggested that he still had other moves as powerful as Soul Requiem. Lin Mingyuan's suspicions were spot on. Rostri dismissed Soul Requiem's devastating, high-burst ability, even approaching the power of Furnace of Annihilation, completely unfazed by it. He possessed attacks that rivaled Soul Requiem's lethality in their normal form. Returning to Earth from the void, Lin Mingyuan remained shrouded in the fog of war. Sensing Lin Mingyuan's presence, Rostri attacked again, preparing an unstoppable combo. Lin Mingyuan's slithering prowess was unstoppable, slipperier than a loach. Rostri, repeatedly frustrated, was on the verge of exploding. The sound arrived before the person did. A soul-piercing roar shattered Lin Mingyuan's eardrums. The deafening roar stunned him, his pupils dilated and his eyes vacant. With divine power, the demoralizing roar guaranteed to cause the enemy to fall into coma, with a small chance of causing their soul to detach. Control skills don't last long against a monster of Lin Mingyuan's physique, maintaining a steady output for perhaps only 0.8 seconds, less than a second. For Rostri, 0.8 seconds was more than enough. The corrupted hammer slammed into Lin Mingyuan's defenseless head, cracking the hardest part of his skull, dislocating several vertebrae, and shattering and breaking his clavicle, shoulder blades, and sternum, which shared the pressure. Half of Lin Mingyuan's head was smashed into his abdomen. The severe injury immediately triggered the immortal's maximum healing effect. The excruciating pain caused Lin Mingyuan to regain consciousness after falling unconscious, but his body remained immobilized. Rostri, a master of heavy weaponry, delivered a full-strength blow, sending a concussive force that shattered Lin Mingyuan's strength. He could only watch helplessly as 4 nightmare horses, dragging the ancient Hades chariot, charged towards him. The horses had charged, and Lin Mingyuan's vision suddenly went black. His bones were shattered, his muscles torn, and his internal organs were pulverized. This was no damage a warhorse could inflict. Lin Mingyuan felt as if he were being crushed by a planet moving at a constant speed in orbit. Immediately afterward, the chariot's spiked wheels slammed into Lin Mingyuan, completely shattering his flesh and blood. Lin Mingyuan was sent to the brink of death, triggering his life-saving talent, Unyielding, doubling all his base stats. Lin Mingyuan's 4 stats were now, Strength 502, Agility 514, Constitution 738, and Intelligence 370. 500 points of Constitution were considered divine, while 700 points surpassed that by 200, gradually approaching the 1,000-point stats reserved for the Grand God level. With the aid of 700 points of Constitution, his already gruesome injuries healed at an incredible rate. In less than 2 seconds, he was able to resume his movements and fight.
After recovering from his dizziness, Lin Mingyuan finally understood why our Rostri had so easily unleashed Soul Requiem. A single charge from Ancient Hades' patrol chariot dealt as much damage as Soul Requiem's burst. Furthermore, Soul Requiem's damage was only inflicted in the center, while the damage from the thousands of underworld waves spreading outward would have been increasingly diluted. The Ancient Hades patrol chariot was undoubtedly a divine artifact of a higher rank than the Great Scorpion's fierce needles. Lin Mingyuan's 500-plus points of constitution were easily pierced, leaving him near death. Without unyielding backup, Lin Mingyuan would have been dead. In Lin Mingyuan's opinion, the ancient Pluto's patrol chariot was best suited not in single combat but on a legion-scale battlefield. If not for Rostri's chain control, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't have been touched by the chariot at all. On the battlefield, driving the ancient Pluto's patrol chariot through the enemy would always result in unavoidable foes. Failure to dodge meant death. No one could withstand the damage inflicted by the ancient Pluto's patrol chariot. It was absurd, like being run over by a planet. Recovering from his injuries in 2 seconds, Lin Mingyuan's eyes blazed with vengeance. With all his attributes skyrocketing, Lin Mingyuan possessed the power to crush Rostri. A furious straight punch blasted through Rostri's defenses. Turning defense into offense, Lin Mingyuan leaped up, launching a series of kicks, leaping over 4 nightmare warhorses and charging directly at Rostri. The powerful kicks completely shattered the battered wraith armor. Each strike released a surge of black energy from Rostri's body, and the sound of his sternum, protecting his internal organs, cracking with a terrifying creak. Rostri, who had been critically wounded and near death a moment before, suddenly became so vigorous and powerful. He couldn't understand what had happened to Lin Mingyuan, but he knew his last burst of energy wouldn't last. He clasped his hands over his head and lowered his head to protect the demigod, determined to hold out. Ordinary physical attacks proved ineffective against Rostri, blessed with a divine majesty. Lin Mingyuan retrieved the crudely forged, meteoric iron greatsword from his special ring. The unsharpened, blue rare sword was a training sword, possessing no other advantages besides its indestructibility. With the greatsword in hand and his top sword talent, Supreme Edge, activated, Lin Mingyuan's attacks dealt 50% true damage, maximizing his giant strength and ghostly agility. 1 strike shattered skin, 2 cleaved flesh, 3 pierced bone, and 4 shattered bones. Lin Mingyuan launched a fierce attack around Rostri, swerving radically left and right, using his overwhelming attributes to inflict considerable damage. Forcing Rostri to use his precious divine power for defense, he condensed a thick black mist to form a protective armor. Hiding within the tortoise shell woven from divine power, he watched coldly as Lin Mingyuan's vitality rapidly declined. Chapter 320, 2 Suns Crossing the Sky. But excess can't last forever. The burst of doubling base stats only lasts 10 seconds, and once that limit is up, the end is nigh. The heavy sword swirling black fog only served to drain Rostri's divine power. Time was fleeting. Just as unyielding was about to expire, and he was on the verge of death, Lin Mingyuan decisively used the legendary time-based skill, Return to the Past, returning himself to a state before the battle, where his energy and stamina were at their peak. Simultaneously, Lin Mingyuan repeatedly teleported out of the black fog's reach, resolutely avoiding a close encounter with Rostri. After several encounters, Lin Mingyuan had already discerned Rostri's fighting style, close range, unleashing powerful control skills to constrain the opponent, followed by a combo of basic attacks with a fallen hammer and a rhyming attack with the ancient Hades patrol chariot. Most enemies were succumbing to this combo. Unfortunately, Lin Mingyuan was also among the majority. After losing his unyielding power, he was then attacked by Rostri using the same tactics again, which would have been a sure death. If he hadn't guessed that Rostri's presence on Earth was limited, Lin Mingyuan would have retreated. This was indeed not the enemy he should face at this stage. Losing was not shameful, fleeing was the wisest choice. Retreating from the fog of war, before Rostri could pursue him, Lin Mingyuan observed the situation outside. Pamela's summoning of thousands of dragons failed to change the situation. Sebastiana was too powerful and unafraid of siege. Legendary dragons aside, even sanctuary dragons had to stay away from the battlefield and use their dragon breath to strike from a distance. If they got close, Sebastiana would instantly kill them. Several red dragons were releasing their dragon breath into the sky to disperse the cumulonimbus clouds. Rain would be disastrous. Sebastiana, with her water channel talent, could teleport infinitely through the rain, which would be a serious problem. Two demigod green dragons, Pamela and Alexia, were engaged in a fierce battle with Sebastiana. The battle was one-sided, but Sebastiana, relying on the venomous attacks and infinite regeneration of her great scorpion needle, was a formidable opponent against the two dragons. Her footwork was exquisite, her movements graceful, and each piercing blow from the great scorpion needle was deadly. It was only because both demigod green dragons possessed strong poison resistance that they could manage Sebastiana, a situation that would have been difficult for any other dragon. With such a commanding advantage, Sebastiana even glanced at Lin Mingyuan, who had emerged from the fog of war. Her brow furrowed slightly, sensing something was amiss. Why hadn't Lin Mingyuan used his high-level holy sword? Where was his clone hiding? The most profound impression that Lin Mingyuan had left on Sebastiana during the previous battle was his blood soul clone, which inherited basic attributes and possessed all the skills. If it weren't for the unfortunate blood soul clone's sudden appearance to save Lin Mingyuan, she might have been sent to reincarnation. Since the decisive battle began, Sebastiana has been searching for Lin Mingyuan's clone, but has been unable to find it. Something unusual must be going on, and Sebastiana faintly senses a conspiracy. Lin Mingyuan seems to have a plan. On both battlefields, Lin Mingyuan has been defeated on both fronts. He cannot defeat Rostery, and the twin dragons are no match for Sebastiana. With his sword immortal's ranged attack and Skywalker's superior agility, Lin Mingyuan can easily deal with Rostery, but the twin dragons are already failing. Alexia has only responded to the call for assistance. If the situation is not right, she might abandon Pamela and flee. If the twin dragons are no match for them, wouldn't Pamela be devoured by Sebastiana? Noticing Alexia's waning spirit, Lin Mingyuan glanced up at the dim sky. His gaze pierced the atmosphere, revealing the dark, deep, cold universe, and the eternally burning star, where the blood soul clone stood, holy sword in hand. The power has almost built up. It's time to end it all. Lin Mingyuan refused to wait any longer. A massive, deep purple time barrier enveloped Sebastiana without warning. Sebastiana didn't react this time. She didn't even sense Lin Mingyuan's murderous intent. Why would he unleash his ultimate attack so suddenly? It wasn't supposed to happen. Lin Mingyuan teleported into the time barrier and pushed Alexia and Pamela, who were also trapped within it, out. Even Pamela, a close ally, hadn't expected Lin Mingyuan to release the time barrier at this moment. It was understandable that Sebastiana would be affected. It was truly sudden and without warning. Get away from here immediately. As far as you can, as fast as you can. Lin Mingyuan's expression was grim, and the veins in his neck bulged as he harnessed the power of the stars. The dragons summoned from the other world returned one after another through the space tunnel they had come from, none paying any heed to Lin Mingyuan's words. At that moment, two enormous suns stretched across the sky, approaching at a visible speed. In a blink, they filled most of the sky, and the entire Luoxia province could witness the vast spectacle of two dazzling, radiant stars, radiating immense heat. Under the overwhelming might of the heavens, humans and monsters alike prostrated themselves on the ground, begging for mercy from the gods. Only the gods could unleash such a horrific catastrophe. Rostery, riding his chariot, lifted the fog of war, piercing the blinding light. He looked up and saw the two suns descending, destroying the atmosphere. Panic and fear crossed his grim, undead face. Sebastiana has misled me. What kind of enemy has she provoked? The powerful warden of the underworld lacked the courage to face the approaching stars, two of which were simultaneously slamming into the land. Black smoke billowed from his body as he resisted the endless heat and light released by the stars. Damn it, I don't want the great scorpion needle anymore. Whoever wants this job can take it, it's none of my business. Rostery was a wise man. He saw the impossibility of doing things and didn't force them. He steered his chariot through a special channel and disappeared. For Rostery, coming to Earth was just a business trip to earn extra money. If he made money, he was happy. If he didn't, he wouldn't suffer any loss. He arrived with grace and left with decisiveness. In the end, Sebastiana was left alone to endure Lin Mingyuan's most powerful attack yet. Trapped within the time barrier, Sebastiana's brows pounded wildly. The premonition of death was clear and imminent. The divine power she had been using sparingly, counting on her fingers, was surging, moving at high speed within the time barrier in an attempt to escape. Divine power is an almighty force, capable of all things, increasing damage, reducing damage, healing,
encountering abnormalities. With divine power, the insurmountable time ability becomes a countermeasure. But even just countermeasures require a significant expenditure of divine power. How could Lin Mingyuan let Sebastiana escape? He instantly moved to her side, who seemed to be moving slowly through glue, and embraced her with open arms. Without mercy or tenderness, his arms, like steel cables, strangled Sebastiana's hopes of escape. Where else do you want to go? Face your inevitable death, Lin Mingyuan whispered softly, sensing Sebastiana's futile struggle. When a star descended, the atmosphere was the first to be damaged. 2 massive holes blasted through the azure sky. Without the protection of an atmosphere, the star's carcinogenic ultraviolet and cosmic rays spread unchecked across the Earth, the pitch-black universe clearly and intuitively displayed before the world. However, no one could see it at the moment. No one was foolish enough to look directly at the star. They didn't even know what was happening. No, this shouldn't be my end. Sebastiana was filled with resentment, her intense resentment transforming into resentment. She had everything planned out, descending upon a new world targeted by the celestial confluence, dividing its space to create a divine kingdom, actively aiding the confluence to further weaken the will of the native world, thereby earning the confluence's rewards and achieving deification. However, plans didn't change quickly. Initially, Sebastiana's minions encountered stiff resistance from Blackstone City. Several attacks failed to defeat the city, and instead, they themselves became its target. The city's lord personally led a massive expedition. The initial battle was a bitter victory. In the second, Sebastiana sacrificed trusted subordinates to recover from her injuries and, at no cost, enlisted the aid of Rostri, the warden of the underworld. The result was even worse than the first. She was initially overpowered by Lin Mingyuan. After finally exchanging blows, she finally found herself in a position of respite, only to be met with a devastating blow just as the situation seemed promising. Sebastiana couldn't understand how Lin Mingyuan had managed to direct 2 stars from outer space to fall upon her. Sebastiana's quest for survival was strong. Seeing she couldn't escape the time barrier, she immediately shifted her focus and channeled all her divine power into defense. With divine defense and the protection of divine majesty, Sebastiana was fully prepared to welcome the star's arrival. Of course, Lin Mingyuan couldn't actually drag the sun to Earth. That would result in Earth's destruction before Sebastiana herself. What Lin Mingyuan could do was to guide 2 mountain-sized miniature stars to Earth. While small, they possessed all the necessary capabilities. Within their attack area, the damage dealt by the miniature stars was comparable to that of a full-fledged star, though they wouldn't incinerate the entire planet, only a small area. The star's impact point was within the time barrier, which lasted less than 10 seconds. Lin Mingyuan used rapid cooling to refresh the cooldown of the time barrier, which had already reached its end. Without waiting for the time barrier to dissipate naturally, a surge of energy crushed it from the outside, restoring the flow of time to normal. Sebastiana's hair turned yellow and curled, then burst into flames. Her flesh melted away, and her beautiful face became like a monster. Her shrill roar lasted only 10 minutes before abruptly ceasing, her vocal cords completely burned. All of Sebastiana's preparations were useless when facing a star directly. This move was called Heaven and Earth Live Together. To ensure Sebastiana couldn't escape, Lin Mingyuan also exposed himself directly to the star's damage. His skin burned red like a cooked shrimp, and the true form of the fire demon was involuntarily released. Its rough skin was 100 times hotter than a branding iron, scorching Sebastiana, whose skin was already charred. You killed the swamp goddess Sebastiana, gaining 67,955,100,002 experience points, and you reached level 131. Chapter 321 God Killer. 9 times, a golden light flashed across Lin Mingyuan's body, visible only to professionals. Nearly 140 billion experience points instantly boosted him 9 levels, from 122 to 131. The stat points were easily assigned. Conventionally, all were assigned to agility. His core talent, Flame Lord, granted a fixed bonus of 1 point to strength and constitution with each level up, giving him a guaranteed 3-point bonus with each level up. There was also a 1 in 3 chance of triggering the Crucible Swordsmanship, which randomly granted 1 point to strength or constitution. This time, his luck was bad, as the Crucible Swordsmanship bonus only triggered twice, both to strength. Even before the system notifications had finished, Lin Mingyuan, exiting the personal stats screen, heard a series of emotionless,
Cold system tones. The system has determined that the total damage you inflicted on the swamp god, Sebastiana, exceeded 80%. As the first native creature to slay an alien deity, you have obtained the world's only talent, Godslayer. Swamp enemy, you slew the troublesome swamp god. Regional legend +8, world legend +1, Godslayer. Your deed of slaying a deity has spread worldwide. World legend +12, I've snatched Gao Jiangxin's opportunity. Lin Mingyuan was absolutely certain that Gao Jiangxin was the one on Earth who possessed the Godslayer talent. His acquisition of the talent was a global announcement, and all professionals knew that Gao Jiangxin had slain a true god. Are you happy? Very happy. Obtaining the Godslayer talent was a pleasant surprise. Lin Mingyuan himself hadn't expected it. While happy, Lin Mingyuan couldn't help but ponder the reason for his Godslayer talent. As the name suggests, Godslayer requires slaying a deity to obtain it, and only the first professional in the world to successfully do so. It's a unique talent in the universe, a reward bestowed upon outstanding professionals by the will of the world. But is Sebastiana, the swamp goddess, a deity? Strictly speaking, no. Only those above level 200 who ignite the divine fire, establish a kingdom, and ascend the throne are considered true gods. But it's not wrong to say she is. A peak demigod is a reserve deity, recognized by the cosmic will, a higher level than the world will, and possesses the supreme defensive talent, divine majesty. Whether she is considered a deity or not is not up to Lin Mingyuan to decide, it's up to the Earth will to decide. If the Earth will determines that Lin Mingyuan has successfully killed a god, then he has. The Godslayer talent, which originally belonged to Gao Jiangxin of the Arc Group, will then be Lin Mingyuan's. Lin Mingyuan has no idea how powerful the Godslayer talent is and what its effects are. Gao Jiangxin has guarded the secret closely, leaving no one in the dark. Now, Lin Mingyuan can finally resolve his confusion. In Lin Mingyuan's talent list, Godslayer held the top spot, pushing the always top, Samsara Sword Body, down to second place. Flame Demon King moved down to third place. Fourth was Sweep the Troops, ranked second among the 10 universal talents, followed closely by Man and Sword Unity, Time Traveler, Supreme Blade, Immortal, Two-Faced Man, and Unyielding. S-tier talents also had different levels of rank. Before acquiring the Godslayer talent, Lin Mingyuan's strongest S-tier talent was the Samsara Sword Body. With every 10 levels he gained a priceless evolution skill point. By level 130, Lin Mingyuan had received 13 incredibly valuable evolution skill points. Without the Samsara Sword Body, Lin Mingyuan would have been unable to evolve powerful skills like Invincible Slash and God's Avatar, which played a crucial role in Lin Mingyuan's development. Needless to say, the Fire Lord talent grants 2 additional attribute points per level up. The bonus attribute points from Fire Lord alone reach over 100. The higher the level, the greater the benefit. It's no surprise that it crushes sweeping armies. After all, Samsara Sword Body and Fire Lord are class or race-specific talents, not universal talents. Sweeping armies is quite powerful among universal talents, but it pales in comparison to many powerful unique talents. Therefore, it can be concluded that the rank of Godslayer is absolutely beyond imagination. Lin Mingyuan was curious about what the Godslayer talent could bring him. Godslayer, whenever you kill a divine creature, you plunder its divine power and highest attributes. The Godslayer talent wasn't as complex as Lin Mingyuan had imagined. It was very simple and could be summarized in one sentence, yet its effects were incredibly powerful. Divine creatures are demigod-level beings with divine power. Every demigod killed grants a portion of their divine power and highest attributes. If Lin Mingyuan kills enough demigods, his divine power and attributes will accumulate to a terrifying level. While his attributes were generally quite good, Lin Mingyuan had no shortage of them. However, there were generally only 3 ways to gain divine power. First, upon ascending from a demigod realm to true realm, a sum of world power was converted into the player's initial divine power, based on the strength of the realm and the amount of world power generated. Weaker realms only gained a small amount of initial divine power, while the best realms yielded no more than 10. Lin Mingyuan learned from Izalith that the world power generated by the fire elemental plane, Old Bell Tower, he currently possessed could yield approximately 6 points of initial divine power, a significant amount. After all, even the God Devourer, Liu Qi, after completely devouring the primal totem god on the game, only gained 5 points of divine power, demonstrating just how precious divine power is. The second way to gain divine power is through the natural accumulation of cosmic energy. Humans can accumulate a bit of divine power in about 10 years, while immortals, limited by world barriers, can only accumulate a bit in 100 years. The third method involves absorbing the divine power crystals that occasionally drop from killing divine creatures. The divine power crystals Lin Mingyuan needed to forge his holy sword were obtained when he slew the projection of the Yellow King during the Mist Tide, one of the 4 great calamities. Absorbing divine power crystals grants divine power, but absorption is not so easy. First, the will of the original owner must be obliterated. Otherwise, rash absorption could at best destabilize the soul, or even completely obliterate it, replacing it. Furthermore, there's a restriction: compatible attributes are required. For example, if Frostry, the warden of the underworld, absorbs the divine power crystal of light, his body will explode and die instantly. Only divine power crystals with compatible attributes, such as Nether, Death, or Soul, can harvest their power. The power of the Godslayer's talent is thus clear. Killing a demigod allows one to steadily plunder their divine power and attributes. It's practically robbery, robbing the rich to help the poor. Those below demigod status are unable to rob. Putting aside the elation of acquiring the Godslayer, Lin Mingyuan concentrated and used Eternal Exile to launch 2 miniature stars, still powered, into outer space. He then reviewed his haul from defeating Sebastina. While the star, radiating immense light and heat, was still too subtle to discern, Lin Mingyuan suddenly saw a pink beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Surrounded by several dazzling golden beams, the artifact radiated a captivating pink glow. Lin Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the rapier-shaped object within the pink beam. Fortunately, it was the Scorpion Needle, not another artifact that amplified Sebastina's stats and spell damage. With a single wave of his hand, Lin Mingyuan stored all his loot in his space ring and carefully examined it. Besides the Scorpion Needle, there were also 2 legendary items and 2 legendary skill scrolls. The impressive items were the Green Yuan Ring and the Light Shadow Veil, both of which were quite useful. The former granted powerful healing abilities, while the latter obscured personal information. Neither item was particularly useful to Lin Mingyuan. The skill scrolls were 1,000 Needles and Evil Soul Annihilation Formation. 1,000 Needles left a deep impression on Lin Mingyuan, its terrifying burst nearly knocking him out of his state of indomitable strength. 1,000 Needles is a burst sword technique, requiring a base stat requirement of 150 strength and 200 agility. Without exceptionally high base stats, wielding 1,000 Needles 1,000 times a second is out of the question. Few professionals nationwide possess the stats necessary to master 1,000 Needles, so Lin Mingyuan readily accepted the opportunity. Evil Soul Annihilation Formation, however, is a form of dark magic, making it unsuitable for Lin Mingyuan. Chapter 322, Immortality of Heroic Spirits, Eternal Life of the Kingdom of God. After counting the spoils, Lin Mingyuan looked up at the slowly closing atmospheric void, then down at the devastated, charred cenote. Sebastina had been reduced to ashes, scattered everywhere by the desolate winds of the universe. The remaining energy within the ashes would nourish this tormented land, bringing lush greenery to the land next spring. It's all over, the war, months in the making, concluded, and Lin Mingyuan emerged as the sole victor, reaping the fruits of his victory. He advanced 9 levels, acquired the artifact, Great Scorpion Fierce Needle, and learned the explosive sword technique, 1,000 Needles. His greatest reward was snatching the world's only talent, Godslayer, which had previously belonged to Takumi Nobuyuki. Inside the ARC Group Headquarters Operations Command Room in Shanghai, Gao Jiangxin's brows knitted into a chariot. Just 5 minutes earlier, the ARC Group's top brass had orchestrated a plan to siege and eliminate Zijingao, the mad god responsible for the recent massacres in the southeast. This strategy established Gao Jiangxin as the sole attacker, with the others serving as supporting characters, creating space for him to deal damage. Gao Jiangxin was a pure damage-dealing warrior, specializing in long weapons like spears and lances. He possessed the S-rank talent, Gene Collapse. Every time Gao Jiangxin struck an enemy, he would gain insight into their genetic information, permanently increasing their damage by 1%. This talent could stack infinitely. With enough Gene Collapse stacks, even a God King could be slain with a single strike. This was a top-tier talent with boundless potential, surpassing even Lin Mingyuan's entire talent.
Precisely because the damage from gene collapse could stack infinitely, capable of shattering the defenses of a god, Gao Jiangxin was established as the sole damage dealer. Gao Jiangxin was thrilled. After all, experience gained from killing a target is determined by who accounts for the highest damage output. Most proficient players wouldn't even be able to penetrate the Mad God's defenses, effectively giving Gao Jiangxin all the experience. Consequently, Gao Jiangxin had to forego all the spoils. Gao Jiangxin wasn't greedy. He knew that without help, he'd be killed in just a few rounds against the Mad God. He was content to receive the full amount of experience. Moreover, as the first to slay a true god, Gao Jiangxin was confident he'd also receive additional rewards from the will of the earth. Just as he was brimming with joy and eager to try, he suddenly heard a system notification. Lin Mingyuan had already achieved the god-killing achievement, his slaying of the swamp god being announced globally. Back when Lin Mingyuan forged the holy sword, he owed a favor to Liu Shuqi, a master enchanter from the art group. To repay this favor, Lin Mingyuan killed a high-ranking art group executive who had discovered Gao Jiangxin. Later, Lin Mingyuan's assassination attempt on a top executive at the art group came to light. However, the art group was unwilling to provoke the powerful and influential Lin Mingyuan for a less prominent leader. Gao Jiangxin's desire for revenge was undeniable, but the art group would offer him no support beyond verbal support. With high offense but weak defense, Gao Jiangxin wasn't a versatile professional, unable to single-handedly carry out his revenge. He could only hold on to his hatred, waiting to make Lin Mingyuan pay the price. Some deep-seated hatreds, like the murder of a father or the theft of a wife, endure, while others fade with time. Gao Jiangxin's hatred was the latter. Ultimately, the slain leader had merely promoted him. Even without him, Gao Jiangxin's talent would have eventually distinguished him, and over time, the hatred faded. Had it not been for the sudden news about Lin Mingyuan, Gao Jiangxin would have nearly forgotten it. Lucky boy. In a few days, it'll be me who's in the spotlight. Gao Jiangxin muttered a few words of resignation before letting his annoyance fade. At this point, he didn't quite grasp what he'd lost, he simply considered it a missed opportunity to be featured globally. Returning to the battlefield on the border of Luoxia province, Pamela descended from the sky, transforming from dragon to human form. She raised an eyebrow. You decisively hid something. Sebastiana deserved her death. I paid a heavy price, too. See, Lin Mingyuan said, displaying the holy sword. The tiny star on the holy sword's hilt had dimmed dramatically, its overall energy depleted. It would take centuries to recover to its peak. This move is called Twin Suns Across the Sky. It draws upon the energy of the newborn stars within the holy sword and, with it, the energy of real stars, forming two fleeting miniature stars that descend upon Earth like meteors. This move is forbidden and can only be used once. Lin Mingyuan knew the limits of the holy sword the moment he acquired it. Unchecked, the power of this move could destroy most of Luoxia province and even devastate the entire surface ecosystem of central China. Lin Mingyuan diligently limited the attack range, concentrating the damage on the battlefield and effectively killing the swamp god. What a fine sword! Don't worry. Once you ascend to demigod status, you'll be able to rapidly restore the holy sword through divine nourishment. Pamela envied him. That's good news. Lin Mingyuan, possessing new knowledge, vaguely sensed Pamela's intention to leave and asked, are you leaving? Yes, the world's will is rejecting me. My injuries here are ineffective. I must return to my own world. What? You're trying to keep me? Pamela half smiled. Women in the extraordinary world, or perhaps it could be expanded to mean that most female creatures are career-oriented. Romance is never the main theme of life. When love and mission conflict, most people choose the latter. Forget it. You have your dreams, and I have mine. I wish you a safe journey, Lin Mingyuan said with a carefree attitude. Pamela smiled, carefully observing this world, and suddenly said, if it were any other world, perhaps I would stay, but I definitely won't stay here. This world is hopeless. My advice to you is to find another home as soon as possible. If you have nowhere else to go, you're welcome to join me in the Blackwater Swamp of the Origin Universe. If you don't want to live with me, I can give you a planet for free, Kane, in the Medan Plain. While its resources are scarce, it can easily support 300 or 500 million people. Thank you for your kindness. Liangyan is beautiful, but it's not my home. I will not abandon the world that raised me, Lin Mingyuan said calmly. The Earth's will favored Lin Mingyuan, bestowing upon him the gift of the Godslayer.
which he could choose to grant or withhold. Lin Mingyuan couldn't be ungrateful and flee Earth without resistance. That was unnatural. Even if the situation proved impossible, Lin Mingyuan would remain committed to Earth until the very end. Favors must be repaid, and vengeance must be exacted. Lin Mingyuan's way was to repay kindness and revenge. Whatever you want. Remember to call me if you need anything. Bye. The space-time portal opened, and Pamela, eager to return home, returned to the Blackwater Swamp to plunder Sebastiana's legacy. Lin Mingyuan had no time for melancholy. He had work to do. He transformed himself into a flame demon form, growing once more, towering 1,000 feet taller than an ordinary mountain. He shouted, "The battle is over. All Black Rock City warriors, hurry to the battlefield." Without Lin Mingyuan's words, the professionals, alerted by the system notification in their minds about Lin Mingyuan's feat of Godslayer, rushed to the battlefield, their faces lit with uncontrollable excitement, shouting and venting their emotions. Lin Mingyuan is awesome. Victory. The City Lord has won again, unstoppable, undefeated. Who is this swamp god? How can he be compared to the Lord City Lord? The Lord City Lord can summon the sun. People shouted loudly on the road, but silence fell upon arriving at the battlefield. They were shocked by the vast, charred pit that stretched for dozens of miles. But it wasn't just the pit that shocked them. The holy sword suspended in mid-air suddenly emitted a golden light, and the previously invisible black souls appeared clearly before everyone, the golden light dyeing the souls from dark black to gold. What's going on? Am I dead? The fallen heroic spirits of the demonic legion looked at themselves suspended in mid-air in confusion. They saw their fellow legionnaires below, their eyes filled with tears. They excitedly wanted to return to their comrades to embrace them, but found that they could not dissolve their bodies. Only then did they realize that they had become ghosts. Heroic spirits of the fallen, listen to me. Lin Mingyuan's words seemed to have a magical power, and all the heroic spirits stopped and listened quietly to Lin Mingyuan's words. Indeed, you are already dead, perished on the battlefield against the swamp god. I have summoned you back. Please do not mind if I disturb your eternal slumber. Lin Mingyuan smiled as he continued, you fought for me, for Black Rock City. You faced death with courage and fearlessness. You are a role model worthy of emulation, and your noble souls will find eternal life in my kingdom of God. Fight for the City Lord, even if it means death. Glory to the great Fire Demon King. The heroic spirits finally understood that it was Lin Mingyuan who had granted them this second chance at life. They rushed to pledge their loyalty, expressing their gratitude for his kindness and strength. Lin Mingyuan's cry brought the atmosphere to a climax. The only difficulty in life is death. Who doesn't fear death? Even the wisest monarchs would pursue immortality in their later years, or seek a faith that would keep their souls alive. Now, Lin Mingyuan was demonstrating to everyone that worshipping a god was better than worshipping him. What the gods could do, he could do too. Unlike the swamp god, Lin Mingyuan truly could bring the spirits of the fallen heroes to Valhalla, where they would live forever. As long as the holy sword remained, they would not die. The spirits were thrilled, and the living were even more thrilled. Their loyalty to Lin Mingyuan turned to devotion. The omnipotent Lin Mingyuan could not only defeat powerful enemies but also grant them eternal life after death. The Blackstone City professionals who witnessed this miracle were so enthralled that their eyes were red with excitement that they could hardly contain themselves. Anyone who dared to speak ill of Lin Mingyuan at this moment would likely be devoured by the fanatical professionals. Chapter 323 Monster Crossing the Border. Lin Mingyuan had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since he acquired the Holy Sword and learned it possessed the skill, Hall of Valor, the prototype of the Kingdom of God, he had longed for a devastating war. Then, through the Hall of Valor's power, he would gather the fallen heroic spirits, gaining heroic warriors while also rallying all Black Rock City professionals to worship him as a god. Lin Mingyuan's ambition to attain deification was no longer hidden. He referred to the Hall of Valor as the Kingdom of God. He wanted to become the first god of Earth, the first god of China. Not only ordinary professionals, but even many cotters were swept up in the frenzy, worshipping Lin Mingyuan as their sole god, especially the 4 leaders of the Demon Legion. The desire for strength was ingrained in the demonic bloodline, and Lin Mingyuan was the founder of the Demon Legion and the benefactor of its high-level demonic bloodline. The Demon Legion and its 4 leaders, already fiercely loyal to him, instantly became his devout followers, willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Yu King cheered and shouted along with the crowd, completely immersed in the carnival atmosphere. It's a gift to remain calm and sober despite the frenzy, and Zuki Uai was one of them. She rolled her eyes at the Fangirl Yu King, discerning some key points from the heroic souls present. Those summoned by the power of the Holy Sword and returning from the journey to the underworld were professionals who bravely fought bravely and fearlessly. Lin Mingyuan always referred to them as heroic souls. None of the cowards who cowered and performed poorly on the battlefield were resurrected. Zuki Yu understood that achieving immortality required loyalty to Lin Mingyuan and bravery. Valhalla wasn't just for the faint of heart, loyalty was the foundation, bravery the threshold. Meeting these two qualities earned the Hall of Valhalla's call, becoming an immortal heroic soul. Later, Lin Mingyuan could even be deified and reincarnated as an angel. Lin Mingyuan didn't state this directly, as it would have seemed too contrived. He believed the professionals would soon understand the rules. After this move, the hearts of the people were won over, and Lin Mingyuan had gained a valiant, resolute army of steel, defying death. The revelry was over, and the professionals, led by their leaders, would continue to level the swamp and clear out the lurking monsters. Those who performed exceptionally well would be recruited into the demon army as new blood. After this battle, the demon army suffered heavy losses, with over half of its members killed or wounded. They needed to continue replenishing their ranks with new blood. Lin Mingyuan needed a few days of rest before resuming his journey of killing monsters and leveling up. Lin Mingyuan's ascension to demigodhood required no barriers, only a significant amount of experience points. This year, Lin Mingyuan would continue his journey, crisscrossing the country and even the world in search of bosses to slay. Fang Taichu, who had come from Hejian City specifically to assist Lin Mingyuan, was leaving. Before leaving, Fang Taichu shook Lin Mingyuan's hand, expressing his greatest pride in having Lin Mingyuan as his apprentice. Lin Mingyuan had surpassed his teacher in both potential and combat effectiveness, and Fang Taichu was deeply pleased. This time, Zuki Yu and Yu King weren't leaving. Yu King, a fangirl, had long wanted to join Lin Mingyuan's team, but had been reluctant to let the United Council nurture her. Now that Lin Mingyuan had shown his potential, she was determined to cling to him. Zuki Yu shared this sentiment, a true bird choosing its home. Following Lin Mingyuan offered a brighter future, but she still had to return to the council. She had already acquired the Dragon Heartstring, the primary ingredient for the Sonic Blade upgrade, and was eager to upgrade it, a blade she had a natural affinity with, to legendary rank. She also planned to establish her own domain, arranging her own affairs before officially joining Black Rock City. With two more high-potential officials joining Black Rock City, he was practically fleecing the United Council. Lin Mingyuan welcomed this. Zuki Yu had done him a favor. Without her, Lin Mingyuan wouldn't have been able to obtain the Skywalker class. Without the special and temporal abilities that the Skywalker class afforded, Lin Mingyuan would have been no match for Edith, the Red Dragon Mother, who was determined to kill him. He would have been forced to flee long ago, far from enjoying his current glory. Brother-in-law, you look so handsome today. I got goosebumps when those two supernovas fell to earth. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, Shen Qinghai approached and embraced Lin Mingyuan's arm, expressing her excitement. Lin Mingyuan had accomplished defeat of deicide, and the news spread across the world, bringing a sense of pride to those around him. It took everything I had to defeat this formidable foe. Honestly, it's almost unreal now, Lin Mingyuan said, his steps light and his eyes etched with a smile. Brother-in-law is the best. You are the pride of Chinese professionals. I would call you the strongest. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Mingyuan smiled and tapped Shen Qinghai's head. The smug look on his face proved that he agreed with Shen Qinghai's words. Lin Mingyuan was a godslayer of even greater value than Gao Jiangxun. Even though Gao Jiangxun killed a true god, he only managed to slay the deranged, insane mad god with the full support of the entire ARC group. Lin Mingyuan almost single-handedly frightened off a peak demigod and killed another. Although he relied on the power of the high-level artifact, Holy Sword, Grankle, then again, the Holy Sword was forged by Lin Mingyuan himself and was considered part of his strength. After joking with Shen Qinghai for a while, the fatigue from excessive mental exertion washed over him. Lin Mingyuan returned to his room and fell asleep, falling into the deepest sleep. The left and right guardian holy swords and the great scorpion needles floated on either side of Lin Mingyuan, protecting him from harm. Mastering the great scorpion needle couldn't have been easier. With its previous owner dead and now a masterless artifact, the great scorpion offered no resistance to Lin Mingyuan, effortlessly imprinting his mark on the needle's magic pattern core. The revelry continued in Black Rock City, with all bars, nightclubs, and other entertainment venues offering free entry. The parent Chamber of Commerce brought in cartloads of champagne for the revelers, and purchased seasonal and off-season flowers to decorate the city. Ribbons and colorful lights were everywhere, and several life-size golden statues of Lin Mingyuan, carved long ago, were erected in various squares. When it came to currying favor, Lin Mingyuan, president of the parent Chamber of Commerce, was a master. He licked Lin Mingyuan to his heart's content, preparing everything he could think of and even beyond, without him having to issue any orders. All Lin Mingyuan needed to do was enjoy the experience. At night, as the neon lights flickered, the gloom that had shrouded Blackstone City for days vanished, transforming it into a city of unbridled revelry. Soldiers returning from the front brought back the frenzied atmosphere, vividly recounting how Lin Mingyuan summoned a star to incinerate the swamp god. This gave the people a clear understanding of Lin Mingyuan's divine might and a belief in his omnipotence. Even professionals were completely captivated by Lin Mingyuan, while ordinary citizens completely revered him as a deity. Keenly sensing Lin Mingyuan's deliberate cultivation of followers, Lin Mingyuan contacted factories across the country, working overtime to manufacture statues for distribution to the locals. He also embellished Lin Mingyuan's deeds and compiled a book, spreading his story wherever the Chamber of Commerce went. Lin Mingyuan, who had been the chief priest of the earth goddess of wealth in a previous life, devoted himself to Lin Mingyuan, evidently convinced of his potential for deification and deification, desiring to become his hero. The Parrot Merchant Guild helped Lin Mingyuan boast, and a few months later, Lin Mingyuan even gained 2 world legend points because of it. But that's a story for another time. Amidst the joy and peace, there was a discordant tone. Lin Mingyuan woke up to receive news from the front lines. A large number of monsters had swarmed the border between Luoxia Province and Wuzhou Province. The frontline soldiers put up a fierce resistance, but among the monsters that flooded into Luoxia Province were several powerful sanctuary bosses, causing heavy casualties. The Devourer of Gods Liu Qi was attacked and seriously injured, and the great sage Dongfang Bai suffered a psychic attack and fell into coma. The defenders were retreating step by step. What's going on? Lin Mingyuan, dazed and just waking up, was stunned. This had never happened in his previous life. How could monsters from Wuzhou Province travel to Luoxia Province? There must be something hidden. Shen Qingai was waiting at the door. Hearing noises from the bedroom, she knew Lin Mingyuan had woken up and pushed the door open. She cast a lustful glance at Lin Mingyuan, whose upper body was naked, revealing his muscular build like cast steel. She reported sternly, "Monsters have been crossing the border continuously for the past 2 days, but they were arriving in small batches. Back then, you were completely focused on dealing with the swamp god. But since around 2 o'clock this afternoon, the number of monsters crossing has increased significantly. The total energy index at the border has reached 70 million, exceeding your personal energy index. It's normal that the soldiers can't cope. No wonder they can't be blamed. Why are monsters crossing the border in such large numbers? Could Wuzhou Province have been lost?" Lin Mingyuan was puzzled. Unlikely. Wuzhou Province belongs to that guy, the Night King. The Night King is not someone to be trifled with. With him around, Wuzhou Province is undeniable. Lin Mingyuan raised the question, then immediately rejected it. Could it be a case of diverting trouble? The floating city often encounters this kind of thing. Undefeated bosses from other locations are lured to the floating city, where they're handed over to the city's mages. Hearing this, Lin Mingyuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. If that's true, then it's not just diverting trouble, it's also about taking advantage of someone's misfortune. They're convinced I'll die at the hands of the swamp god, so no matter how they try to stab me, there's no one to blame. What are you planning, brother-in-law? Haha, I'm not good at schemes and subterfuge, but I'm good at fighting and killing. First, we'll eliminate the boss that crossed the border, then we'll go to Wuzhou Province and demand an explanation. If they can't give me a satisfactory answer, let them suffer the same death as the swamp god. To anyone else, this statement would have seemed arrogant, but coming from Lin Mingyuan, it sounded confident. Chapter 324, Harming Neighbors. Having experienced the grueling battle against the swamp god, Lin Mingyuan was no match for ordinary bosses. Upon learning of the invasion of several sanctuary-level bosses on the border, he rushed to the battlefield with the ease of a seasoned hunter entering a forest he'd known for decades, each blade of grass and tree a familiar sight. Before his arrival, the holy sword had already reached the battlefield, its dazzling golden light illuminating the smoke-filled sky. The spirits of the fallen heroes were revealed in the golden glow. Reborn as the immortal spirits of Valhalla,
They quickly recognized the spot where they had fallen and, brandishing their weapons manifested by holy power, attacked the monster hordes once again. The city lord is here. Brothers, destroy these bastards. Upon seeing Lin Mingyuan, the holy sword warriors knew he had arrived. Their morale soared, their fighting power unleashed at 120%, and they charged forward with all their valor, fighting alongside their recently fallen comrades. Using both ethereal movement and sword-powered flight, Lin Mingyuan reached the border battlefield at top speed, crossing hundreds of kilometers in just 2 minutes. Looking down at the monsters below, it was clear to the naked eye that none of them were the same swamp monsters that had descended upon Earth with Sebastiana. Over a quarter of them were strange-looking aliens, their skin a mixture of black and blue, like a tiger's. The majority of their skin was a shimmering blue that absorbed starlight at night, with black stripes adding depth to the shimmering blue. They were naked, had no discernible sexual characteristics, and were completely hairless. Their facial features were widely spread, making them extremely ugly by human standards. Another type of monster was a mummy, a decaying corpse tightly wrapped in bandages. They possessed immense strength, physique, and agility, but their greatest weakness was their low fire resistance. A blow from a fire-enchanted weapon would simply incinerate the bandages and ignite the corpse. Seeing Lin Mingyuan arrive at the battlefield, Li Tong, who was providing high-altitude fire support astride the Red Dragon Hussein, flew in to report. At 3 p.m., the soldiers clearing the Firefly Swamp discovered a large number of monsters crossing the border. Yan Qianxue has already told me the general situation, so you don't need to repeat it. The danger of the battle was so great that Li Tong ignored the politeness and continued, then let me tell you about the bosses. There are 3 sanctuary bosses entering the battlefield. The strongest is a high sanctuary boss over level 150, the conqueror of the planet Kariada, the astral telepath Sangbak. His signature ability is Void, which grants him temporary immunity to all damage. His main attack method is to manipulate 8 extremely dense tungsten spheres weighing over 40 tons. Ordinary professionals are simply no match for him. The tungsten spheres he controls with his telekinesis can kill anyone who touches them. Then there's the ancient mummy, the silent one, a master of ancient spells. His words are enshrined in the divine law. With the word prisoner, he confined Liu Qi to his spot, unable to move. Combined with Sangbek's tungsten spheres, he nearly crushed Liu Qi to death. Thumbek and the Silent Ones have reached some kind of agreement to join forces. There's also a lone sanctuary boss, Li Kuangren, the ghost-eyed twin blades. He's not interested in conquering cities, but rather in challenging experts. Lu Obing and Wu Chunlei are trying to contain him. The Black Rock City professionals had already analyzed the general information about the invading bosses in a short period of time. They all sound quite impressive, each with their own unique skills. I wonder if they could withstand my attacks. Don't underestimate your opponents. These 3 bosses are exceptional, not your average sanctuary bosses. Seeing Lin Mingyuan's complacency, Li Tong couldn't help but warn him. Lin Mingyuan smiled but said nothing. His deep gaze fixed on the astral telepath, Thambak, who was suspended in midair with his arms outstretched, engaging Dongfang Bai. 8 car-sized tungsten spheres struck wherever they were directed. Dongfang Bai's summoned treeman couldn't withstand the tungsten sphere's blows, shattering them into useless firewood. Dongfang Bai, concentrating, sweat beads on his forehead, gathering at the edges of wrinkles and trickling down his aged cheeks. At that moment, a piercing, supersonic wave of sound struck, and a dark, sinister scorpion needle pierced the air, piercing Sangbek. The sword's speed was too great. Sangbek, relying on telekinesis to propel himself aloft, lacked agility and speed, making him unable to dodge Lin Mingyuan's attack. The terrifying foreboding of death forced Sangbek to unleash his strongest defensive skill, Void. While his projection remained on Earth, his body had retreated to the alternate dimension, rendering him immune to all damage. Play that trick on me, Lin Mingyuan snorted. Sangbek's display of Void in front of Lin Mingyuan was a bit pretentious. Having mastered the Omnislash, Lin Mingyuan was well aware of Sangbek's Void. Lin Mingyuan clenched his fist and then opened it, commanding the force of space to expel Sangbek from the alternate dimension. Terrified, Sangbek deployed the Shattered Star Sea domain, surrounded by a meteorite belt, and used telekinesis to create layers of solid barriers as a defensive measure, but to no avail. The scorpion's needle pierced through the illusion, breaking through the telekinetic barrier and the meteorite belt. The sharp dagger pierced Sangbek's chest and then exited from his back. Sangbek died without a word,
plummeting from the sky like a pilot who failed to deploy his parachute after a failed jump. Sambek's fatal wound wasn't a bull-sized chest wound, but the terrifying venom of the scorpion's needle, which could not be immunized without 500 points of constitution. Telepaths are weak in spiritual power and don't allocate many attributes to constitution. Moreover, even Sambek's main attribute is far less than 500 points, let alone constitution. You killed the astral telepath Sambek and gained 4,385,000,002 experience points. Killing Sambek provided Lin Mingyuan with 4.3 billion times 2 experience points, filling most of his experience bar. Killing 1 or 2 sanctuary bosses would steadily level up. Lin Mingyuan currently receives double experience points for defeating a high-level sanctuary boss. However, this bonus will cease once he reaches level 140, and his leveling speed will slow significantly. I don't think I heard what you just said. Lin Mingyuan, having effortlessly slain a high-level sanctuary boss, turned and acted cool in front of his friends. I'm overthinking it. Even Sebastiana, that madwoman who destroys the world at will, died at your hands. Sanctuary bosses are nothing to be reckoned with, Li Tong sighed. The gap between him and his friend was widening. Lin Mingyuan could single-handedly defeat a million-strong army. Even Sambek, who so many Blackstone City officials couldn't handle, could be destroyed by Lin Mingyuan with a single palm, like an ant. Lin Mingyuan's power was beyond Li Tong's imagination. Lin Mingyuan continued, leave the 2 bosses to me. I won't interfere with the smaller monsters. Give the brothers some experience. After we take care of the monsters, we'll go to Wuju province and investigate why so many monsters are crossing the border. We've already sent people to investigate. The professionals from Wuju province are exploiting their neighbors. How unethical, Li Tong exclaimed angrily. That's right. Even if they couldn't hold on, they could have just let us know. They're clearly trying to trick us. If it had nothing to do with the Wuju province professional camp, it would be fine. But if they truly have ulterior motives, I won't let them off. Lin Mingyuan's fierce, unyielding attitude was evident. After the conversation ended, Lin Mingyuan went to hunt the ancient mummy and the ghost-eye dual blades. His power was truly remarkable. He confined himself to prison, prohibited flight, sealed skills, depleted elements, caused flying swords to fall, and prohibited the use of all skills. The scorched earth that Lin Mingyuan unleashed, harnessing the power of the Fire Demon King's bloodline, was also dispelled, completely repelling the fire element within range. The ancient mummy's tricks really made Lin Mingyuan look awful, but the gap in absolute strength couldn't be made up by tricks. Lin Mingyuan broke through the blockade and approached the ancient mummy with several consecutive sword strikes, wasting a little time but also effortlessly. Ghost-eye dual blades was the easiest to deal with. He didn't have many fancy moves, just an ordinary human, and was killed by Lin Mingyuan with a single sword strike. Chapter 325, Fortune and Honor in Danger. Su Huaiyu opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. Ali the tendon fairy, half a human's height and sporting 2 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings, drew aside the curtains. A starry sky dotted the bright French windows. Su Huaiyu had only fallen asleep in the morning, having dealt with his preoccupations. Now, late at night, he had slept for a full 20 hours. This is the first time I've slept so soundly in 3 months. Damn this world. With a curse, Su Huaiyu sat up. The attendant fairy washed him, dressed him, and served him delicate snacks and tea. An hour passed, and Su Huaiyu summoned the guard commander, Wang Lianhe. Wang Lianhe was a prominent figure Su Huaiyu had known before he became the leader of the Kilin Mountain camp. He was the heir of an ancient martial arts family, and his disciples were all hired as bodyguards by the nation's wealthiest individuals with high salaries. The catastrophe changed Su Huaiyu's fate. Without it, Su Huaiyu would have been just a security guard with a monthly salary of 2,500 yuan and a life that seemed to end in a glimpse. How could he have become the all-powerful and all-powerful King Xiaoyao, who ruled Sifeng City and Kilin Mountain and controlled most of Wuju province? Even the powerful figure Wang Lianhe, who he once only looked up to, had to serve as his head bodyguard. Wang Lianhe was 8 feet tall, with a monkey-like back and a wasp-like waist. He was a strong and powerful man with a true inverted triangle muscular body. His square face was full of righteousness. He strode into the main hall with his head held high and bowed slightly to show respect to Su Huaiyu. Those monsters were lured to Luoxia province and haven't returned, right? Su Huaiyu asked his most pressing question. To lure away 3 sanctuary bosses, who dominated Wuzhou province and frequently attacked cities, leaving him sleepless. Su Huaiyu had paid a heavy price. He secretly hid the top-tier pet egg, the celestial egg, capable of breeding a pet with demigod potential, in Blackstone City. He then deliberately scraped off the shell powder, which imbued it with the aura of the celestial egg, and gifted it to the three bosses, luring them to Luoxia province to scramble for it. The three bosses all took the bait, their lore too great. Not only could the celestial egg breed a pet utterly loyal to its master, but even swallowing it raw would grant at least 5 points of divine power, making it incredibly valuable, on par with any other divine artifact. They haven't returned. Once they received the shell powder and sensed the celestial egg's location, they immediately abandoned their camp, led their followers, and headed for Luoxia province without hesitation. At this point, Wang Lianhei's face flickered with hesitation. Just tell me what you have to say. Why are you hiding it from me and treating me as a stubborn tyrant? Su Huaiyu said dissatisfiedly. Wang Lianhei quickly apologized. I dare not. I'm just worried that if we put Blackstone City in a difficult situation and they recover and take revenge, it will be difficult to deal with. Lin Mingyuan is well known in central China and is not a pushover. Su Huaiyu laughed. It seems that you still don't know the situation in Luoxia province. Well, I'll tell you in detail. Just a few days ago, Blackstone City provoked the swamp god who descended on Earth. It is said that he is a peak demigod of level 199. He, Lin Mingyuan, is awesome and a professional. How can he afford to provoke a peak demigod boss? Besides, Lin Mingyuan's backer, the Silver Empire, the Emperor of Central China, is in the same miserable situation. They were targeted by the Uranus giant locust, a monster that roams the universe. They were beaten so badly that they couldn't even leave the door. They could only defend the capital, Lordran, passively. When the smoke of war was everywhere in central China, there was no trace of the Silver Empire soldiers. We didn't ask for help, but did the Silver Empire pay any attention to us? I dared to trick him because I was sure he'd never get a chance to retaliate. It's a waste of time, and maybe even spark a fight between the swamp god and the boss of Sandbach. Then we could even get a bargain and at least make up for the loss of the celestial egg. Su Huaiyu's calculations were clattering. He hadn't planned to trick Blackstone City earlier or later, but had chosen to do it behind the scenes when Lin Mingyuan was facing off against the swamp god. His goal was clear, his moves were steady, accurate, and ruthless, and he would kill without paying for it. Su Huaiyu's calculations were perfect, but he hadn't anticipated Lin Mingyuan's ability to win this tough battle against a peak demigod. Hearing this, Wang Lianhei, far from feeling relieved, frowned even deeper. He said, Chief, I need to tell you something. Around noon, all professionals worldwide received a message that Lin Mingyuan had killed the swamp god, becoming Earth's first professional to successfully kill a god. That's impossible. The swamp god is a peak demigod. Do you even know what a peak demigod is? He could single-handedly turn our Wuzhou province upside down. The sanctuary boss that's plagued us for months is nothing to a peak demigod. How could Lin Mingyuan possibly defeat a peak demigod? How could he defeat a peak demigod? Su Huaiyu's voice grew louder, his intensity failing to conceal his inner weakness. Undoubtedly, Su Huaiyu felt guilty. It's true. Every professional received the message. You were asleep at the time, and no one dared to disturb you. You can open the unread messages and read them yourself, Wang Lianhei said. Su Huaiyu still didn't believe it. He opened his personal dashboard and looked at his unread messages. His expression changed, his confident expression giving way to panic. He quickly issued orders. Quick, find a way to lure the boss back, or notify Blackstone City. Tell them that a group of monsters suddenly revolted and invaded Luoxia province. We must be exterminated. No one can know it was us who did it. I'm afraid it's too late. The invading bosses exchanged fire with the Blackstone City professionals this afternoon, Wang Lianhei said. It's too late to make amends now. How is the battle? Su Huaiyu demanded eagerly. The Blackstone City professionals were able to hold off the attacks of the three bosses, but it was a struggle. The three bosses suffered little damage, but several key Blackstone City officials were seriously injured. Su Huaiyu's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Wang Lianhei had revealed a crucial piece of information. Lin Mingyuan hadn't taken any action in Blackstone City's battle against the invading bosses. Su Huaiyu sneered. It seems Lin Mingyuan was seriously injured in the battle, otherwise why wouldn't he join a fight? He was able to defeat a peak demigod. Ordinary sanctuary bosses would be like chickens and pottery dogs.
There's no way they'd sit idly by and watch their subordinates suffer heavy casualties. He must have been seriously injured. What do you mean? We should strike him while he's still weak. He won't let us go when he recovers. We should take advantage of his serious injuries and go straight to Blackstone City to kill Lin Mingyuan. I'm sure he's reaped a lot of precious spoils by killing the peak demigod, and soon those spoils will be mine. The bolder the man, the more he can gain. The ruthless Su Huaiyu decided to go all out and completely eliminate Lin Mingyuan, his biggest concern. He sent Wang Lianhe to gather his confidants. Su Huaiyu paced restlessly in the room for a moment before deciding to report the matter to the Night King. Su Huaiyu's rise to Wuju Province's free and easy king hinges on one person, the Night King, the nation's foremost necromancer and Wuju Province's top fighter. However, the Night King maintains a low profile, living as a homebody in the Eternal Night Mausoleum on the outskirts of Wuju Province, rarely seen year-round. Su Huaiyu is one of the few who knows the Night King's true name. In the early days of the Cataclysm, when the Night King was still not the Night King but roamed the wasteland under his real name, Niu Dali, Su Huaiyu and the Night King were teammates for a time. As a melee fighter, Su Huaiyu protected Niu Dali, forging a bond of goodwill. After transitioning to the Undead Mage class, the Night King's power surged, growing stronger day by day. Su Huaiyu established a camp on Qilin Mountain and later, with the help of Niu Dali, conquered the promising otherworldly city-state of Sifeng City. Leveraging the Qilin Mountain camp in Sifeng City, Su Huaiyu became a revered leader among the professionals of Wuju Province. His unrestrained fighting style, achieved through his hidden class, Blade Dancer, earned him the title of Free and Easy King. The Night King's concealment of his true name wasn't as outrageous as some speculated. It wasn't to protect his family or avoid the curse of his true name, but simply because he felt it was unsuitable for a mage. No mage could be called Niu Dali, a warrior was more appropriate. He feared ridicule if the name were revealed, so he referred to himself only as Night King. As an early comrade in arms, Su Huaiyu and the Night King maintained a friendly relationship. Su Huaiyu briefly considered requesting the Night King's assistance in defeating the 3 sacred domain bosses, but he hesitated, fearing the favor would be lost and his subordinates would consider him a mere underling. With his life at stake, Su Huaiyu could no longer hold back. Even if it meant exhausting his connections and revealing his cowardly nature, he would still seek the Night King's help. Through the skull transmitter the Night King had left him, Su Huaiyu relayed the situation to the king. The Night King's response disappointed Su Huaiyu. He offered no assistance, merely telling him to wait at home and not to act rashly. He hoped things might improve once he arrived. Putting the skull down, Su Huaiyu cursed under his breath, "A change? A change? I'm just looking for wealth and glory through the dangers of danger." When greed overwhelms a person, their intelligence rapidly declines. While fantasizing about how much valuable items he could steal from Lin Mingyuan's collection by killing him, Su Huaiyu didn't really want to rely on the Night King's connections to negotiate a peace agreement. He simply wanted to seize the opportunity to profit. Sitting in his armchair, he pondered how to convince the Night King to aid him in a surprise attack on Black Rock City. Su Huaiyu's thoughts were highly active, but a sudden throbbing in his heart interrupted his wandering thoughts. The lights flickered, and outside, silence reigned, no sound except the chirping of insects or birds. The goblins serving in the villa prostrated themselves on the ground, their delicate bodies trembling. "What's going on? Night King, have you arrived?" The feeling, as if a natural enemy had descended upon him, weighed heavily on Su Huaiyu's heart. No one answered. Su Huaiyu, grasping his epic longsword, weeping blood rose, emerged from the mountain villa. The scene before him made his heart stop. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.